Welcome to the Cardboard Crash Course. My name's Ethan, and we're talking today about Discordant Stars, the fan expansion for Twilight Imperium 4th edition. Many of you have been asking for this video. I have gotten so many comments on both the original faction guides and every video I've uploaded on this Twilight Imperium channel asking for Discordant Stars faction guides. And what I figured instead was, why not give Discordant Stars the length and time it deserves in one video? That way it covers everything. So don't be too scared about the time length. Let me talk just a little bit and give you a table of contents and how you can work your way through this video, especially if you don't want to watch it all in one sitting, which, if there's even one person out there that does that, I heavily applaud you. So just give me 5 minutes here and I'll explain to you exactly how to best digest this 7+ hour crazy video. So, Discordant Stars is a fan-made expansion for Twilight Imperium. This is exclusive to the 4th edition of the game, as long as you also have the Prophecy of Kings expansion. It's entirely fan-made, made by members of the Discord community on the Twilight Imperium Homebrew Hub. I'll leave links to all of the things like the Homebrew Hub down in the description down below, as well as a huge list of timestamps to work your way through the video. Discordant Stars includes 34 unique new factions to Twilight Imperium, including all of the leaders, mechs, agents, technology, everything that you'll need to make your way through the faction and play them balanced alongside all of the normal factions from the game. Tens of thousands of hours have gone into making sure that these factions are no worse than the worst faction in the normal Twilight Imperium and no better than the best. So it is balanced in the way that they work perfectly alongside all of those. Now, this video is going to be split into 4 chapters. Chapter 1 is going to be this introduction and a little bit of a overview by the creator of this expansion named Tactic Blue. He created Blue Space, which was the original expansion idea, including a few of his own creations, but eventually started to create Discordant Stars to include many different people's factions. Tactic Blue did not come up with every one of the factions in this box, but did coordinate it to get printed by MB Print. So we're going to start off with a little bit of an interview of Tactic Blue to get us going. That interview will also be split up in all of the additional factions that we'll touch on in Part 2. Part 2 is entirely about the factions and is the majority of this video. I won't be touching on every single one of them as individual faction guides in full length, otherwise this video would have been at least double the length. Instead, I'll be doing a faction overview, where I'll talk about every single one of the faction components and give you an idea of where to best use those components in the game. Before I talk about each of the factions, you'll hear a blurb from Tactic Blue about how that faction works and how Tactic Blue would best like to introduce you to that faction. After that, we'll jump into another little interview with Tactic Blue about Uncharted Space. Uncharted Space is kind of an expansion within this expansion, and can be used whether or not you're using the new factions. Uncharted Space includes new general components like new tiles, new exploration cards, action cards, relics, etc. in order to add to every game of Twilight Imperium. We will then go over Uncharted Space, component by component, talking about each individual card and tile that comes in Uncharted Space. Finally, Part 4 will be leaving you with the present of how you can get your hands on Discordant Stars yourself, and looking into the future with Tactic Blue and a couple of mentions from the community towards the end of the video. When this video releases to the public, there is also a members exclusive video going up alongside it, in where Adam and myself from the Cardboard Crash Course will be ranking each of the 34, that's right, 34, which is a crazy number, factions in order as to what we're excited to play, coming up with a top 3 that we may include in a future Galactic Report. So if you're interested in seeing members exclusive videos, including one about Discordant Stars and ones in the future, as well as helping the channel financially, please consider becoming a YouTube member, because it's the absolute best way to help. Let's just recap the table of contents one more time. Part 1 is part of this, it's the intro, and you can listen to it directly after I'm talking about this, including me actually unpacking Discordant Stars on screen while you're listening to Tactic Blue. Part 2 are the factions, and you are meant to be able to skip through the video with all of the timestamps in the description down below. Additionally, you can also send it to friends in order for them to skip to only a specific part of the video if they're playing a faction in an upcoming game. Part 3 is Uncharted Space, and includes all of the interesting things from that mini expansion within the expansion. And finally, Part 4 is looking at the present and the future of Discordant Stars. So without further ado, let's check out all of what Tactic Blue has to say about this beautiful, interesting project. Welcome on, Tactic Blue. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Very good. I wanted to bring you on to give an overview of Discordant Stars and give your thought process and your history working on this project.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to chat about it always.
Yeah, absolutely. Where do you exist within the Twilight Imperium community? Do you spend a lot of time playing the game, or do you spend more time nowadays actually working on things for Discordant Stars?
I actually don't spend a lot of time working on things or playing the game as much as I used to. I used to spend a lot of time playing, which is what pushed me into the homebrew design space. And then now that DS is done, I've got one other project we can maybe talk about later that's ongoing, but otherwise taking a step back now that that's done. It was quite the project, so I'm taking a little bit of a break on that front.
It's been 5 years in the making, right?
Somewhere around there. I will say, I can share this with you. About, I think it was fall of 2018 that I made my first post in the Twilight Imperium 4 online server. Back then was just a TTS server. And that I posted that faction sheet that I've shared with you, which is now a DS faction.
The Veldyr Sovereignty?
Yeah. So they've been around for they've been around for more than 6 years, getting on to 6.5, almost to the day here, I think. So.
And does this come out of more of a love for the game, or does it come out of wanting more out of it? And did you feel like you hit the point with Prophecy of Kings? Or I guess Prophecy of Kings wouldn't have been out at this point, but did you hit the point where you wanted to expand Twilight Imperiums?
Yeah, I think back then it was more of an interest in, I just thought there was space in the rule set that was fun to explore, and I enjoy rules. And I thought that because there was space, I'd love to go digging in there to see what we could come up with and what other ideas could fit in the game.
Okay.
Veldyr was one of them. I had from playing probably too much Stellaris around that time, other games, and just general exposure to media. We don't really have a corporate militarist faction. I wonder if that would work. And I came up with that.
Right, because the closest problems. The closest we have is maybe Barony of Letnev, but they're not exactly corporate. They're more just bullies.
Yeah. Yes, and Soul has some of those undertones also going on, but it's still not fully the same theme.
Okay. So how did your Veldyr Sovereignty feel to play at the beginning?
Well, they had their issues that did get balanced out eventually. I think the blue space, so they were the first faction in a pack of 17 factions called the Blue Space Faction Pack. So that had my take on Fremen in the system, my take on Mandalorians in the system. I stole shamelessly from Jahite and Haymaker to add some Sins of a Solar Empire factions to the game. There were a lot. And there was actually a tournament with those factions at one point, and I'll give you the link to that playlist for a bunch of those tournament games.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll leave the playlist for everybody to watch.
Yeah, for anyone's amusement who wants to go back and watch those games. Some were less entertaining than others, maybe, and so there were just a bunch of factions that were fun to noodle through and make happen in that old rule set. And then when Prophecy of Kings, there was something in the water leading up to Prophecy of the Kings, because I think a lot of people in the community had some reason to think something was coming officially, and so we started getting prepared to, as a homebrew community, of adjusting to whatever that was going to be and sort of setting ourselves up for that. And
Did it
then it
surprise
got
you?
announced. Well, Prophecy of Kings did, yes. Like everything that was in there, the new mechanics, there were a lot of cool ideas because I didn't have any prior exposure to that.
Right.
So it was fun to again, I love rules, and so it was fun to see how the rules of the game had shifted and how we could to think up new ideas for how we can change things. And so on that note, I actually saw that was a good time as in terms of shifting from just my pack of 17 factions. And I've said this in conversations with Brassbird and Frox that, by the time you get to faction 17 by yourself, it tends to be a little bit of scraping the bottom of the barrel for whatever's left.
A lot of overlap.
Yeah. Or just boring ideas. The 17th faction was the Magian faction, and it just had 5 commodities and a 5-0 home system. Basically didn't do anything special. It was just rich. And some people loved it because it was so simple, but I thought it was boring.
There's some fun to be had in simplicity, but I think Prophecy of Kings definitely added a layer of complexity to the factions that didn't exist in most of the base game factions. So I think we were pushing kind of as a game towards a more complex, more broad horizons area anyway, especially with extra components brought in by the Titans of Ul and the Gamma wormholes and everything. So I think it was probably a good idea to go into a more broad, maybe community-driven expansion, and that's what you kind of took the reins on.
Yes. So after the announcement, I kind of tapped a bunch of the people that I knew from, because back in the day, there was one Discord channel on that server where we were all piled onto each other and we couldn't really avoid each other even if we wanted to. Okay. So I had been exposed to, Raptor and Wecker and Jensen and a bunch of other people, Jahit and Haymaker, big names for this. But I was like, hey, what if we just all worked on a pack together so that it's not just me scraping the barrel of my brain for, strained ideas for what seems interesting, and we can actually come up with different perspectives on what's cool and fun to play. And then, so that's how DS kind of came about. And so it was a fun process, not only working with people to sort of either get their existing homebrew up to date for Prophecy of Kings or creating homebrew as we learned more mechanics. Like we were sitting there zooming in and doing the enhanced photos for all the different press releases, trying to glean information that we might get off of what's coming.
I was doing that too.
So we were all in on that. There was an ongoing list actually of the different, because the reason the Blue Space faction pack had 17 factions is because it was all the starting tech combinations of the existing factions.
Okay.
So we just did the same starting tech combos for Blue Space. But then for DS, it was like, well, we know there's no more tech coming, so let's do all the new possible tech combinations.
Right.
And so we had a running list that started out with just generic G, generic B. We don't know what the techs do yet.
So what you're saying is that
to claim that spot?
most of, if not all of the Discordant Stars factions started with just a combination of starting technology?
No, it was more that if we had an idea and someone was like, oh, I really think this will fit with this general paradigm of green and blue tech, I want to claim that slot. We don't know what that tech is yet, but I think it's going to fit there. So I want to reserve that space. So Veldyr, when they got updated, I was like, I see the name Dark Energy Tap and I see the name AI Development Algorithm. That's all me. We're gonna throw them in there. They're gonna be that faction. And it worked out that they broadly aligned with that.
Just kind of became their identity.
Yeah. Well, and it also informed the rest of their design too. So we knew going in, it's like, okay, they're a high-tech warfare faction. They've got some propulsion side elements because they actually started with a Nebula home system. So, it made sense to sort of start them in that direction. And as we learned more about what the tech was coming, it's like, oh, this actually really works for the theme. And so,
now, did they start with a Nebula home system before or after learning about the Imperium?
They were back in 2018. We're a Nebula home system.
Okay,
and we
so
actually
they had that home system already.
Yeah. Dane stole it, obviously.
Dane, if you're listening to this, Tactic Blue wants the Nebula back.
Yeah, well, I'll figure out a way to give it back to him eventually, I'm sure.
So you keep saying we. I was kind of blown away when you told me before we started recording about the name Discordant Stars. I didn't really realize that where that came from. Can you give us a little bit of a background on that?
Sure, yeah. So we're from the Discord. There's about 24-ish people that were either really involved in the homebrew scene or got tapped because they were, people who were interested in homebrew but hadn't really dove into it yet. So the joke is that we needed a name. I was like, okay, well, Discord should be worked in there somehow, and then there's a bunch of people here who are like stars in the community, and so that became its thing. Is we're Discordant Stars.
I honestly love it.
Corny and hilarious.
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes enough sense within the Twilight Imperium universe that I didn't even realize until you explained it to me, and it makes total sense.
Yeah, it's one of the less obvious maybe jokes in the entire set, so that makes sense. There are some pretty egregious ones now that I think about it, but
well, we're gonna hop into the 24 original Discordant Stars factions really quick.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm going to go through all of the different opponents and everything with them, but if you'd like to give a little bit of a overview before we go into each one, that'd be great.
Sure.
We're first going to cover the original 24 original factions to Discordant Stars, starting with the Shipwrights of Axis. After that, we'll get a little bit of a blurb from Tactic Blue as to why there were 10 more added after the fact. That's right, a total of 34 factions. So again, let's start with the Shipwrights of Axis.
So the Shipwrights of Axis, they're the diligent arms dealers. Their big mechanic is they have Raptor is their designer, and he wanted a faction that sold ship orders specifically for other factions to collect on. And after some deliberation, we thought they needed to have some sort of high commodity faction, but that made them more of just a generic rich Hakan. And so wrapping their commodities into the ship order mechanic is how that all came about. And then everything else informed, they're ants, they're productive, let's give them a bunch of production abilities, and everything else sort of built on itself. And that's going to be probably a theme through a lot of these, is between the theme and the mechanics and what we learned as we were working on all of these, it just made sense that they would inform each other in that way.
The Shipwrights of Axis is a really interesting faction that we're going to cover here first. They kind of remind me of the Empyrean faction from the Prophecy of Kings expansion, but in a completely different, more industrial kind of way. Immediately, you'll understand their love for actual plastic being on the board, because their starting technology is Sarween tools and AI development algorithm. These are both great ways to produce more plastic on the board than most factions, especially both of them together right out of the gate. Their starting units are interesting because it's a dreadnought, a carrier, a destroyer, 2 fighters, 3 infantry, and a space dock. They don't have 2 carriers, which is kind of unfortunate, but they do have a dreadnought, which has capacity of 1, so they are able to take their 2 infantry to one place and 1 infantry to another. Again, right away, you'll notice they start with a more aggressive start, kind of like the Mahakt with that dreadnought. Jumping over to their faction abilities, it's not going to make a lot of sense until I'm able to expand into some of their other cards that they have. But we'll start with the military-industrial complex. It says that after you gain or replenish commodities, you may spend a number of commodities equal to the combined cost listed on any number of Axis order cards in your reinforcements to place those cards in your play area. But you cannot give your commodities to other players as part of a transaction. Now, if we look, they have 5 commodities, which is just short of the Hakan and the second most of the entire game. We don't know what Axis order cards are, but I'll explain that in a minute. It does work with the other arms dealer ability that they have under it. When a player negotiates a transaction, they may exchange Axis order cards in their play area as part of that transaction. you cannot resolve the effects of Axis order cards. So essentially, you have a stack of cards called Axis orders that we're going to look at in just a second, that you can trade away to other players once they're in your play area, but you do have to pay to get them into your play area with your commodities. You'll quickly understand why somebody might want to have it in their play area in just a second here. Now there are 8 of these Axis order cards, 2 of each type. There's an Axis order for Dreadnought, Carrier, and 2 Destroyers. They all read very similarly. It says at the end of your turn, exhaust this card to place one of that type. For example, the Dreadnought one says at the end of your turn, exhaust this card to place one Dreadnought from your reinforcements in a system that contains one or more of your ships and one of your command tokens. At the start of the status phase, if the card is exhausted, return it to the Axis player's reinforcements. When I first read this, I was a little confused as to why you might want this, because basically all it does is you're able to place that ship into any system with your ships, not just a system that has a space dock. But you do have to have a command token there, which means without the Warfare Strategy card, that ship is going to be locked down for the round. But here's the big difference. The cost for this card that the Axis player has to make in order to put it in their play area and trade it away is 1 less than the cost of the actual Dreadnought. This same pattern follows for all 4 of them. For example, a Destroyer costs 1, so a card that allows you to produce 2 Destroyers only costs a single commodity for them to trade away. Essentially, the Axis player is gaining money through transactions by giving other people cheaper ships that can appear anywhere over the board. So this is a very, very strong theme with the Axis player. They essentially make every other player richer, except they're only richer in actual plastic, not in pure trade goods. This is a really fun faction to play with, and as we look through more of their abilities, they just get more interesting because they let every single player have a larger fleet than normal. On top of this, their starting planet of Axis is a 5-0, which means they're going to be able to make a larger fleet for themselves right out of the gate as well. And you can start trading these Axis orders immediately, making that money pretty quickly. Now let's look at their flagship and their mech next. The flagship is an 8 cost, 7x2 combat value, movement of 1 and capacity of 3 called Bearer of Heavens. Its abilities include sustained damage, but also the ability that says after the ship produces 1 or more hits during a round of space combat, you may repair 1 ship you control in the system. So it's kind of like Duranium armor in the way that it slowly repairs ships that you're fighting with, but it does have kind of a lower combat value as far as flagships go. It benefits from having a larger fleet instead of just sending it out on its own, which again is definitely good for their theme. Now their mech is super interesting. It's called the Forge Tender. It has a cost of 2, 6 combat value, and sustained damage like most mechs, but it says you may treat a space dock on this planet as if it has production 5. So you can basically place a space dock on any planet, and as long as it has a mech assisting it, it can bring it up to production 5 from wherever it is. Now this definitely isn't going to matter for something like their home system, which already has a high resource value, but if you place it on something with a really low resource value, you can always at least baseline have production 5 to make those larger fleets for forward docks. Next up is their agent, called Shipmonger Zunks, the Forge World Merchant. It has an ability that exhausts, that says as an action, exhaust this card to choose 1 player. That player may place 1 cruiser or 1 destroyer from their reinforcements in a system that contains their ships. Then, if you chose another player, you gain 2 commodities. This is a super interesting ability because a lot of agents just allow you to choose a player, but this one is better if you choose another player, but still good if you choose yourself. For example, this allows you to cause another player to gain a free ship, but also lets you get 2 commodities, which you could then use to pay for Axis orders to give other players free ships in return for whatever they're going to give you, such as trade goods, promissory notes, etc. This is just another ability to make another player, or yourself at the table, into a larger army. The commander is different and helps with their kind of weak ability to mess with technology, and that's Designer Tzv, the Diligent Retro Engineer. It unlocks when you have 4 Axis Order cards of different unit types in one or more players' play areas. Now that can be your own play area or already traded away to another player before they use it. After that, you have the passive ability of after a player resolves an Axis Order card, you may spend 6 resources to gain the corresponding unit's unit upgrade technology. This is a really interesting way to boost yourself up to get Carrier 2, which might be really good for this faction because of the ability to do really nice forward docks. You do have to spend 6 resources, which is equal to the second ability on the primary of technology, but you do get to skip right to it, ignoring any prerequisites. And then their hero, the Demi-Queen Mugz, Commissioner of Profits, unlocks when you have 3 scored objectives. As an action, you can purge this card and give 1 or more Axis Order cards in your play area to 1 or more other players. For each Axis Order card you give to another player, you force that player to give you 1 promissory note from their hand. Now, you can't give Axis Order cards from your reinforcements, you have to have already paid for them to be in your play area, so this isn't going to be some kind of situation where you completely drown out the table with tons of cards. But if you set up correctly, you might be able to give all of them to 1 player in order to finally steal their support for the throne. That's a really, really Christmas land crazy scenario, but one way or another, getting a ton of different promissory notes from other players is just genuinely good, especially when they already have an incentive to fight you since they have larger armies. It's a decent way to protect yourself. Now, this faction is completely tied together with their faction technologies, and that's why I saved them for last. Their first one, Rift Engines, is a blue prerequisite, which is kind of unfortunate because you don't start with blue, but you're going to want to go into blue anyway, so whatever. It reads, after you activate a system, you may exhaust this card to choose 1 ship you control and roll a die. On a result of 1 to 3, remove that ship from the game board. But on a result of 4 to 10, apply +2 to that ship's move value during tactical action. It's kind of like a double gravity rift, which is exactly why it's called Rift Engines. It allows you to give a major boost with a 30% chance to blow it up. The other one is the more interesting technology in my opinion though, and it's called Emergency Deployment. It's a 3 yellow prerequisite technology, which is very high. But it's worth it, because it's an action that allows you to exhaust this card to place or move one of your space docks onto a planet you control that does not contain a space dock. Not only can this help you with your mech and those forward dock scenarios I was talking about, but also can help you with a lot of the objectives that have to do with structures. It's just genuinely nice, kind of like the Titans of Ol abilities. The final thing is the faction promissory note called Industry Secrets. Remember, and I'm not going to remind you every single time, but promissory notes are something that you give to another player, and only other players can use this ability, not yourself. It says, when 1 or more of your units use production, place this card face up in your play area to apply +4 to the production value of those units, and reduce the combined cost of the produced units by 1 for this use of production. Then, at the start of the status phase, return this card to the Axis player. I imagine the only reason why you actually place it face up in your play area and give it back at the end of the round is because you don't really want a ton of people to have this ability all in one round. This is really good and is similar to the War Machine action card. Overall, I really like this faction because it's very interesting how you can't trade away your commodities and instead have to use those commodities to purchase the Axis orders in order to trade away essentially cheaper ships. You make a ton of money by allowing everybody at the table to build fleets cheaper and larger, which is super interesting, and I'd love to see a table, especially with the Total War Galactic event, using the Shipwrights of Axis.
So the Celdauri Trade Confederation is an emergency union. They're heavily inspired by the Trader Emergency Coalition from Sins of a Solar Empire. They are primarily the work of Jahait and Haymaker. Haymaker mostly doing the lore, Jahait more of the mechanics side. Their big focus is their trade ports, which are space docks that their production value is built on either resource or influence, and their space docks have anti-fighter barrage. So they have a lot of mechanics that play into that theme and that note that they have going for them, including their commander, giving them value whenever they activate their docks, and their trade alliance, that is just an alliance card that allows them to basically share that wealth with more people.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like the space docks having anti-fighter barrage. That's interesting.
Yes, yeah. The big thing in blue space was that their space docks were all adjacent to each other. But that's built on there's a lot of steps between blue space and DS. It's a long process working through all that. So I don't want to belabor it. Actually, might be getting them confused with a different Sins of a Solar Empire faction, the Visari, that had adjacency shenanigans going on also, but they didn't make it to DS.
The Trade Federation starts with 2 carriers, 1 destroyer, 4 fighters, 3 infantry, 1 space dock, and a PDS. A very decent first start with the 2 carriers and 3 infantry. I wish it was 4 infantry, of course, but you gotta balance it somehow. The starting planets are Luke and Aldain. Luke is a 2-1, and Aldain is a 1-3. Giving you access to 3 total resources and 4 total influence is decent, but not insane. And their starting technologies is like the Argent Flight. The Argent Flight allowed you to choose 2 of the following between Neural Motivator, Sarween Tools, and Plasma Scoring. The second 2 are the same between Sarween and Plasma Scoring, but you do have the choice of Anti-Mass Deflectors instead. You choose 2 of the 3 of these and go from there. Now when we flip to the front of the sheet, we'll notice that the commodities are 4, which is slightly higher than a normal faction. That would make sense for the Trade Confederation in my opinion. And the faction abilities read as follows. The first is the Projection of Power. It says at the start of any space combat in a system that is adjacent to or contains 1 or more of your space docks, choose up to 1 ship in that system to gain Anti-Fighter Barrage 6 during that combat. This is a decent little combat ability that lets you do a fighter screen if you're coming in to destroy one of your space docks. Now, speaking of space docks, the Industrialist's ability is very interesting. It says, during setup, place 1 additional space dock in your reinforcements. Now, what the heck, if you're playing with 8 players, you're not going to be able to do this, obviously, but that's not completely true. Just like the Axis came with the Axis order cards, you have an additional space dock token that you place in your reinforcements that comes with the expansion. So instead of a total of 3, you'll have a total of 4 space docks that you place throughout the game. I'm going to start with the faction-specific units. The first one is Tradeport 1, which is the space dock. It has Anti-Fighter Barrage 6x2 and a production of X+2. It says that X is the either resource or influence value of the planet. So you pick whichever value is higher, and it's a +2 from there on top of having AFB 6x2. It also reads that up to 3 fighters in the system don't count against your ship's capacity as normal. Now you can upgrade this to Tradeport 2 with 2 yellow prerequisites. The Anti-Fighter Barrage ability stays the same, but the production goes from X+2 to X+4. It also says this unit may use its Anti-Fighter Barrage during each round of space combat, not just the first one. So it's going to be constantly firing 6x2, hitting all the fighters that anybody has brought along, which makes it really difficult to take out their space docks. Looking at their flagship now, we have the Supremacy, which is an 8 cost, 7x2 combat value, movement of 1, and 6 capacity flagship. It has the abilities of Sustained Damage and Anti-Fighter Barrage 6x2. I'm sure you're catching on here. It also reads that you may use the production ability of other players' space docks in this system to produce ship. That is unique. So essentially, the Supremacy loves to just sit and blockade other people's space docks so that they can't produce any ships, but you can using them. That's so crazy. It's kind of like the L1Z1X, but a little bit different because if you ever get your Supremacy destroyed, it's back to them. It also is a weird way to disincentivize you from taking the planet and invading and just sitting above them instead. Now the mech is called the Minuteman and has a 2 cost, 6 combat, and sustained damage like most mechs. However, it has a deploy ability, which works with its name. It says after another player activates a system, you may spend a trade good or commodity to place a mech on a planet in that system that contains one of your space docks. This is just last-minute protection for a cost of 1. Really, really decent in my opinion. Now, before we talk about the leaders, I want to talk about the tech. We have 1 non-unit faction technology called Emergency Mobilization Protocols. It has 2 red prerequisites and reads, at the end of your turn, you may exhaust this card and spend a token from your strategy pool to remove a command token from a system that contains 1 or more of your space docks. This can be your command token or another player's command token. I don't know why you would want to remove another player's command token, unless, of course, you were getting some kind of money somehow, but you can remove your own in order to essentially warfare yourself in an emergency to move out of a system that contains your space stocks. Very, very cool stuff, and we'll get even cooler when we talk about the agent. The agent is named George Nobin, the esteemed merchantman. It has the ability, at the end of a player's tactical action, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to spend 2 trade goods or 2 commodities to place a space stock from their reinforcements on a planet they control in that active system. This, of course, can be anybody, but you're hoping that it's yourself, especially because you get to use your commodities on it, which allows you to use those without actually having to trade them away and get anyone else richer. They're sort of the opposite of the Axis, which is really interesting. Now, the commander, named Henry Storker, Starbase Commander, unlocks when you have 1 space dock on the game board that is not adjacent to your home system. So pretty early on, honestly. It says that after you activate a system that contains 1 or more of your space docks, gain a commodity. Your ships may treat systems that contain 1 or more of your space docks as adjacent to each other. This is honestly so crazy, and I think is more powerful than their actual faction abilities. So, it allows you to gain a commodity, which is interesting for their agent, but on top of that, you can create this crazy web of adjacency. Essentially, all of your space docks work as wormholes for your ships to move through. And you get 4 of them instead of 3 from their faction ability, which is just insane. Their hero, Titus Flavius, Councilman, unlocks when you have 3 scored objectives and gives you the ability Trader Mobilization Act, Merchant Rearmament. It reads, after a player activates a system other than Mechatol Rex, you may place 1 space dock on a planet you control in the active system. Convert each of your commodities to a trade good and use the production ability of each of your units in the active system. Then purge this card. This is not super impressive as far as flashiness goes, but allowing you to protect a space dock that you need to protect is really, really essential for their game plan. The final thing I want to talk about is the faction promissory note, called Trade Alliance. When you receive this card, if you're not the Celdauri player, you must place it face up in your play area. While this card is in your play area, you can use the Celdauri player's commander ability if it's unlocked. If you activate a system that contains 1 or more of the Celdauri player's units, return this card to that player. So essentially, their super powerful commander that I was talking about, you have a second alliance. You can give away your normal alliance promissory note and this Trade Alliance faction-specific one to allow 2 different players to make webs from their space docks to move in between each other. I don't know how this actually is going to work in a game, but go ahead and try.
Okay, the Savages of Cymiae.
Yep. So this faction is by Jadapake. Jadapake has been around forever in the homebrew community, and the art on their faction sheet is actually commissioned art from Scott Schomburg that Jadapake commissioned to represent his tortured abominations of the apes that were, I think, in some ways a joke faction to start out, but have developed into what they are now. Their big thing is their infantry. The upgraded infantry hit on force, but they cost twice as much as normal infantry. Well, more accurately, they cost the same, but you don't get your free one every time you make one. So going into Prophecy of Kings, we were trying to figure out where they would fit in sort of that tech distribution setup, and it just sort of came together that they would have AI development algorithm and neuromotivator, which bled into a lot of their more developed action card mechanics, which creates a really interesting theme of a faction that loves to purge and recur action cards, but also has all these other uses, including their promissory note, which is one of the few components that's not a hero or a relic that actually purges, which is fun.
That's very neat. I like the infantry costing twice as much. That's a cool design. Sort of halfway to a mech.
Yeah, and they're monsters. It's funny because they're actually worse statistically than standard infantry, but they're just more for capacity.
Numbers are cool though.
They are cool. Numbers are really fun.
We're now talking about the Savages of Cymiae. This faction is a group of technologically advanced apes. They start out with 1 carrier, 1 destroyer, 1 dreadnought, 2 fighters, 3 infantry, and a space dock. 1 carrier and 1 destroyer. With those 3 infantry is that same issue we're coming across. You're able to explore into a 2-planet and 1-planet system, but you're not able to do quite as many things as some of the infantry factions in the base game are able to do. You're also starting out with a very thematic start of technology with AI development algorithm and neural motivator. These work out pretty well with the Savages, which you'll see later, but AI development algorithm is more there for theme than it is for mechanics. Their starting planet is Cymiae. It's a 3-1, which is really low, unfortunately, but we are able to fix their economy tiny bit, as we'll see later on. The commodity value is 3 for them, so pretty standard across the board as far as that goes. Their faction abilities start with Automatic Memory. When you would draw 1 or more action cards, you may draw 1 less card to either choose 1 card from the action card discard pile and add it to your hand, or place 1 infantry from your reinforcements on a planet you control. I absolutely love this ability. It really lets you get more options as far as action cards go, and lets you mess with the action card deck in a way that's very different from the Asarl tribes. It also really heavily thematically represents that split between technology and biology that we were talking about with the actual theme of this faction. They also have Cybernetic Madness. After you add an action card from the discard pile to your hand using that Automatic Memory faction ability, you must discard an action card. After you fully resolve an action card's ability text, purge that card instead of discarding it. So this really works to sort of balance that card selection that they get from the discard pile and makes it so every action card they use is a permanent use and they can't just keep recurring Imperial Rider, for example. Now let's talk about their faction-specific units. We have Unholy Abomination, which is a replacement for their infantry, and it costs 1. Now when I'm talking to Tactic Blue about this, you'll hear us compare this to half of a mech, because the cost of 1 does not get you 2 infantry like it does with most other factions. It's simply just a cost of 1 for a single infantry. They do have a combat value of 5, however, and they don't have any other abilities. So you're essentially paying that cost of 1 for a good specific infantry, which mathematically is worse, but you'll notice how it can be better using other abilities later on. This upgrades into the second stage of Unholy Abomination with the 2 green prerequisite technology that is their faction-specific tech. They still cost 1 for a single infantry, but they now have a combat value of 4. They also have the standard ability of, after this unit is destroyed, roll a die. If the result is 6 or greater, place it on this card. At the start of your turn, place each unit that's on this card on a planet you control if able. The difference is you can use this to place them on any planet you control, which could be up in the front lines of where you actually need them most. I also want to talk about their flagship and their mech next. Their flagship is Reprocessor Alpha. It costs 8 and has a 9x2 combat value, which is pretty weak. It also only has a movement of 1 and a capacity of 6, but it does have sustained damage, and it says, after you win a combat in this system, you may take one of your opponent's action cards at random. This can really screw with people, especially if you keep targeting the same person with your flagship. Warfare for them is interesting because you can take multiple action cards from people in the same round. Their mech is the Revenant. It costs 2 and has a 6 combat value with sustained damage like normal mechs. But it also says, at the start of each ground combat round, if this planet contains no more than one of your mechs, repair this unit. This is slightly more survivable than the infantry, but it does have 1 worse combat value. However, it does make up for it with sustained damage and this ability, so it's up to you whether you use the mech or not. We've also got their other faction technology, which is Recursive Worm. It's a 1 yellow prerequisite technology, which is unfortunate because we start with a red and a green, but we'll see what it does. It says at the start of your turn, you may exhaust this card to choose 1 non-home system other than Mechatol Rex that contains 1 or more of your units. Place 1 other player's command token from their reinforcements in that system. This is so cool. It's basically a diplomacy for 1 specific player, and it can't be placed in a home or Mechatol Rex system, but you can place it anywhere that you need to protect your units as a last-ditch effort. You can even do it at the start of your turn, which in this specific case is better than doing it as an action, because yes, you don't get to stall with it, but you can still perform actions on the same turn that you use it. essentially making it an emergency button. We'll start out looking at their leaders with the Agent. The name of this is Skahat Unit X12, the Watcher. It's unlocked at the start of the game, of course, and has the ability when a player discards or purges an action card, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to draw an action card. This is consistency for the faction and gives you an extra opportunity to grab an action card, and you're going to be hoping for a morale boost or something like that with this sort of faction. The commander, Koril Ferex, the Third Voice, unlocks when you have 10 or more infantry on the board. It gives you the passive ability, after you gain control of a planet during a tactical action, you may discard one action card to place or move one mech onto that planet. This is operating like a deploy ability, but the reason why it's on the commander, I think, is to make the commander able to be sold with the Alliance Promissory Note very easily. The hero is cool in my opinion. It's called the Voice United, Psionic Maelstrom. It's unlocked when you have 3 scored objectives, of course, and gives you the ability The Scream, Symphony of Agony. As an action, draw and reveal a number of action cards from the action card deck equal to 1 more than the number of players in the game. Give 1 to each player in the game and keep the rest. Each other player must discard 1 action card. Then purge this card. So that might right away not seem too amazing because you only get to keep 2 action cards, but you're keeping the best 2 of the top 8 in a 6-player game, which in my opinion is amazing card selection. This game doesn't give you many card selection opportunities, so this is pretty fun to use. Finally is the faction promissory note. It's called Algorithmic Replication. As an action, that player can choose 1 action card from the action card discard pile and add it to their hand. Then purge this card. Tactic Blue will point out that this is one of the only non-relic, non-exploration, non-hero cards to actually purge itself. So this is an interesting ability, and you only get to trade it away once per game. You can let people take the most powerful ability that's been used throughout the game, but they do have to pay you something for it.
The Dih-Mohn Flotilla?
They're again a Jahite and Haymaker faction, and for all of these it's going to be Jahite primarily on mechanics and Haymaker primarily on lore. I had a role in a lot of factions. I was less hands-on with Jahite and Haymaker because they came with some of the more fully fleshed out ideas for updating things to Prophecy of Kings and building on them. So this faction was more inspired by its tech start than many, in that they were looking to fill out tech. We found Scanlink Drone Network and Dark Energy Tap was a combination. Flotilla having better ships, they actually lean.
The Dih-Mohn Flotilla breaks some rules of the game in really interesting ways and is one of my favorite factions in this expansion. You'll notice what's going on as soon as we read off the starting units here. They have 2 dreadnoughts, 2 destroyers, 2 fighters, 2 infantry, 1 mech, and 1 space dock. Right away you'll notice that they have 4 non-fighter ships, which is over the normal 3 limit that you get 3 tokens of in your fleet pool at the start of the game. Once we get into their faction abilities in a minute, that'll make sense though. They also start off with 2 really solid starting technologies, being Dark Energy Tap and Scanlink Drone Network. Starting off with Scanlink is always better than researching it, and Dark Energy Tap just comes in handy at both the beginning and late game for everybody. Their starting planet is Abyssus, which is a 4 resource and 2 influence. Because of that 2 influence, you might have struggle getting more command counters throughout the game, but it's okay, you'll be able to make up for it in other ways. Additionally, they're not too much of a trade faction because their commodity value is only 2, which is lower than normal. As for their faction abilities, the first one will explain what I was talking about. This is Capital Fleet. It says destroyers count as 1/2 of a ship against your fleet pool. Because of this, the 2 dreadnoughts and 2 destroyers are making up a total of 3 against your fleet pool. They also have the ability Migrant Explorers. It says after you explore a frontier token in a system, you may explore a planet you control that is in an adjacent system. This gives you a little bit of value control over the frontier tokens, which is really nice because this definitely incentivizes expansion. They do have an ability that holds them back though, and that's Flotilla. It says you cannot have more infantry than non-fighter ships in the space area of a system. This means that they are incentivized to expand, but not incentivized to conquer too much. Large fleet, low infantry counts is what they're all about. They do also have a faction-specific unit, called the Aegis, and it's their dreadnoughts. The Aegis 1, which they start out with, has a cost of 4, a combat value of 5, movement of 1, and capacity of 1, like a normal dreadnought. It also has sustained damage and bombardment 5. But it says, when another ship in this system would be destroyed during combat, you may have this ship become damaged instead. This can protect your fighters from anti-fighter barrage, or can even protect you for something like assault cannon. It upgrades later on into the Aegis 2. To do this, it has prerequisites of 2 blue and a yellow. That's not too bad considering they started off with a blue and a yellow anyway. Same cost, but the combat goes down to 4, and the movement goes up to 2. The capacity is still 1 with a sustained damage and bombardment 5 ability, and it still has that same game effect. If another ship in this system would be destroyed by a game effect, you can have this ship become damaged instead. Essentially just making it a slightly better and slightly faster Aegis. Now their flagship is the Maximus. It costs 8, has a decent 5x2 combat value, a movement of 1, and a capacity of 3. Its abilities include sustained damage, and the ability, after this unit moves into the active system, you may produce up to 2 units that have a combined cost of 4 or less in this system. This essentially makes the Maximus a mobile space dock, but it reminds me a lot of Umbot from the Embers of Muat agent. The mech is the Reparator. It costs 2, has a 6 combat value, and sustained damage like most mechs, but says, at the start of combat in a system, you may repair 1 unit you control that is participating in that combat. Again, a little bit of that repairing ability. This works very well with the Aegis dreadnoughts and allows you to continuously damage them and repair them instead of destroying other ships. They also have a yellow technology specific to them with 2 yellow prerequisites, called impressment programs. It reads, when you explore a planet, you may produce 1 ship in that planet's system. Additionally, it has an action that says exhaust this card and 1 planet you control to explore that planet. Keep in mind, and this is a really common rules mistake, but static text like the top actually continues to be available even if you exhaust a card for an action ability. So this card allows you to exhaust it, explore a planet, and then produce a ship in that planet system after you explore it. It does both. Moving on to the leaders, we're starting with the Agent, which is as hard to pronounce as every other character in this entire expansion, but it's called Chejin, Chancellor of Immigration. It has the Exhaustible ability. When a player commits 1 or more units to a planet during invasion, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to place 1 infantry from their reinforcements on that planet. This is honestly lower power than some of the agents we've seen so far, but is really decent to get an infantry into where you need it. It helps you hold planets in order to explore them later with that faction tech too. Their commander, which is Clona Bathru, founder of Bathru Robotics, unlocks when you research a ship unit upgrade technology. And yes, that can include the Aegis. It works similarly to the Yin commander in that it satisfies a red technology prerequisite. It also says at the start of space combat in a system that contains 3 or more different types of your non-fighter ships, produce 1 hit against your opponent's ships. This kind of allows for a built-in assault cannon, but you have to have 3 different types. You're very incentivized with the other abilities to have one of those types be a destroyer and one of those types be some dreadnought. The hero is called Verisis, former admiral of the Unrelenting Battle Group. It of course unlocks when you have 3 scored objectives and gives you the ability Defense Matrix Overload, Volatile EMP Burst. It reads, after the roll dice step of space combat, you may purge this card. If you do, all ships in the active system become damaged. During this round of space combat, your ships cannot be destroyed. Now, keep in mind this also damages your ships, but considering that you're probably going to want to bring mechs along with you, this isn't as bad for you as it is for them. It also allows for a free round of space combat where you cannot destroy anything. Now, their faction promissory note is really interesting and called Combat Drills. It allows another player to gain the ability when one of your ships would be destroyed, instead of destroying that ship, place this card face up in your play area. Then return this card to the Dih-Mohn player at the start of the status phase. I imagine this is difficult to sell because it only lets you protect one ship around, but it could be the ship that wins the game, so maybe don't give it to your biggest rival. Again, this is one of my favorite factions just because it's extremely simple. I would definitely give this to a new player. It says the complexity rating is moderate on them, and I do understand that from a game winning perspective, but from a baseline understanding perspective, they do a little bit of exploring, have decent sized fleets, and don't attack the ground too much. However, they do have to hold the planets in order to continue to explore them.
The Florzen are hypnotic symbiotes. They're basically jellyfish, and their whole theme is basically contracting away free will by letting you, if you want, go work for them and be mind controlled to be part of their organization. There's a lot of reasons why on the back end that bleeds into them being mercenaries and having some interesting like black market and relic effects. So their big thing is their fighters have anti-fighter barrage and can move on their own from the start. So they're built in with Neuromotivator and Scanlink. They've got some interesting attachment mechanics. It's kind of a bit of more of a grab bag, but they kind of just came together, and it's fun that they are what they are.
We have now the Florzen Profiteers, or the faction I like to call the Little Squids. They start with 2 carriers, 4 fighters, 4 infantry, and a space dock. This is a really low amount of stuff, especially considering the last faction we looked at, but 2 carriers and 4 infantry is always beneficial. On top of having 2 carriers and 4 infantry, you also start off with the Exploration Scanlink drone network. On top of this, you get Neuromotivator, which is just a nice little boost. You do have a pretty poor starting planet system, but it's not too bad. It's a 2-1 and a 1-2 with Delmore and Kid. However, you make up for it a little bit by having 4 commodities instead of the normal 3. Now, the faction abilities start off with Mercenaries, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when I first saw the art, but once I understood the story by reading the back, it made a little more sense. Anyway, it says, at the start of a space combat, you may remove up to 2 fighters you control in a system adjacent to the active system. Then choose a player participating in that combat. That player places the same number of fighters from the reinforcements in the active system. You can essentially sell your fighters to help out somebody else at the start of each space combat you're next to. They also have a really fun ability called Data Leak. It says when you would gain a relic, you may draw an additional card, then choose 1 to gain and return the rest to the relic deck, then shuffle the relic deck. This is so amazing that you just get to kind of get a little more card selection when it comes to relics. The only thing bad about relics is that they're completely random. This is definitely helping you out a little bit. They also have an ability that helps you out to get to those relics called Shadow Markets. It reads, when you would explore a planet, you may treat that planet as if it had the same trait as another planet you control. If you control all 3 somewhere on the board, you have an option to make any exploration, any type of exploration you want. Jumping over to their faction-specific units, we'll start off with the Corsair, which are the fighters. Now, these are the fighters that you can sell off due to the Mercenaries faction ability, and they're better than normal fighters. They have a cost of 1 × 2 as normal, with a combat value of 9, again as normal, but they do have a movement of 1. As an ability, it says this unit may move without being transported. Fighters in excess of your ship's capacity count against your fleet pool. But they do have an anti-fighter barrage 9 ability. This makes them generally better for you and better to sell off to your opponents. Moving over to Corsair 2, you can upgrade to this unit tech by using a green and blue prerequisite, and the combat value goes from 9 to 8. The movement also goes all the way up from 1 to 3, and it continues to say that they can move without being transported, and they count against your fleet pool in excess. Their anti-fighter barrage ability also goes down from 9 to 8, which is great. Having a movement 3 fighter that you can sell off to another player is really nice because you can get them into those perfect situations that the other players will start to bid for them. Now, their flagship is called the Man of War. It has a cost of 8, a 7 × 2 combat value, movement of 1, and capacity of 5. Comes with the Sustained Damage ability and the ability other players cannot play action cards during a space combat in this system. If you go in with the Mana War, you know what you're getting yourself into. Now the mech is called the Privateer. With 2 cost, 6 combat, and sustained damage, it's fairly normal, but it says you may spend influence as resources to produce this unit. This is super weird. And if you come across Mechatol Rex, you're definitely going to have a lot of fun creating a ton of mechs to protect it. Now, with all of this profiteering, they also come with blackmail, and that's from their faction technology blackmail programs. It has 2 green prerequisites and reads, when a player would perform a strategic action, you may exhaust this card and spend a token from your strategy pool to end that player's turn. The strategic action is not resolved and the strategy card is not exhausted. This is so cool because it helps you in the worst possible scenario of somebody else just about to win the game and you get to yank it out from under them. Moving over to their leaders, we have the Agent, which is Sal Gavda, Black Market Dealer. He obviously is not part of the race and is just sort of a mercenary alongside them. It reads, at the start of a player's turn, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to remove an attachment from a non-home planet they control and attach it to a non-home planet they control other than Mechatol Rex adjacent to that planet's system. Super weird and allows you to get them into very specific scenarios where you have a ton of one type of either resource or influence to use that planet better. Additionally, you can remove it from an already exhausted planet and then place it onto a planet that has not been exhausted yet in the round. Now, the commander, Quaxtal Junitus, the Unseen Hand, unlocks when you have the outcome you voted for or predicted on an agenda resolved. This reads, after the second agenda is revealed during the agenda phase, you may ready a planet you control and explore that planet if able. Honestly, this isn't too game-breaking, but it's just a tiny bit of value. Now, their hero is where it really gets interesting. Banwa Goen, Administrator of Mines, unlocks when you have 3 scored objectives and gives you the ability Sleeper Cells, Shady Acquisitions. As an action, place 2 fighters from your reinforcements in each system that contains 1 or more planets you control and no other player's ships. Then, you may remove an attachment from any planet in a system that contains 1 or more of your ships and attach it to 1 planet in your home system. Then purge this card. This is, in my opinion, kind of like the Nazroka hero, in that it's doing 2 different very nice things that aren't too especially powerful on their own, but make up to be great value town. Finally, their faction promissory note is the exact same thing as Data Leak, but for another player. You give it to them, and then when they gain a relic, they draw 2 cards and keep 1, shuffling the unchosen one into the relic deck. Then you return the card to the Florzen player. I think I would rather pay somebody for their relic fragments than have them pay me for this promissory note, but you never know what kind of situation the table's in. Overall, just a really great value faction for somebody that just wants to jump into the game.
So the free systems are another one of those really old factions from the before times. This one's, the mechanics are me. Their big thing, their mechanic is actually one of the mechanics I'm most proud of from a drafting standpoint, is their rally to cause, diplomats, and free people, and how those all interact. So their theme is that they're a rebellion that spread through the galaxy, and it's all the unclaimed planets that are casting off the imperialist ambitions of the old factions such as Sol and Jolnar and L1 and all the rest. So their mechanic is that they can spend unclaimed planets as if they're their own, with some limitations. And a lot of that theme plays into all of their abilities. They're, I think out of the ones I've drafted personally, I think they're the best, the most tightly knit of the ones that I can claim, at least. I can't. There are people who are better at designing factions than me, but on the whole. But thematically, I just love how they interact with that mechanic. It's funny because this is another one of those things that, like, we had the theme and then that informed the mechanics. I was like, okay, how do I make that work mechanically? And then once we got the mechanics, it's like, okay, now we need to balance it, which is a really cool idea, but now we need it to be balanced. which then gives them things like that. The 1011 and 01 home system that is atrocious because that's one of the ways you balance a faction.
Yeah.
Give them an easily takeable garbage home system.
This is an incredibly unique faction and might be in the top 3 most unique in this entire expansion. I really like how they play. They take advantage of an interesting house rule, and you'll know what I'm talking about in just a minute when we get to the final faction ability. But first, let's talk about what they start with. We've got a fairly standard start with 1 carrier, 2 cruisers, 2 fighters, 4 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. Just really overall pretty decent. It's only 1 carrier, but you do get 4 infantry, so building up a second carrier isn't too big of a deal. They also start with Psychoarchaeology, which hints towards their abilities later on because it lets you use different planet cards for different effects. They also have a really balanced 3-planet starting home system, but pretty low in numbers. There's Edyn, Kroll, and Sira, a 1-0, 1-1, and 0-1 respectively, making a total of 2 low numbers. But they do get some interesting abilities that we'll talk about in a moment that will let them take advantage of a more interesting start than just 2 overall. Their commodities are 4, which is higher than normal, and kind of represents how they like to help people out and not just keep everything for themselves. There are 3 faction abilities, the first one being Rally to the Cause. Once per action, after you produce 1 or more ships in your home system, you may produce up to 2 ships in a system that contains a cultural, hazardous, or industrial planet and does not contain a legendary planet or other players' units. This is kind of like the Colaris technology built right into the faction. Whenever they produce somewhere, they get to produce somewhere else, as long as it's not a legendary, which is not too bad of a distinction. This ability also lets you produce anywhere. You do not actually use the production ability of anything in that system. So what you're actually doing is just putting them anywhere you want. It doesn't have to have a space dock. It doesn't have to have any of your ships. It just cannot contain a legendary planet or other players' units. Again, this represents the people of the galaxy rising up. They also have the ability Diplomats. Once per action, you may exhaust 1 uncontrolled planet's planet card that is on the game board to spend its resources or influence. This works in tandem with the next ability, Free People, which is during setup. This says, during setup for each non-home planet other than Mechatol Rex on the game board, place that planet's planet card face up on the game board. So essentially, during setup, you'll place the actual planet cards onto the planets themselves, which is a very common house rule that makes it really easy to just take planets off the board as you first explore them. But they actually make it so it's a written rule because they interact with those using the Diplomats ability. I like to think of this faction as kind of like the Woodland Alliance from Root. This is exactly like it in the way that they represent the critters of the forest, or in this case, the peoples of the galaxy, coming together to rise up against the other major factions that already exist. Their flagship is called Vox. It costs 8, has a 7x2 combat, a movement of 1, and a capacity of 3 with the sustained damage ability. It also reads, when this unit makes a combat roll, it rolls an additional die for each planet in this system of any single. So if you're in a system with multiple planets of the same trait, you're rolling more and more dice due to the highest number of the same type in that system. So for example, because it's written 7x2 already on it, if I was in a system with 2 industrial and 1 hazardous planet, then I would roll a total of 4 dice, because I count the most of 1 type of planet. The mech, on the other hand, has a 2 cost, 6 combat, and sustained damage like most mechs in the game, but comes out with a really interesting deployability. It says after you use your Rally to the Cause faction ability in a system, you may spend a trade good to place a mech on a planet you control adjacent to that system. So while a system is producing additionally due to another production happening somewhere else, you can pay an additional trade good to get the mech for half the cost. Let's move on to their faction technologies. This first one, Envoy Network, is really easy to get because it only has 1 green prerequisite, which is exactly the amount that you start at. It reads, at the start of the agenda phase, you may choose and exhaust 1 cultural, hazardous, and 1 industrial planet. When you cast one or more votes, if you exhaust at least one cultural, one hazardous, and one industrial planet to cast votes, you may cast 4 additional votes. So if you control one of each and you use it to cast votes, you get additional. So not only do you get more voting power, but you're also allowed to shut down one of each type of planet of other players. Keep in mind that home systems and unfortunately Mechatol Rex don't have specific planet traits, so you can't actually turn those ones off, but you can exhaust them and it's more impactful towards the beginning of the game. Next up we have Covert Strike Teams. This is a 2 yellow prerequisite. It reads, at the start of a ground combat, you may roll a die for each of up to 2 ground forces on that planet. For each result greater to or equal than the unit's combat value, produce a hit. Your opponent must assign it to one of their units on that planet. This is just a nice little way to essentially get first strike during invasion. Now their leaders is really where this faction turns up to 11. We'll start with their agent, Kortali, the Friendly Diplomat. This little critter has the ability, while ready, this card has the text ability of each legendary planet ability card any player controls, even if that card is exhausted. You may allow another player to use this card's ability. So this reads exactly like the Isarl tribes, which has the text ability of everybody else's agents in the game. You do have abilities such as Malice and Mirage and the other 2 legendary planets that are included with Prophecy of Kings, but Uncharted Space also includes more legendary planets. So if you're playing with this expansion already, you'll probably have more opportunities and more abilities. Moving on to the commander, it's President Chin, Crisis Leader. It unlocks when each non-legendary planet on the game board is controlled. This can be by any player, of course. The commander reads, after you gain control of a non-home planet during a tactical action, if you have 1 or more ships in the active system, you may produce a ship in that system. This is just like your Rally to the Cause ability because you don't have to have anything that produces using production, you can just make them. Because as you take the planet, the people of that planet agree with you and rise up to help. This is Count Otto Pamay. It unlocks, of course, when you have 3 scored objectives, and gives you the ability Heart of Rebellion, Freedom or Death. As an action, you ready a non-home planet other than Mechatol Rex that you control. Remove all units on that planet and attach this card to it. Units cannot be committed to, produced on, or placed on this planet. This works similar to the Titans of Ol hero, where it immediately, permanently attached to a specific planet. This works almost like the demilitarized zone that comes out of the Cultural Exploration deck, but it cannot be traded to other players. This will make sure that you never lose control of that planet under any circumstances. The promissory note, Broadcast Teams. When you give this out to another player, they gain the ability, when you gain control of a planet during a tactical action, if the active system does not contain another player's ships, you may produce up to 2 ships in that system. Then return this card to the free systems player. This is an ability that has some of the flavor of the commander mixed with some of the flavor of their faction abilities and lets somebody else just bulk up once they take a planet.
Okay, we've got the Ghemina Raiders.
Yeah, so their name's a play on Gemini. Their big theme is that as a faction, they're built around twins and around pairings like that. So there was a joke that for a while in development that if there was a question about them as a faction, the answer was probably 2. So they have 2 commodities. There was a point in time where they started with 2 carriers, 2 infantry, 2 fighters, and 2 space docks. For balance reasons, that didn't last. But their big mechanic is their rule of 2, which is another shameless reference that some people might pick up on from Star Wars. So, it's not subtle for some of these. But so for them, it's that mechanic where if they have 2 ships of the same type, each of those ships get +2 to their combat rolls during combat. So, and then they've got a lot of mechanics. They actually have the double flagship that play into each other. Berserker really liked their theme, so we took it and ran with it.
Cool. 2 flagships?
Yeah, they got 2 flagships. There's the Lord and the Lady. So
how do you do that with pieces?
We have a token that came in the set.
I have a feeling that if you've never seen Discordant Stars before, you are going to love the Ghemina Raiders. Right away you'll notice that there's 2 characters on the front of the sheet, not just one. This is the Lord and the Lady. Now, not everything of theirs is 2 of, but many things are, and you'll notice that right away. Their starting units are 2 carriers, 1 destroyer, 3 fighters, 3 infantry, and, funny enough, 2 space docks. Would it be more helpful to have 1 space dock and 1 PDS? Sure, maybe, but 2 space docks shows off what they're all about. They also have, of course, 2 starting technologies, Dark Energy Tap and Psychoarchaeology. As we'll notice later on, they're not too bad at exploring and not too bad at taking planets either, so having these 2 in a combination is actually pretty decent. Now, their starting planets, of course, there's 2 of them, Draw, which is a 1-2, and Trick, which is a 2-1. Having 3 and 3 is okay, but they have to make it up somewhere else. Their commodity value is, you guessed it, 2. Starting off with their first faction ability, we have the Lady and the Lord. During setup, place 1 additional flagship in your reinforcements and the additional Ghemina hero next to your faction sheet. This additional flagship has the abilities and attributes listed on the Lord flagship card. You have 2 heroes. Now, this reads very similarly to the Nomad's first faction ability, and it'll make more sense once we get to the flagship section later. Next up we have the Rule of 2, which might make you think we have Darth Maul in this faction, but not quite. It reads, during a round of combat in a system that contains exactly 2 of your non-fighter ships, if those ships have the same unit type, apply +2 to the result of each of those units' combat rolls. So if you bring exactly 2 things of the same type, you get +2 to all of your combat rolls, which is a lot of fun. Moving right on into their faction-specific units, we'll start off with the Combat Transport, which is their version of the carrier. It has a cost of 3, a combat of 9, a movement of 2, and a capacity of 4. It does not have any abilities. This is just a more mobile transport compared to the carrier, but it does upgrade to the Combat Transport 2 with, of course, 2 blue prerequisites. It now still has a cost of 3 and a combat of 2 and a movement of 2, but now it has a capacity of 6 instead of 4. It also gains the ability, you may re-roll one of your unit's combat dice during each round of ground combat on a planet in the system that contains 2 or fewer of your infantry. Martyrdom. Moving on to the flagships, remember one of them, the Lady, is represented by the actual plastic flagship piece, and one of them, the Lord, is represented by the new token, which represents the flagship, that comes in this expansion. They're essentially 2 different strong flagships, and this in and of itself is one of their major faction abilities. Starting off with the Lady, we have a cost of 2, a 7x2 combat, a movement of 2, a capacity of 3, sustained damage, and, the big thing, bombardment 5x4. The Lady also reads, when a structure you do not control in the system is destroyed, gain a trade good. Now the Lord, on the other hand, costs 6, has a 7x2 combat, a movement of 2, a capacity of 7, and also sustained damage. This one reads, after a player explores a planet in the system, place 1 infantry from their reinforcements on that planet. So the Lady is really good at destroying things, and the Lord is really good at carrying people and creating more people. Together, they can take advantage of the rule of 2, because you're the only one with 2 flagships. Next up is the Mech, Jotun. A cost of 2, a 6 combat value, and a sustained damage ability like normal, but it also reads, after you win a ground combat on this planet, if this planet contains exactly 1 other mech, explore this planet. Again, 2. Next up is their only non-unit faction technology, which is War Song Implants, and upgrades with 3 green prerequisites. After you win a space combat, you may ready a planet you control. This is just overall really nice, especially considering the rule of 2 ability that upgrades your combat rolls. Now every one of their leaders is also 2 of. Starting with the agent, we have Skarvald and Torvar, Raid Heralds. They have the ability, when the active player produces 1 or more hits during a round of combat, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to produce 1 additional hit. Just overall really good and helps you trigger Warsong implants pretty often. Now the commander is Jarl Vel and Jarl Jotrun, Raid Leaders. They unlock when you have 2 flagships on the game board. When it's unlocked, after you win a combat in a system that contains no planets, or on a planet that contains a structure, you may gain a trade good. I honestly think this ability is worded a little weirdly, but it does just help in space and on the ground, whether you're using your flagships or your mechs or some kind of combination of two different of the same types of ships. Now, as you'll remember from the faction ability, just like the flagships, you have two heroes with this faction, Corella the Lady and Cantris the Lord. They both unlock when you have 3 scored objectives, so they both turn face up at the exact same time. Corella gives you the ability Raise Order, Fear and Ash. As an action, you can purge this card to destroy all units on a non-home planet other than Mechatol Rex that is adjacent to a system that contains one of your flagships. And separately, Cantris gives you the ability Destiny Drive, Alleged Birthright. As an action, you can purge this card to choose one non-home planet other than Mechatol Rex that does not contain another player's units and isn't adjacent to a system that contains one of your flagships. Gain control of that planet, then ready that planet. So these of course can be used in totally separate situations, but you can see how these would work together. The Lady would destroy everything on a planet, and then the Lord would assist in taking control of it by force. It's really interesting and really pretty simple. I like the streamlined nature of this faction. And that leads right into the faction promissory note. The faction promissory note I think is one of the better ones to sell off to other players. It's called Raid Leaders, and it gives them the ability, after you activate a system, choose one non-fighter ship you control. During this action, that unit gains bombardment 5x2 and a capacity value of 2. Return this card to the Ghemina player at the end of this action. Just try to utilize that player at the perfect moment so they don't use this ability against you.
Augurs of Ilyxum?
Yeah. So they, the Augurs are, I say Ilyxum. It was originally Elysium from Cusa was the person behind this one, and that Cusa really, so the Blue Space faction pack had the Lazax in it, and their whole ability was being able to look at the next public objective. And he would not let me sort of let that die with Blue Space. He's just like, you need to make sure that this gets updated. I was like, all right, you're in charge of keeping me on my toes and making sure that we get that faction into shape for DS. So they have 3 faction abilities. It's really one surrounded by a bunch of rules hang-ups in that the next objectives never actually defined anywhere in the rules. So there's a bunch of faction abilities there that just say, in effect, you look at the next public objective and you always know what the next public objective is going to be.
That is just a strong ability. That's so good.
Well, it can be. It really can be. And then there are times where, and this is another joke from development and from actually way back at the Blue Space, is you end up in many games knowing you can't score a round early. So, it's been fun in those games where it's happened, and you sell people information, you tell them it's like Conquer the Week. Go take someone's home system, get set up for it. And then it turns out it's like spent trade goods or something.
Oh yeah, you could just lie to people.
You can just lie to people, which is why they have the promissory note they have which is a pain to sell, because once you give it away, that person keeps it until they activate you. But that's part of why is keep them a little bit more honest about what they're selling, because if you're not honest, people demand your note instead. They're very flexible when it came to assigning them that sort of idea to tech start. It's sort of like, okay, looking at the available technologies we could theme them instead of being the Lazax, because that's like very much Fantasy Flight's thing. Let's make them like a faction that's governed by AI, by algorithms and this inscrutable, frustrating. The joke is a chatbot telling them what the next objective is going to be.
All right.
And so their start became Scanlink Drone Network and AI development algorithm. And you can see, I think, through a lot of the POK abilities in the faction, those techs, we kind of tried to interlock them into the faction more. So there's some Explorer abilities, there's some technology abilities related there, tech specialty stuff going on with all of that. So again, that's sort of that development loop between theme and mechanics.
They start with 1 carrier, 2 destroyers, 2 fighters, 4 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. This is not a terrible start, but just like any other 1 carrier to 4 infantry factions, they'll have to work on spreading out more than just what they start with. Now, this faction has the spirit of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and has a lot to do with artificial intelligence. That being said, their starting technologies represent this, being Scanlink drone network and AI development algorithm. This is interesting because they actually have a green faction technology that we're going to talk about in a little bit that is really, really exceptional. So starting out with a yellow and a red, even though they're good, is a little disappointing in that aspect. But that just means that you'll have to work a little harder. Their starting planets of Creon and Demus are both 2-3 and 2-2 respectively. Having 4 resources and 5 influence is not too bad, especially when you look that they have 3 commodities. Now, 3 commodities isn't completely exceptional, but Scanlink and AI Dev working together really helps you get towards a larger fleet quicker. Their first faction ability is Oracle AI. It reads, after the speaker reveals an unrevealed public objective, choose 1 unrevealed public objective card and place that card on your faction sheet. You may look at the card on your faction sheet at any time. Them messing with objectives blew me away, and that continues with the second faction ability. It's called Limited Vision, and it says, you may not place a Stage 2 objective card on your faction sheet until all Stage 1 objectives have been revealed. This is just a cleanup reminder that you do get to start placing Stage 2s on your faction sheet once you get to that point. Crazy. And then here's where it all comes to a conclusion, with Probability Algorithms, their third ability. It says, when the speaker would reveal the next public objective, they must reveal the public objective card on your faction sheet instead. Place that card near the other public objectives. So you only get to know 1 at a time, but you get to know what the next one will be far before anybody else does. Let's look at their faction-specific units first, starting with the flagship, Nemesis. It's a cost of 8, 5 combat value, movement of 1, and capacity of 3, with sustained damage. These are pretty low values, especially only a combat of 5, with no multiplication, except it does have the ability, when this unit makes a combat roll, it rolls 1 additional die for each secret objective you have scored. Now all of a sudden, in the late game, Nemesis rolling a combat value of 5 times 3 sounds pretty great. The mech costs 2 and has a combat value of 6 with sustained damage. It's called Illidrith, and it deploys in a special way. After researching in technology, you can place this mech on a legendary planet, or on a planet that has a technology specialty that you control. So let's say you take the technology strategy card, you can place 2 different mechs on the same card usage. Both of these faction technologies are completely game-changing, and we're going to start off with one that sounds crazy but is actually, to me, the less crazy of the 2. And that's a 2-yellow prerequisite one called Sentient Data Pool. It says at the start of the status phase, you may spend 3 trade goods to research 1 technology. So not only does this help you deploy those mechs, but it also lets you research technology without ever having to take the primary or secondary of the card. And this actually helps you get to Psychographics, the next faction technology, which costs 3 green. And you're going to want to get to it, because it reads, during the status phase, you may score an additional public objective instead of a secret objective. That is crazy. With this faction, having action phase secret objectives is the best thing ever, because this just means that you have basically Imperial every single status phase. Insane. You do have to plan around it, however, so I would absolutely not give this faction to a new player. Moving on to the leaders, it does not get any less crazy, but the agent is the least insane. Its name is Clodho, Speaker. It has the ability, after a player explores a legendary planet or a planet that has a tech specialty, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to gain 2 trade goods. They have this soft technology specialty legendary planet theme to them, but getting 2 trade goods just off something that any player can explore is really decent. It helps them maintain an economy all by themselves, kind of like the Council Colaris. Now moving on to the commander, this is Lachis, Reader. It unlocks when you win a combat in a system that contains a legendary planet or a planet that has a tech specialty. The ability reads, this card satisfies a yellow tech prerequisite. When you cast at least one vote, cast an additional vote for every 2 technologies that you own. So this is going to help you get to Sentient Data Pool if you unlock it fast enough, and then Sentient Data Pool is going to help you get to Psychographics. You can see where this is working out. The hero is Atrafa, Weaver, and gives you the ability Synchronicity Algorithm, Woven Fate. As an action, draw 3 objective cards from one of the public objective decks. Choose up to one of those cards to replace an objective card on a player's faction sheet, and return the others to the bottom of their corresponding decks. Then purge this card. For the most part, this essentially allows you to turn a stage 2 into a stage 1, or vice versa, or just if you don't like the one that's coming up, go ahead and trade it out. This is one of those heroes that you have to wait for the perfect moment to do it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be late in the game. Finally, their faction promissory note is Read the Fates. It's an action, and you place it face up in your play area. While this card is in your play area, you can look at a public objective card on the Ilyxum's player's faction sheet. If you activate a system that contains one or more of that player's units, return the card to the Ilyxum player. To be honest, it's really difficult to understand why you would give this out, but in a very specific scenario where you need some protection against another player who would just like some information, this might go for a decent amount of cash. I want to say that I love this faction overall, and its complexity rating is absolutely correct at being high. I would even say very high, because they play off of your knowledge of Twilight Imperium. If you don't know the game inside and out and the possibilities of what could come up, you're not going to do great with this faction. But if you do, you could rule the game.
Kollec Society, it's a pun on collect. They're evasive relic seekers. This one was a lot of my mechanical work, Griffey and Squiggles on theme. Their big mechanic is that they capture their own units as like a stealth technology that they can then pop out on defense or on attack where they need them. They've got some explore abilities because it tied into their theme and lore about being relic seekers and their organizational role in the universe of Twilight Imperium.
They start with 2 carriers, a cruiser, 2 fighters, 4 infantry, and a space dock. Nice to see a good 2C4I there. The starting technology is Scanlink Drone Network, which, with their collection theme, does help out with making things cheaper and cheaper. They kind of act as a little resale shop of sorts. They have a really decent starting planet as well, with Susurros being a 4 resource and 4 influence planet. Having that single planet is always a benefit too. Alongside this, they have the standard 3 commodities. So, all around, a pretty decently rich and expandable faction at the beginning. Now, let's see why Tactic Blue says their complexity rating is really high. As far as their faction abilities, we have Cloaked Fleets. After you produce 1 or more ships, you may place up to 2 of those ships on your faction sheet. Those ships are captured. So just like the Volwraith Cabal, we're going to use the capture mechanic with these guys. Except they primarily capture their own ships, which is really interesting. The Shroud of Lith says after movement, if the active system contains 1 or more of your non-fighter ships, you may place up to 2 of your captured ships and 2 of your captured ground forces from your faction sheet in that system space area. So as you move along the board, you're able to continuously place those captured ships onto the board. So it's almost like saving them for later for the perfect moment. And finally, they have Treasure Hunters, which plays largely into their collection theme as well. It reads, at the start of your turn, you may look at the top card of the Cultural, Hazardous, or Industrial Exploration deck. Then look at the top card of the Relic deck. They don't actually do anything with this, but information can be pretty important. Moving on to their flagship, we have the Nightingale 5. It has a cost of 8, a combat value of 5 times 2, a movement of 1, and a capacity of 3. This is pretty slow, but it has the ability to sustain damage, and when this unit retreats, you may capture each of your units that retreat. So you can send them into this little shroud in order to protect them and maybe place them somewhere else, in case this all went poorly. The mech is called the Nightshade Vanguard. It reads, at the end of a tactical action in the system, you may place up to 2 ground forces from this planet onto your faction sheet. Those units are captured. It also has a 2 cost, 6 combat value, and sustained damage mech, as normal. So if you ever needed to move anything around on the ground, you can use the mech to kind of teleport them other places. Now let's talk about their faction technology. We start with Seeker Drones, which is a 2 yellow prerequisite, which Scanlink Drone Network does help out with, and it's an action. Exhaust this card to choose one of your neighbors that has 1 or more relic fragments. That player gains 2 trade goods and must give you one of those relic fragments of your choice. So they get a little bit of compensation for it, but it is a forced take of the fragment, which is really an interesting way to do things. Then we have Shrouded Skirmishers, which is a single blue prerequisite. It reads, at the start of a space combat, you may choose one of your ships in the active system that did not begin its action in that system. Then roll a die. On a result equal to or greater than that ship's combat value, produce 1 hit. Your opponent must assign it to one of their ships. So this is helpful when you use the Shroud of Lith in order to teleport them into the system, essentially, producing extra hits. We'll move on to their leaders, starting with the Agent. This is Captain Dust, Artifact Broker. At the start of a player's turn, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to reveal the top 2 cards of the exploration deck that matches a planet they control. They gain any relic fragments that they revealed and discard the rest. So unlike their faction tech that allows them to take relic fragments, they can use their faction ability to look at them, and if they see any, they can dig into that in order to take them. Of course, you can use this for another player, but I don't really see why you would do that, unless Nazroka is paying you for it. The commander, Kato Samakar, the coordinator, unlocks when you have 4 relic fragments. It satisfies a blue tech prerequisite, and also, when you retreat, if the active system does not contain one of your command tokens, you do not place a command token in the system your ship's retreated to. So yes, this does really help with retreating, which is great, but that blue technology prerequisite is also going to allow you to get the Shrouded Skirmishers technology. This is a really nice faction for just working together with all of the pieces. Next up is the hero, Duran Griffin the Collector, and also gives you the Shadowcaster Stealth Expedition ability, which is an action. Draw a number of relic cards up to an amount equal to the number of players in the game. Choose 1 to gain and return the rest to the relic deck. Then shuffle the deck and purge this card. Being able to look at up to 6 or possibly even 8 in really large games, number of relics, and take the one that you need can even be game winning. This is a kind of weak hero on paper, but the actual card that you end up getting might just be exactly what you need. And finally, the Faction Promissory Note, AI Survey, allows them to look at the top card of any of the exploration decks, and then look at the top card of the relic deck, and then return it to the collect player, just like the Treasure Hunter's faction ability. So a mix of both a theme of relics and a little bit of capturing units and moving them around to where you need them. This is a super interesting faction. There's nothing inherently crazy about the mechanics here, but getting things exactly where you need, when you need them, will be really kind of difficult, I think.
Kortali, they started out as being sort of, in blue space, they were adjacent to Sardak and being this sort of hive mind invaders because they were built around that warfare ability where they can follow, when they do the secondary ability of warfare, they can instead do the primary. So it just seemed on brand for them. They, with Prophecy of Kings, they got assigned the Psychoarchaeology and Plasma Scoring tech specialty set, or the technology, starting technology. So they ended up having a lot more of that relic seeker, legendary planet angle. And I didn't realize it until ANCAT pointed it out to me at one point that, you know, there's a lot of jokes about them being the British Museum of Twilight Imperium, and that they're just going around being posh knights fighting everybody for their historical artifacts. Not that I'm saying that that's the real world equivalent, but that's the joke.
Let's look at another really cool faction with one of my favorite faction symbols of the entire expansion, the Kortali Tribunal. This knight-looking faction starts with 2 carriers, 1 cruiser, 2 fighters, 4 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS, which is a really nice start. They also get plasma scoring and psychoarchaeology to begin, which is a kind of interesting mix, to be honest. They also have a fairly poor system to begin, with Ogden being a 2-0 planet and Birthkull being a 1-3 planet. They do have 3 commodities though, which helps them make up for it just a little bit by being on the average level. The expansion considers them a low complexity, so let's check them out. As far as their faction abilities go, we start with Zealous. When you spend a command token to resolve the secondary ability of the Warfare strategy card, you may resolve the primary ability instead. This is actually an amazing ability. Yes, sometimes the secondary of Warfare can be almost as strong as the primary, but being able to do the primary whenever you need is such a helpful ability. Now, remember, you are at the will of the player that's actually playing the Warfare strategy card, but you can always plan ahead of them by grabbing something lower than 6. They also have the ability Ruthless. At the start of a ground combat on an exhausted planet you did not control, you may place 1 hit and assign it to one of your opponent's ground forces on that planet. This helps them take planets a little bit easier, but isn't quite as flexible as that Zealous ability. It is nice though. Let's jump to their flagship. This is the Magistrate, which is a cost of 8, a 5x2 combat, a movement of 1, and capacity 3, but it has sustained damage and bombardment 3 as well. It also gives you the ability, after you win a space combat in this system, you may have the ship become damaged to gain a command token. That is crazy. You can just essentially spend half of your ship's life, after you win of course, in order to grab a command token. This doesn't even proc direct hit either, because you don't actually get damaged from anything else, you just choose to damage it by yourself. As long as you don't have to fight with that ship, or aren't counting on it in order to win the fight, then getting the command token is almost always worth it. That is essentially 2 different ways already in order to save a command token. Very, very interesting. Now, moving on to the mech. This is the Justicar, or Justicar. It's a 2 cost and 5 combat mech, which is 1 lower than most. It gives you sustained damage and surprisingly planetary shield, which lets you hold planets. It also says this unit cannot lose its planetary shield, which is just absolutely crazy. It's nothing fancy, just stronger, and helps you hold things better. Now remember, as we move into the faction tech, they started with a red and a green. Their first faction tech is Tempest Drive, which is a 2 green prerequisite. After you win a combat in a system, you may exhaust this card to remove a command token from that system. Again, another way to do warfare. This is absolutely getting insane, and they're so flexible. Then as we move on to Deliverance Engine, the prerequisites are 2 red. Seeing a pattern? Once per space combat, after one of your non-fighter ships is destroyed, you may produce a hit and assign it to one of your opponent's non-carrier ships. Again with the pattern of being able to remove command tokens, but also being able to produce more hits than normal. It's a pretty simple but straightforward and powerful concept. And we haven't even gotten to their leaders yet, which, speaking of which, their agent is Queen Luceria, Atonement and Punishment. It's an ability that reads, when a player wins a ground combat, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to take 1 relic fragment from their opponent, at random, if able. This could operate very similar to the Kollec Society, but is more of a forceful taking of it instead of a forced trade. You do have to win a ground combat, which means you have to take a planet. But with the mechs, that doesn't seem so unfeasible. Then their commander, Queen Lorena, Compassion and Destruction. It unlocks when you destroy the last of a player's units in a system, and then, during the first round of any combat, you may cancel 1 hit produced against your units. That includes space and ground combat. I can actually imagine you unlocking the commander before actually using your agent for the first time, but the commander then would immediately help with the agent as well. The hero, Queen Nadalia, Life and Death, unlocks when you have 3 scored objectives and gives you the ability Calling of the Queens, Mother Goddesses. When you win a combat, you may purge this card to choose and take up to one of your opponent's relics. Then for each planet you control that is a legendary planet or has a tech specialty, gain a command token. So the relic ability may or may not actually happen because they might not have any relics, but this could absolutely assist you with gaining more command tokens and being able to just buff up for the next round, especially if you pass immediately after this. You could plan for it this round, or just get a big boost of strength for later in the game. All in all, a super straightforward faction, and we're going to end off with their faction promissory note. This is Blessing of the Queen. It's an action. You place this card face up in your play area and remove one of your command tokens from the game board. At the start of the status phase, return this card to the Kortali player. So they are able to hand off a half warfare card to somebody else. This is one of those promissory notes that every person is going to be looking at to purchase. Overall, I love the Kortali Tribunal. I love how simple they are, and I love that they can give that extra little bit of power out to other players, but forcefully take most of their stuff from their enemies. This faction would be an amazing way to get into the Discordant Stars factions without getting overwhelmed.
Alright, I've got the Li-Zho Dynasty.
Yeah, so the LZD are another one of my factions. We were just talking about, or we have talked about some of the jokes in the set. The big one here is that they're a trap-based faction. So we're trying to think of a color combination that fit them. Obviously, we're just going to shamelessly steal from Yu-Gi-Oh! For the trap card joke. So the Yu-Gi-Oh! Brown and tan is throughout their faction. And like I said, their big mechanic is those traps. They place traps on planets that aren't fun to go and activate. And their fighters have bombardment because that just was an ability that I didn't want to lose because it's so fun in the game when it's there.
They remind me of that trap placing. You ever played Scythe?
Yeah. Yep, they're heavily inspired by the Togawa from Scythe.
Togawa.
They have a lot of trap movement effects, a lot of weird stuff going on with that. The Feint trap is another one of my favorite little cheeky cards in the game. Because it's a trap that can be revealed at any time, and it does nothing.
You're kind of like the Corvids in Root. They have like one that barely does anything. It's just like a bluff.
I'll admit I've never played Root, but that makes sense because you need those bluffs for the mind games. They're so much fun.
Yeah.
Inspired by a lot by input from someone I care about in my life, who's one of my best friends, and insists that the best way to play the faction is to not know what traps are on the planet until it's time to activate them. And so they'll shuffle the trap deck at the start of the game and just put them down at random, and they'll use all the abilities to move traps to again move them around at random. Absolutely chaotic.
Yeah. Just like what? You can't blame me for something bad happening to you. I didn't even know what it was.
We're all in this together.
Yeah.
The Li-Zho start with 2 carriers, a destroyer, 3 fighters, 4 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. Again, with that 2C4I, and even a destroyer to help you out, this is a great positioning faction right off the bat. On top of this, you get the Animass Deflectors technology, which is great, as well as Psychoarchaeology, which lends into its faction abilities just a little bit. The starting planets are Pax, Ves, and Kyr. Pax is a 1-2, Ves is a 0-1, and Kyr is a 2-0, which is pretty poor considering you have to protect 3 planets, and their complexity rating is considered high, so you might have kind of a hard time if you're jumping right into this faction. Fortunately, their commodity value is the average 3, which of course is nice. Their first faction ability is Cunning. After you perform a tactical action in a system, you may attach 1 trap card from your reinforcements to a planet in that system that contains 1 or more of your infantry units. We're going to talk about the trap cards in just a moment, but let's move on to Subterfuge here for a second. Trap attachments are attached face down and remain hidden until revealed. You may look at trap attachments at any time. You do not count trap attachments toward fulfilling objectives. So your infantry specifically, your infantry are leaving these traps on planets. This works kind of similar to the first faction we talked about with a whole nother deck of cards. So before we go anywhere, let's talk about that deck of cards now. There are 5 of these trap cards, 1 of each. They all start with the word trap and then a sub-name for them. After they're attached by those infantry, they have different ways of revealing them and different areas that they actually get revealed in, and then they have a different ability that actually happens when they're revealed. So they kind of work like action cards that are specifically attached to a single planet. Let's start off with the first one, the Interference Grid. While this card is attached, you may reveal it at the start of a space combat in the system. Then you choose a player, apply -1 to each of that player's combat rolls during the space combat. So this one isn't too crazy, but it is consistent. Let's move on to minefields. This reads, when a card is attached, you may reveal this card after a player commits one or more infantry to the planet. You destroy up to 2 of that player's infantry on the planet. Moving on to Account Siphon. When this card is attached, you may reveal this card after a player gains control of the planet. Take up to 2 trade goods or 3 commodities from that player. The next one is Gravitic Inhibitor. When this card is attached, you may reveal this card after a player activates this system. Until the end of this tactical action, that player cannot move more ships than 1 fewer than their fleet supply limit into the system. So it basically forces them to move less than what they could normally move. Then we have Feint. When this card is attached, you may reveal it at any time. You immediately return it to your reinforcements. Otherwise, other than the Feint card, they all are removed from the planet at the end of the tactical action that they're revealed in. So, you essentially can be the Corvid Conspiracy from Root, and place these where people don't know exactly when or how it's going to happen, so they don't know what to actually bring into the system. But they all have something to do with bringing things in and trying to take the planet that the trap is on, which would make enough sense. There is actually a 6th trap called Saboteurs, but it does have a note on it that says it's an optional component for groups which prefer to have stronger traps. It might take a little bit of kick away from the faction, so if you're okay with it, just go ahead and give it to them. It reads, when this card is attached, you may reveal it at any time. You choose a non-carrier unit in the system. If it's not damaged and has the sustained damage ability, it becomes damaged. Otherwise, destroy that unit. Then you immediately return it to your reinforcements. This could be an interesting one for if they moved in and you never activated it, or revealed it rather, this could scare them into thinking it might be the Saboteur's trap, and get their ships out of there. But let's look at the faction-specific units, starting with the Heavy Bomber 1, which is the Fighter. It has a cost of 1 × 2 as normal with a combat value of 9, as normal, but it has the Bombardment 9 ability, which is pretty cool to have on a fighter, to be honest. I'm imagining a TIE bomber. It upgrades with a green and a blue technology prerequisite, which remember, you start with a green and a blue, so you essentially just have to be able to use the technology card. It still has a 1 × 2 cost, but it moves down to an 8 combat, as normal, and gets a 2 movement that says this unit may move without being transported. Fighters in excess of your ship's capacity count against your fleet pool, which is also pretty normal. And then it has a bombardment value of 8 instead of 9. Just overall, a good, cheap way to get better bombers into systems. This is a nice way to help you place your traps by actually being able to take the planets. Next up is the flagship, the Silence of Stars. It's an 8 cost, 5 × 2 flagship with movement of 1 and capacity of 3. Not bad, but pretty slow. The abilities have sustained damage, and this unit can only be destroyed by an uncancelled hit being assigned to it. I honestly had a little bit of a hard time understanding this ability at first, but I believe it works with things like Assault Cannon, that basically you cannot destroy it using any straight-up destroy ability. You actually have to fight it. Next is their mech, Orozin Elite. It's a 2 cost, 6 combat, sustained damage mech, like normal, but it also gets the ability, at the start of your turn, you can remove a trap attachment from the game board and attach it to this planet, or swap anyone with one on this planet. So kind of even more like the Corvid Conspiracy, you can actually move them around, never allowing anybody to predict your next move. Now next up we have the Wraith Engine, which is a faction tech with 2 blue prerequisites. It reads, after you activate a non-home system, you may exhaust this card to choose 1 ship you control. You may treat that ship as an adjacent ship to the active system until the end of this tactical action. It essentially allows you, once per round, you can move 1 ship anywhere. Very interesting. I'm not totally in love with this faction, but the leaders are pretty cool, and they give a new light to the whole faction. Starting with the Agent, which is Vasra Evo Intelligence Officer. The ability reads, at the end of a player's turn, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to place 2 fighters from their reinforcements in a space area of a system that contains 1 or more of their ships. Just a little bit of bonus fighters. The commander, Doomtathu, Ruthless Strategist, unlocks when you have 4 trap attachments on the game board. It reads, during a round of combat in which no more than 1 of your non-fighter ships or 1 of your infantry is participating, you may choose 1 of your units in that combat to roll an additional combat die. Now remember, that triggers every single combat round, which is interesting, because if you only actually have one ship and it keeps surviving combat rounds, it could keep rolling more dice. Now, the hero is the really interesting one. This is Kaz-Rin, Li-Zho Empress. After getting 3 scored objectives, it unlocks the ability Star's Razor. As an action, you may attach or remove and attach each trap card to a planet on the game board. Place a total of up to 12 fighters in any number of systems that contain 1 or more planets with trap attachments and no other player's ships. Then purge this card. So before you use this, you're going to want to upgrade to Heavy Bomber 2, because otherwise the fighters are just going to blow up when they get places because there's no capacity in the system. But thankfully, it's really easy to upgrade to it. After you do that, this is just like a huge wave of fighters. 12 is pretty crazy to just place in random spots. But the real power comes from moving a trap to any planet on the game board. That doesn't have to be your own planets, which is really interesting because it's the opposite of how the actual faction ability works. Now, the faction promissory note is the last thing and has to do with fighters as well. It's called Trusted Counselor. At the start of space combat that you're participating in, you may place up to 2 fighters from your reinforcements into the space area of the active system, then return this card to the Li-Zho player. This is essentially just the agent in promissory note form. Overall, this faction is not necessarily for me, but it definitely is really interesting, and the same types of people that like playing those hidden mechanic factions will love the Li-Zho. It only makes sense that they exist, because nearly every game like this has a secret kind of objectives and trap type faction.
The next one is the L'tak Khrask.
Yeah, L'tak Khrask are their big theme is that they're lithoids, they're rock people. They're actually crystals that surround themselves with rocks. So they have a bunch of abilities that play into that. They cast votes using the resource values of planets. They get they're kind of they got this druidic theme to them. Like standard fantasy druids, so they are gardeners that their worlds get better the more if they're left alone. They also have a theme where they fling themselves at planets as part of bombardment. So when you bombard a planet, you can replace those. You can cancel your own hits to instead put infantry on the planet, like you're flinging your dudes from space. I love them. They have some of my favorite visual assets out of the entire set.
Cool.
I love that tubby mountain of a man.
Yeah, the hero.
Yeah.
We have one of my favorite factions in the entire expansion, the L'tak Khrask. This is a faction that does a lot with the planets and not a lot with the actual ships up in the sky. We're going to see a really interesting starting fleet. Wait until we actually talk about the faction abilities and the faction specific units before you start to freak out. They start with 3 cruisers, 1 fighter, 3 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. They have the space dock there to have some kind of capacity in the system, but there's nothing, as we can see, that actually moves anything around the board. Now, hold off, because it will make sense in a moment. The starting technologies are Scanlink Drone Network and Plasma Scoring. No blue technology, but having these 2 plus a green will help us out a lot later on, as we'll see. We also have the starting planet Boldur, which is very funny, but also it's a 3 resource and 4 influence planet. The 4 influence is going to seem kind of high for these big monstrous creatures, but that will also come with a caveat that we'll read in the first faction ability in just a moment. The complexity rating is moderate for these guys, and the commodities, once we flip to the front, are only 2. Which means that they're not going to be the best trading faction. Moving on to their faction abilities, we have Lithoids. During the agenda phase, the number of votes you cast is instead equal to the combined resource values of the planet that you exhaust. Instead of using influence to vote, you're going to use the resource values, which is going to be helped out by this next ability, Garden Worlds. Apply +1 to the resource values of your planets that do not contain any ground forces, and that includes your own. As long as you have 0 ground forces on planets, the resource values during any phase of the game is going to increase. Finally, we have Meteor Slings, which is a great way to take planets. It reads, when your units use bombardment against a planet another player controls, you may cancel any number of hits you produce to place that many infantry from your reinforcements onto the planet. Those units participate in ground combat if able. So instead of actually destroying any infantry or sustaining any damage on mechs down on the planet of your opponents, you can force them down there to punch them in the face instead. We're going to jump directly to the faction-specific unit, the Shattered Sky. This is the cruiser, and it's going to make a lot of sense as to why we only start with 3 cruisers instead of carriers. It has a 2 cost, 7 combat, movement of 2, and a capacity of 1, which is great. It also has bombardment 8. Because we start with both 3 cruisers and 3 infantry, 3 planets are ours in the very first round of the game. This Shattered Sky upgrades to the Shattered Sky 2 with a prerequisite of 1 yellow, 1 red, and 1 green. What this does is it decreases the combat down to 6, which is awesome, and the movement up to 3, and the capacity up to 2. It also makes the bombardment 6 instead of 8. Just overall, an amazing unit. Having only a 2-cost unit with 2 capacity that can move 3, basically take any planets you need almost anywhere on the board, is fantastic. The only downside is that you don't have any blue technology in order to get this, which means you'll have to go into blue separately in order to get things like Lightwave to make this really great. Moving on to the flagship, it is the Splintering Gale. It costs 8, has a higher 7x2 combat, and only a movement of 1 with 3 capacity. It does have sustained damage, but it comes with the ability, at the start of space combat in the system, choose up to 2 non-fighter ships to gain sustained damage until the end of the combat. I think the idea is that you're using this to protect your Shattered Skies, because they're going to be essentially your version of the carrier. Now you can do this to any ship, of course, but I think that's the idea. Finally, for their faction-specific units, we have the mech, with the Megalith. It's a 2-cost, 6-combat, sustained damage mech, with units other than your mechs do not make combat rolls during the first round of ground combat on this planet. So essentially, your mechs get first strike. You're able to do an entire round of combat where only your mechs are fighting. Now, this doesn't count as your infantry, so only your mechs are fighting, but getting even a single hit in on the first round is great. Moving to their faction technology, this is Stone's Embrace. It has 2 green prerequisites, again pushing you away from the blue, which you're going to have to make that decision at some point. It reads, when you would spend a token from your strategy pool, you may exhaust a planet you control to spend a token from your reinforcements instead. This is the ability that makes this faction cool. Anytime you spend a token from your strategy pool, especially including the secondaries of strategy cards, you can just exhaust planets to essentially pay some kind of combination of resources and influence to just keep placing them from your reinforcements. It gives you a weird version of leadership that you can kind of do whenever you need, split up throughout the round. This is honestly one of my favorite faction technologies in the entire game, and I want to play these over and over and over just because of this. The leaders start with the agent, Udash Bertal Grovetender. He reads, when a player would spend influence, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to spend the resources of one non-home planet they control as influence, in addition to its influence. Now let's say that you had a 2 influence and 4 resource planet. You could actually get 2 command tokens off of that from the leadership strategy card because of this ability. Crazy. This kind of works as a one-time use of the Xjaw hero from the Codex. Now the commander is Hktok Tokol, the Crystal Druid. It unlocks when you win a ground combat on a planet you do not control, which doesn't seem too overly difficult, and does give you the ability, at the start of an invasion in a system that contains 1 or more planets, you may place an infantry unit from your reinforcements in that system's space area if you have unused capacity in that system. So before you commit anything, you can basically just spawn an infantry to be able to take the planet easier. The hero is Vel Takar. This unlocks when you have 3 scored objectives and gives you the ability Crystal Chorus Worlds Awaken. It's an action. You can purge this card to choose up to 4 planets, exhaust or ready each of those planets. So the idea is you can split this up in between yours and other players' planets in order to perfectly ready anything that you need, including with the ability to use it with the Stone's Embrace technology, and a combination of other people's planets that they were counting on in order to get some kind of objective or something else. This can be either really, really mean or just super beneficial to you. And the hero is kind of just there in case you need to use that faction tech when you really need to use it. Finally, we'll talk about the faction promissory note, which is Stone Speakers. During a tactical action, when you produce one or more hits during a bombardment roll, for each hit you produced, you may instead place 1 infantry from your reinforcements on the planet being bombarded. Then return this card to the Lotok Khrask player. It's essentially one-time use of meteor slings, which is one of those ones that you may or may not actually get to sell to another player, depending on what's needed. Overall, I love this faction. I think it's very interesting how they can take planets and hold them in a pretty simple way. And as long as they don't have anything on the planet and take that to another place and leave the planet unguarded, you get the Garden Worlds ability. Just crazy. And that Stone's Embrace faction tech sounds like so much fun.
This one is basically Aronach said he wanted a faction that had mobile PDS, and that is a nightmare to balance. So everything sort of stemmed from the design restrictions of trying to balance mobile PDS in Twilight Imperium. So again, their big hit is that their PDS fly around like SAR space docks. They have limitations on firing adjacent because that's hard to balance when you can move your PDS around like ships. But they make up for it with some of their tech access and a variety of their other abilities, including their commander that kind of shortcuts the restriction on adjacency firing. It also thematically there was this lore that the people of the Mirveda Protectorate don't actually fight. It's all done by a robot intelligence or artificial intelligence. So they actually have transformer infantry and fighters that just fly back and forth and can reconfigure themselves as needed.
Next up, we have the Mirveda Protectorate, which use PDS and fighters in really interesting ways that are completely different to how everybody else uses them. Let's check it out. We have 2 carriers, 1 cruiser, 5 fighters, 2 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS to start. You may notice right away that there are 5 fighters, which makes up a really decent shield for their starting fleet, but only 2 infantry. This is not as big of a problem as it seems, and we'll understand that when we go through the faction abilities. They're starting tech here first, which is AI Development Algorithm. This will help them get closer to the unit upgrades that they'll need. And it's in red, which helps them out when it comes to getting their unit upgrade, that is their faction unit upgrade, which we'll talk about again in just a little bit. They have 2 starting planets. This is Aldra and Beata, a 2-3 and a 2-1 planet respectively. That 2-3 is really not too bad because it gets you an entire command counter round 1. And instead of that, if you want to use it for 4 resources between the 2, it's really not too bad either. I would say this is a pretty flexible starting system. When we flip it over, the commodities are at 3, so that's nice that they get to keep up with the trade meta with the average. Now here's where it gets really interesting, which is the faction abilities. Both of them completely change the way PDS and fighters are used respectively. Let's look at privileged citizenry first. It reads, each system can contain a number of your PDS equal to the number of command tokens in your fleet pool. For the purpose of scoring objectives, you may treat each of your PDS units as though it is a structure on any planet you control. So, basically, you're allowed to create as many PDS in a single system as you'd like as long as you keep your fleet pool high, and you don't fall behind on the structure objectives if you do so. But why would you care about how many PDS are in a system and not just on a planet specifically? We'll talk about that in just a moment when we get to the actual PDS there. Let's cover combat drones. It reads, your space docks cannot produce infantry. At the start of invasion, you may replace each of your fighters in the active system with 1 infantry unit. During invasion, your infantry in the space area of the active system don't count against your ship's capacity. So essentially, you're able to transform your fighters into ways to actually take planets and commit them during invasion as infantry. This is really interesting because it basically means why not create fighters, because they can assist up in the sky and also come down onto the ground if you need them to. It almost seems like the 5 fighters and 2 infantry that they start with could have just been 7 fighters instead if you didn't actually need them to sit on the planets in your home system. Now let's go over their faction-specific units first, starting with the Gauss Cannon, which is their faction-specific PDS. Now, it doesn't have any sort of cost or combat or capacity value. However, it has a move value, which is specifically interesting with them, which means that the PDS itself can move across the board. It's specified with the ability here. This unit is placed in the space area instead of on a planet. This unit can move and retreat as if it were a ship. This unit can be blockaded. If it is blockaded, it is destroyed. So essentially, this is exactly the same way that the SAR use their floating factories, which is their version of the space dock, but the Gauss cannon is for PDS instead. It also comes with not only Space Cannon 6, but also Bombardment 6 as well, which is a really interesting way to use a PDS, pointed towards the ground. This also explains why we care about having PDS in specific systems, utilizing the Privileged Citizen refaction ability. Now, the Gauss cannon does upgrade, with both a red and a yellow technology prerequisite, which is why the AI development algorithm was so important at the beginning. It uses a capacity value of 1 now instead of 0, and its movement goes from 1 to 2, which is great. It has the same text, but its space cannon and bombardment move down from 6 to 4, which is also crazy. Being able to move your PDS up to 2 and still having them count towards objectives is really interesting. Now let's move on to the flagship, called the Nexus. It has a cost of 8, a really poor combat value of 9 times 2, a movement of 1, and a capacity of 3, which is all pretty low in my opinion. It does have sustained damage, which is nice, but the ability really makes it, and that's after each round of space combat in the system, place 1 fighter from your reinforcements in this system. So an average space combat usually lasts of at least 2 or 3 rounds of space combat, so getting a couple of free fighters every time you bring the Nexus in, which can act as infantry, remember, when you actually go to invasion, is really pretty interesting. I wouldn't say it's necessarily crazy powerful, but even if you make them to be destroyed to protect itself, it's still not too bad. It almost works kind of mathematically as if you get sustained damage back after every combat round. The Javelin is also really interesting, which is their mech. 2 cost, 6 combat sustained damage as normal, but for every 2 unit upgrade technologies you own, apply +1 to the result of this unit's combat rolls. Now remember, AI development algorithm allows you to get more and more unit upgrade technologies. AI dev is not always the most interesting tech to research, but starting with it really throws you into the loop of getting more and more unit upgrades for something like this ability. Now, there was one thing that was missing from the PDS that normal PDS usually have when they're upgraded, and that's Planetary Shield. But let's move on to the faction technology to see how we actually receive that. This is Orbital Defense Grid, a 2-red prerequisite technology, which, of course, is pretty decently easy to get once we move up with our starting tech. It reads, at the start of an invasion, choose up to 1 unit you control in the active system. That unit gains Planetary Shield. When a player commits a unit to land on a planet you control, you may exhaust this card to destroy that unit. Remember, the secondary ability does not stop the first ability from happening. Even if you exhaust it, it still is allowed to happen. And that secondary ability destroys a single unit. If a person puts 3 infantry to commit on a planet, you only get to exhaust this to destroy 1, but you do get to pick which one it is. If one of them is a mech and 2 are an infantry, you could choose to destroy the mech. This is their way of getting Planetary Shield back in any system during the start of any invasion. They can't have PDS on planets because they're in the skies, but this can give it to any unit, which means you could give it to an infantry or a mech in order to protect the system from bombardment. Let's move on to the agent, which loves unit upgrades. This is Logic Machina, weapons development. After a player gains a unit upgrade technology, which remember could be yourself, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to spend 1 command token from their strategy pool to research 1 technology of the same color as any one of that unit upgrade's prerequisites. This is where the technology really comes into play. Remember, unit upgrade technologies don't have a color, so that's why it specifies that it's the unit upgrade's prerequisites that you research 1 technology of. That means that you can't upgrade a second unit upgrade technology because of the first one. It has to be a normal technology that comes from the unit upgrades. You basically get to do 1 of each. But that essentially makes it that you can not only get their PDS, but also their faction tech in the same round if you have enough. Really, really interesting ability. And I like the commander just as much. Let's move on to it. The commander is Assault Machina, Delta Shield. It unlocks when you own 2 unit upgrade technologies, which in my opinion should be pretty quick. It reads, during movement, for each infantry you transport, you may replace that unit with 1 fighter. You may use the space cannon of one of your units against units that are adjacent to that unit's system. So not only does this give you the classic Space Cannon 2 ability in order to fire to adjacent systems, but also allows you to go the other way from your original faction ability, so you can move infantry into fighters instead of only fighters into infantry. You can go back and forth. Really, really flexible. Finally, we have the hero, which is Wrath Machina, AI Mainframe. When you get 3 scored objectives, it unlocks the ability Door's Hammer, Peace at Last. As an action, you can place up to 3 PDS from your reinforcements on planets you control and choose a system. Your PDS units may use their space cannon on ships in that system and bombardment against units on one planet in that system. Then purge this card. So anywhere on the game board that you need a massive amount of firepower coming down onto, you can choose a system after placing your PDS units and then bombard that planet like crazy. Finally, we have their faction promissory note, which is Rapid Assembly. At the start of your turn, you may move 2 PDS units you control to a planet you control. Then return this card to the Mirveda player. This is a super nice way that you can get your PDS into exactly where you need them. Trading this off into a player that you're not actually trying to take their planets would be great for a little bit of cash. I really like the Mirveda Protectorate. They're weird with being an AI faction, but it's really, really interesting how they actually planned it out.
So this one is another one by CUSA. Didn't want to lose some of these thematic ideas from Blue Space, but also wanted to, this one I think is more built on like if you've seen the movie Annihilation and the shimmer in that movie, there's a lot of, their whole theme is that they're incorporeal like the Ghosts of Krios, and they learn by copying and mimicking other factions that they come into contact with. So their big thing is prior to, in defensive combat, they can just spend influence to replicate what's coming at them. And they have a number of abilities that build on that sort of mirroring, illusory nature.
And it looks like their home system is a nebula.
Yes, they did steal the Veldyr's nebula from them. It seemed a little much to have more than one.
Now, this faction thematically is kind of these hidden away, strange, elemental radioactive creatures from a nebula tucked away in a weird part of wormhole space. They kind of act as somewhere in between of a Ghost of Krios and the Empyrean, which is interesting and plays out in some of their abilities. They do operate like a normal faction though, with starting units and all that, so let's check it out. We have 1 Dreadnought, 1 Carrier, 1 Destroyer, 2 Fighters, 3 Infantry, and a Space Dock. Only 1 Carrier, but the Dreadnought does have capacity, so not too terrible. Their starting technologies is, of course, Dark Energy Tap, which makes sense thematically, but also Sarween Tools, which helps them make things a little bit cheaper. Their starting planets are Baiheo and Impero, which is a 3-0 and a 0-3 planet respectively. Their starting system is also a nebula. Just like the Empyrean, they start in a nebula, which actually makes it pretty decently easy to protect their home system, because it gives them an extra bonus on combat rolls when someone comes in to take their planets. Having a 3-0 and a 0-3 also makes decisions really easy as to where to use them during the action phase. Now, as we flip it over, we notice that the commodities are 3, which is kind of weird for such a fancy, freaky faction, but at least they can keep up with trade meta and all of that. And their faction ability is where we start to get kind of this weirdness going on. The first one is called Facsimile, which if you don't know, that translates essentially into like an exact replica or making a copy of something, which I had to look up before we actually started. It reads, at the start of a space combat when you are the defender, you may spend influence equal to the cost value of one of your opponent's ships in the active system to place 1 unit of that type from your reinforcements in that system. So you get to create a copy using influence of somebody else's ship that they brought in order to protect yourself, which could make it pretty difficult to take your systems. Imagine getting Mechatol Rex. That makes something like their flagship pretty decent to create. Their second ability is also Illusory Presence. It reads, during the agenda phase, after another player casts votes, you may exhaust up to 2 planets you control. That player casts an additional number of votes equal to 1 more than the combined influence values of those planets. So you can kind of change your vote and match it to another player, using that influence again in a weird way to create copies of something already in the game. I'm starting to sense a pattern here, and you will too as we continue to go through the abilities. Now, the weirdest one of their abilities comes next in the flagship. This is Particle Sieve. An 8-cost, 7x2 combat, 1 movement, and 3 capacity flagship with sustained damage, which isn't too amazing, but it's better than the last one we looked at. However, after you activate the system that it's in, if it does not contain any planets, you may place a frontier token in this system. This is a weird ability, and I had to ask the homebrew community specifically if it worked the way I thought it worked, which is after you activate the system, you can place the frontier token and then immediately explore it in the same action. So essentially, as the flagship moves across the board, it continuously creates more frontier tokens to keep exploring and run through the frontier deck. This is a great way to get to things like Gamma Wormholes and Mirage and things like that. The better, crazier abilities from the frontier deck, and even with the Codex, the better cards in the frontier deck that were added. Honestly, I think the flagship is worth its cost, just to continue to do this and farm that deck. Next up is the mech. 2-cost, 6 combat, sustained damage mech called Dih-Mohn that gives this ability when a player commits 1 or more units to a planet you control adjacent to this system, you may swap this unit with one of your infantry on that planet. This is weird and situational and okay. Being able to swap and protect it better is great, but this mech isn't any inherently better than the normal mech, so take it as you will. Next we get into the faction technologies, starting with fractal plating, and this is another weird way that they copy things. It has 2 red prerequisites and gives you the ability, after a unit you control in a system is destroyed, you may exhaust this card to place 1 unit of that type from your reinforcements in the space area of a system adjacent to that system that contains 1 or more of your ships. So essentially, after something blows up, it can show up from your reinforcements in an adjacent system. So it can't continue to assist in that combat, but it can come back in later, let's say if you use the Warfare card to remove your token and place it back in. Really interesting and can save you a lot of cash if you lose something like your flagship or a War Sun, which might be something that you'd like to get, because the next technology is Fabrication Grid, which gets 2 yellow. So let's say that you get both of these faction techs, you're already 2 red and 2 yellow, and you might as well get War Suns. Anyway, Fabrication Grid says each system that contains 1 or more of your ships and no planets gains production 2 as if it were a unit you control. So the system itself is producing things, not your units, but systems that contain 1 or more of your ships but no planets. So essentially you're just creating things out of thin air. This is weird and again situational, but it's kind of like having a forward dock that you don't actually need to use the construction card to place. Next up are the 3 leaders, which represent the 3 different colors of this radioactive space that's coming through the portals. We'll start with the agent, which is Walik, dull green. When a player produces 1 or more units in a system, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to place 1 of the produced units in the space area of an adjacent system that does not contain another player's ships. This is perfectly fine and gives you some free ways to do some weird positioning and even treat it as kind of like a pre-movement, but you'll have to really know what you're doing in order to use this effectively. Next up is their commander, which is Komat, vibrant blue. It unlocks when you have ships in 3 systems not adjacent to or including your home system. So you have to explore out into deep space in order to unlock your commander. But it does give you the ability, at the start of space combat when you are not the active player, choose 1 of your non-fighter ships in the active system to gain sustained damage until the end of the combat. So as long as you're defending, you get to sustain some damage, which can also help you protect, just like a lot of these abilities. Finally is their hero, which is Bayan, deep magenta. When you unlock 3 scored objectives, it gives you the ability Weavelink Replicator 2x2. As an action, you can purge this card to choose one ship you control in each system. For each of those units, you may place one unit of that type from your reinforcements in the space area of that unit system if able. This is a bombshell of an ability. Let's say that you spread out so thin that a lot of systems have only 1 or 2 ships in them. That means that you're at least getting a 50% increase in your ships that you actually have on the board, if not almost doubling them. Now, let's say that you have a War Sun out on the board like I was talking about. That's boom, right there, just another War Sun in order to explore, destroy, do whatever you need. Now, that's the extreme scenario, but even just being able to produce a fighter, a destroyer, a cruiser, anything that you might start off with is already great. And finally, their faction promissory note, Secrets of the Weave, is an interesting one. At the start of space combat, when you are the defender, you may spend influence equal to the cost value of one of your opponent's ships in the active system to place one unit of that type from your reinforcements in that system. Then return this card to the Mortheus player. This essentially gives you a single use of the facsimile ability and kind of can run a little bit less than the cost of the unit that you'll actually be producing, which good luck figuring that out.
I've heard this next one being a lot of people's favorites. This is the Myko-Mentori.
Their big thing is that they pre-roll dice every round of the game. Thematically, this one was a bit of a torture process to get the lore hammered out, but thematically there are mushrooms that got trapped in a time bubble and experienced all of time. And then when they fell out of that time bubble in the present, they had been surviving by eating each other and consuming the memories of those they ate. They now actually remember all of time also through that process. So they have this weird mechanic where they remember the future, but it's not the best of memory sometimes, in part because they went a little insane while trapped. So they their mechanics in trying to work with Phil to get that lore to fit a mechanical faction. I came up with the I shouldn't say came up with, I stole it from D&D 5th edition, Divination Wizard, where you take dice, you pre-roll them, and then you can spend those rolls throughout the round as the game goes on.
That lore is really metal.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And it's part of why they have the hero they do, in that they, as time goes on, because like Phil was like, I want them to be kind of tripping on themselves a little bit. I'm like, that's great. I want necromancers because we don't have necromancers yet. Let's mash them together and see what we can come up with. And so their hero is just straight up we're going to copy the heroes that are no longer with us in this game. So they got a Yssaril agent, but it's for heroes.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Okay, it's time to talk about one of the weirdest factions in this entire expansion. This is what I love about the fan expansions. They just add the craziest mechanics. This faction is the Myko-Mentori, and is definitely one of the factions that players gravitate towards the most when they see this expansion. It'll start out normal, but once we get to the faction abilities, you're immediately going to have to take a step back and understand a whole new concept. Let's check it out. Their starting units are 2 carriers, 1 cruiser, 1 fighter, 6 infantry, and a space dock. That's an awesome start. I would love to start out with 6 infantry for every faction, please. But this is great. They also start out with predictive intelligence, which I believe is only really there to act as a kind of thematic way of explaining that they have some kind of future sight, similar to the Nomad. They also start out on the starting planet of Shihalaum, which is a 4-0 starting planet, which you might hate because there's 0 influence to start with, but I actually don't mind it because it makes decision points really kind of easy. Now, it's crazy that they consider this faction a complexity rating of low, but I kind of understand because it kind of plays itself in a way, as we'll see. When we flip over the sheet, it has a commodity value of only 1, but don't worry, that'll change very quickly. The first faction ability is called Prescient Memories. This is the weird one. It says you have 4 Omen dice. At the start of the strategy phase, roll all 4 Omen dice and place them near your faction sheet. Now, D&D players might kind of recognize this because you roll them at the beginning of the strategy phase and have them for the round, kind of like a Bardic Inspiration die would work or something similar in D&D. Now, these Omen dice are 10-sided, just like the normal dice that come with the game, but when you actually purchase the Discordant Stars expansion, it comes with 4 of these sparkly, interesting-looking dice. They're meant to be completely treated separate, so any abilities that would say to re-roll a die, if it's not specifically referencing an Omen die, you cannot re-roll an Omen die. This will go for a lot of the faction abilities that come on later, so remember, it has to specifically tell you to roll an Omen die or spend an Omen die to reference these dice, because they're different than the normal dice that come with the game, the black ones. The second ability is called Divination. It says before you would roll a die, you may instead return 1 Omen die near your faction sheet to your reinforcements to resolve that roll as if it had the result of that die. So, you essentially get to pick if you use the result that you roll on a normal die or change it with the result of one of your 4 Omen dice that you have. This is like the main ability of the faction. You basically get 4 of these dice at the beginning of the round and can choose what happens during the round because of the different dice that you'll roll, so you can kind of change and manipulate reality and change the future to your will. This can even happen during things like agendas, so all of you Ixthian artifact players out there, you kind of almost get to tell what's going to happen if you didn't use them during the action phase. Next we have the final ability, Necrophage. This is where it changes the commodities. It says apply +1 to the commodity value that you have for each space dock you control. After the first round of combat, gain 1 commodity or convert one of your commodities to a trade good. That second clause on there is just an interesting way to create kind of a internal economy, but the first clause is really what you're going to be paying attention to a lot of the time. So because you start with a space dock, your commodities actually kind of start with 2, but if that space dock ever got destroyed, you would go down to 1, of course. Now, speaking of space docks, let's jump into the Mycelium Ring, which is the faction-specific unit, the space dock. This space dock comes with the normal ability of Production X +2, which is the resource value of the planet, as all space docks do, but it also has Planetary Shield. This essentially means that your decision to make either a PDS or a space dock with the secondary of construction is made pretty easy, because most of the time you're going to build space docks. Not only do they have Planetary Shield built in, but also it's going to increase your commodity value as we saw earlier. They also, interestingly, have a deploy ability, which helps them get them out even quicker. It says when you gain control of a planet, you may replace 4 infantry on that planet with 1 space dock. And that's exactly why you start the game with 6 infantry, to give you this interesting idea, this interesting decision to make right off the bat to see if you want 2 space docks and to commit your commodity value all the way up to 3. Now, if you do this, you of course lose the 4 infantry permanently, unless you rebuild them, of course, with that same space dock later in the game. But it's an interesting decision point because technically they could start with 3 commodities like any other faction, or you can commit to a more self-monetary sort of necrophage type faction playstyle. Really interesting decision point. This Mycelium Ring upgrades, of course, with 2 yellow prerequisites. It keeps Planetary Shield, but the production ability goes up to X +5, which is 5 more than the resource value of the planet. That's a strong ability, but also the space dock gets the deploy ability turned down to 3 infantry instead of 4. Now, this is a tiny bit of difference, but it makes a huge difference when talking about the starting infantry that you start with and your ability to create things over the course of a game. Sure, yeah, if you only use it once, then you're only saving half a buck, but if you use it multiple times, that compounds over and over again. I don't know if that's necessarily worth upgrading to Mycelium Ring 2, but Mycelium Ring 1 is already really powerful, so just having Planetary Shield and that deploy ability is pretty decent already. Let's jump over to their flagship, which I'm going to completely butcher the name of. This is Cyclobia Carnix, I think? It has a cost of 8, a combat value of 7 times 2, which is alright, a poor movement value of 1, and capacity of 3 with sustained damage. Now, it does give you the ability, once per round of space combat when a non-fighter ship in the system is destroyed, you may gain 1 commodity. Now, this ability is okay, and it's hard to tell if it's actually going to be decent because you have to lose things or destroy things in order to gain these commodities. But what's nice is it happens at the beginning of every space combat round, and they get a way to transfer over their commodities to trade goods inherently with the Necrophage ability. So it's a decent economy multiplier, but not like anything crazy. It at least helps pay back the price of the flagship if you keep getting it into fight over fight over fight over fight over fight. Now, the mech is super interesting. It has a cost of 2, 6 combat, sustained damage, yada yada yada. It's called the Amandia Folded. After this unit is destroyed, roll a die. If the result is 6 or greater, place the unit on this card. At the start of your turn, you may replace 1 infantry you control with a unit that is on this card. So it has a 50% chance to come back and replace an infantry, which is kind of how Infantry 2 works, but I like this more because you can actually just bring it straight into the combat instead of having to place it back on your home system. Now let's move on to the faction tech, which is Psychoactive Armaments. It has 2 green prerequisites, which isn't at all what you start with, so this might be a little bit difficult to get into. But it gives you a pretty decent ability. After the opponent makes a combat roll, you may exhaust this card. If you do, for each of your units that did not produce a hit, you may re-roll that unit's combat roll. Any hits that rolls produced are produced against your opponent's units instead. So you can turn their units against themselves, which is really cool if you're going into sort of a fighter or carrier swarm with really poor rolls. But also you have to remember that if they're getting poor rolls, they will probably get poor rolls again. So this is up to you whether you get it or not. I'm not super interested right away, but I can imagine this probably comes out to a pretty net positive if you keep using it over and over again. The leaders are much more interesting than this faction tech, and I might be inclined to just ignore this in order to focus more on the sort of Omen Dice side of this faction. Speaking of Omen Dice, let's talk about the agent, which is Lactarius Indigo, the Omen Caller. The ability is, before a player rolls a die, you may instead exhaust this card and choose 1 Omen die near the Myko-Mentori player's faction sheet. Resolve that die roll as if it had the result of the Omen die. So remember, before a player rolls a die means it can be any player, including yourself. This can be not only used against your opponents to change their dice into something worse, which then works with the faction tech, of course, but doesn't exactly make that faction tech amazing. Anyway, you can also sell it to players that would pay you in order to protect their ships or pay you to produce a hit against a different opponent. You can kind of sit back and control the way that combats are going to work out, even if you're not involved in them. Now, the commander works a little bit more into the trade good commodity type portion of this faction. This is Amantia Muscaria, the Rampant Growth. Once you have 4 commodities on your faction sheet, it unlocks. Now, this means that you would have had to upgrade to have 3 space docks on the game board, of course, but then it gives you the ability, after another player produces 1 or more hits against your units during space combat, you can spend 1 commodity or trade good to cancel one of those hits. This is inherently better than the agent, but you do have to spend money to do it, so you can kind of change around combat all in the same way that you could kind of change it around with the agent, but more reliably. Now, the hero, I love this hero. This is great. It's called Coprinus Comatus, Necromancer. Once you have 3 scored objectives, it gives you the ability Soul Cage, Rise Again. Can I just say that that's a sick name for a hero? All of these heroes are named something really frickin' metal. It's awesome. Anyway, when another player's hero would be purged, instead attach it to this card. You may resolve this card as if it instead had the text of any single hero attached to it. When this card is purged, purge each of the attachments as well. So that doesn't really need more of an explanation. I kind of just sat with my mouth agape looking at this card, just imagining all of the crazy possibilities. Now, this is only technically as good as the best hero in the game, which could be poor, but you do get options. However, you have to wait for them to happen. I don't know, it's a back and forth of this is really good because there's more options, but it's kind of bad because it's under the guise of when the other heroes are used. Either way, it's just cool that you get to use another player's hero. Finally, let's talk about the faction promissory note, which is the gift of insight, and just a little bit of that reroll flavor in there. It's an action. Place this card face up in your play area. When this card is in your play area, once per turn, after you roll a die, you may re-roll that die. If you activate a system that contains one or more of your Myko-Mentori player's units, return this card to the Myko-Mentori player. So it's a little bit of that re-roll, but it does happen every single turn. This doesn't happen during the agenda phase or any other phase of the game, but when it's your turn, until you attack the Myko-Mentori, you just have this ability. Very, very cool, and one of the only ones that we've seen of this kind from this expansion. Overall, I've spent almost twice as long talking about the Myko-Mentori than any other faction before it, and that's for a reason, because I think they're super dope. I just want to point out specifically to Philroy and Tactic Blue, 2 thumbs up on this one. Very, very cool.
The Nivyn Star Kings have roots in the Navigators from Blue Space. They have a Nebula Rift token that they don't actually start with on the board, but a lot of their abilities play into. Their home system is a Gravity Rift. And so a lot of their abilities surround that sort of anomaly movements, manipulation, moving the wound token around the board. And then just because, again, sort of one of those things that it fit the theme and where we were playing, as we were playing the game, we're like, oh, it'd be really cool if they had this sort of mechanic. They are better when their units are damaged. So they end up, they have mechanics that make their ships stronger when they are damaged. And then their mechs become damaged to move the token around.
And their mechs can be upgraded.
Their mechs can be upgraded. So, and that was the BYR tech requirement there was a matter of hot debate at one point, but that's what ended up working best.
Specific tokens like the Titans have.
The wound token is just, it's one of my favorite things just in terms of what it can do to map geography. It's always fun when someone activates, a system and says they start moving ships and you say, wait, I'm going to put a nebula in your way and then we can have you resolve movement.
The Star Kings use an extra token called the Wound token, and they will place this token here and there about the board where they want it and where they can get the most use out of it. It's a single token that you'll add to your reinforcements during setup, and different game effects will tell you where to place it and where you can place it. They start with 1 carrier, 1 cruiser, 1 dreadnought, 3 fighters, 3 infantry, a mech, and a space dock. They're one of only a few factions that start with their mech, but they'll definitely want to put a little bit of investment into it, as we'll see in just a little bit. Having the single carrier and dreadnought with 3 infantry and a mech is pretty decent, actually, for starting. It's not the traditional start, but it's not so bad. They start with Dark Energy Tap and Plasma Scoring. Dark Energy Tap, I think, is the more helpful one here, especially because the Nivyn Star Kings do like to spread outwards pretty quickly. Their starting planet is Ellis, which is 3 resources and 3 influence. Now, as we look at this, it's also a gravity rift. So they get an immediate boost to speed right off the bat. And they don't even have to roll for it. We'll check that in a second. As we flip to the front, their commodities are 3, which does help them keep up with the trade meta. And let's check out their faction abilities. Their first one is Celestial Guides, and this is what I was talking about with their home system. Your units do not roll for gravity rifts. You may ignore the movement effects of anomalies in systems that contain or are adjacent to one or more of your structures. So no matter what, you're not going to roll for a gravity rift, but you also get the choice to ignore things 1 away from your home system to start, and then anywhere else that you place either a space dock or a PDS later on in the game. Looking at the wound token, we can see both the nebula and the gravity rift within it, and it turns it into an anomaly system when it's in it. Kind of like the Cabal space docks. But this one is not attached to any one specific unit. It just exists within the system. Finally, we have Void Sailors. This is a more traditional ability. It says when you explore a frontier token, you may draw an additional card and choose one to resolve and return the rest to the frontier exploration deck, then shuffle it. So it's a little different than the NRA because you're not discarding it, you're just shuffling it back in, so you're not going to completely go through the deck very much. But you do get to have that card selection that can get you exactly what you need. And some of these new frontier exploration cards are amazing, especially after adding the Thunder's Edge expansion in the future. We're going to move on to their faction-specific units, and we're actually going to start with the mech in a weird way. It is not only the mech, of course, that we're going to go through, but it can be upgraded with a unit upgrade technology. So, let's go ahead and start with the Void Flare Warden 1. This is a cost of 2, 6 combat, and sustained damage is normal, but it says after this system is activated, you may have this unit become damaged to place or move the wound token into this system. So this is how you're going to get the wound token onto the board in the first place, is usually due to their mechs. Remember that you start the game with a mech in your home system, so you could place a command token into your home system and activate it right away in order to get the wound token onto the board. That's a choice that you'll have to make, maybe even after moving out all of the infantry that you have and then just choosing to activate your home system. Either way, you can get the mech to place the wound token whenever you need on whatever mech that you need. And remember that you don't roll for the gravity rift that the wound token has, and also you can benefit from it being a nebula because you get that +1 to all of your defense rolls. This can be upgraded with a blue, a yellow, and a red prerequisite. Remember that you both start with a blue and a red already, so all you'll have to do is spec into a yellow, and we'll see in a minute that you'll want to do yellow anyway. The cost is still 2, the combat goes down to 4, and then we still have the same abilities with sustained damage and being able to place the wound token when the system's activated. Just moving down the combat to 4 is decent, and you'll want to have all of your mechs in a forward position anyway in order to place the wound where you need, but this isn't inherently super worth it to me without some outside factors that you'll have to factor in later. Let's move on to their flagship. This is the Eretica. It's an 8 cost, 5x2 combat, movement of 1, and capacity of 3, with sustained damage. Also, when a unit in the system would be destroyed, you may remove it from the game board instead. So this is interesting, and I didn't immediately understand it, but the idea is that if you're going up against the Cabal that would try to capture things on destruction, or if you're looking at some kind of destroyability from an action card, you can just remove it so the person doesn't get any benefit off of it being destroyed. This is definitely best for its combat value and a little bit of capacity on the same ship, but this isn't exactly the cornerstone of the entire faction. We already looked at the mech when we looked at the unit upgrades, but let's look at the regular faction tech as well, which is a yellow prerequisite and is called Voidwake Missiles. It reads, after one or more of your units with sustained damage makes a combat roll, you may choose one of those units to become damaged to re-roll its combat roll. So that includes either your mech, or your flagship, or even the dreadnought that you start the game with. This is definitely just overall a good ability to apply to a lot of different things in combat, and you'll want to win combat with them as we'll see. That being said, let's move into the faction leaders, starting with the agent, Suldan Reg, Shrouded Advisor. When a player would use one unit's non-production unit ability in a system that contains or is an adjacent to an anomaly, you may exhaust this card to prevent that unit from using that unit ability. So that includes anti-fighter barrage, space cannon, bombardment, planetary shield, and any future unit abilities that's added to the game. As long as it's not production, you can't stop production, but as long as you have the wound token or it's adjacent to your home system, which is also an anomaly, you can just prevent them from using that ability, which is definitely some good protection. Or offense power if you're using it to stop planetary shield. Now the commander, which is Thusad Krath, High Inquisitor. It unlocks when you have units in 2 different non-home anomalies, which remember could include the wound as one of them. When one or more of your damaged units makes a combat roll, up to 2 of those units may roll an additional combat die. So if you get this online with the technology that can damage your own ships, even more dice are being rolled. So this faction has a soft ability alongside the wound token that it likes to wound its own stuff in order to get more bonuses. This is really kind of interesting, and they're almost masochist. Finally, for the leaders, we have the hero, Krill Draken, Star-Crowned King. It unlocks the Singularity Cradle, Eye of the Abyss, once you have 3 scored objectives, which is an action. It reads, each unit on the game board with sustained damage, other than your mechs, becomes damaged if able. Place this card near the game board. You may treat each unit you control as adjacent to the system that contains the wound token until the end of this game round. At the end of this game round, purge this card. So remember, this keeps track of where the wound token is, even if the wound token moves around. So if you needed to move something through a system with the wound token, you could always activate a system, place that token in it. As long as there's a mech there, the wound can get moved or placed into that system, and then you can use it as a slingshot because it's a gravity rift, which applies +1 to the move value of all your ships, and you don't roll for it, so you can just place it wherever you need it, teleport to that system, and use it to move further out. You can move your mechs all the way up adjacent to somebody's home system, and then all of a sudden, as long as you use your hero, you can slingshot everything you have right into their home system because it is all units you control. It's amazing, super cool, can provide for a huge hero moment in the game. Just absolutely awesome, and definitely what this faction builds up to throughout the game. It's not the most flashy one when you first read it, but when you realize all of those benefits that they get with the gravity rift and the wound and everything together, it's really cool. Finally, their faction promissory note, they get a little bit of a anomaly turn-off ability. It's Nivyn guidance, and says after you activate a system, during this activation you may ignore the effects of each anomaly. Return this card to the Nivyn player at the end of the activation. So obviously you don't want to give this out to any player that's going to deactivate your nebula with the wound, but if they want to turn off like the gravity rift roll or be able to move through a supernova or whatever they need, you can always give this out to somebody. It's kind of like a mini version of your celestial guides, because if you really need to, you can turn off the movement effects of anomalies that are adjacent to your structures, which is kind of particular, but is definitely good when it's good. I'm super excited for this faction in particular because I think Adam from the Cardboard Crash Course would love a faction like this. They're a moderate complexity and have to do specifically with this one token, but that token is just crazy overpowered. Very cool.
We've got another little rodent faction, the Olradin League.
Yep. So the Olradin League is Raptor's favorite child, I think. And they are... the Veldyr would call them economic terrorists. They're communist mice that are rebellious in nature towards the other factions. So they're kindred spirits with the free systems in that respect. Their big mechanic is that they have policy cards. There's a policy card for each planet type, for cultural, hazardous, industrial. So depending on how your part of the galaxy looks in a game, you can adjust during setup what policies you want to play with, which do different things depending on when you exhaust planets and when you don't, or like legendary planets. And so then their mech flips to match your policy choices. Their hero kit lets you flip one mid-game. And yeah, there's a lot of planet juggling going on. So they've many times been called the jugglers for that reason. There's a lot of debate about whether or not they're actually the size of mice, or if they're like human-sized or something in between or different, and I don't have an answer for that.
I'd like to believe that they are the size of mice, but that's just my headcanon.
I think that's more fun, but yes.
This is what the Keleris wanted to be, and really kind of puts them to shame, because in a way, this is the build your own faction, but we'll see how that is once we get to the faction abilities. Let's talk about their start first. We have the starting units of 2 carriers, 1 cruiser, 3 fighters, 4 infantry, and a space dock, which is a great start. Love to see it. Lots of exploration potential. And speaking of exploration potential, we also have Scanlink Drone Network as a starting technology, as well as Psychoarchaeology, which provides a little bit of assistance there. It'll be a little bit awkward with the faction technologies because these ones are yellow and green, but it's okay, we'll get there. The starting planet is called Sanctuary, and is a 3-resource and 4-influence planet. This is a little awkward for them because if they don't take diplomacy, they're missing out on pretty high resources or influence either way. So it's a tough decision. As we flip up to the front, we have 3 commodities as normal, which is nice. We also have a really blank-looking faction abilities section, with only one single faction ability called Policies, but as you'll see, it's not really one faction ability. Let's read it. It reads, when you gather your starting components, place the 3 policy cards near your faction sheet. Choose which side of each card to place face up. This faction has the abilities and effects listed on the face up side of each policy card. So they have 3 cards. Starting with the first card I'm going to throw up on screen called The People. Essentially, these policy cards aren't interactable in any way by other factions because they're not technologies, they don't count as breakthroughs or anything like that. So they're really just faction abilities that you get to choose at the beginning of the game. The first one is called The People, and they always have a side with a plus on the bottom left corner and a side with a minus on the bottom left corner. So you get to choose, and there's a little bit of a theme going on here, but you get to choose. The plus and minus side also have names that go along with them. So the People card has a connect and a control side. The connect side allows you once per action, after you exhaust a cultural or legendary planet you control, you may move 1 infantry on that planet to another planet you control, allowing basically peoples of the galaxy to connect with one another. Or you could choose to control the people. You cannot perform transactions during the agenda phase. During the agenda phase, after you cast votes on an agenda, cast 2 additional votes for each cultural planet you exhausted. So as we notice right away, this is a cultural-themed policy. Moving on to the next one called the Environment, this is more of a hazardous-themed policy. We could either preserve the environment, which means once per action after you exhaust a hazardous or legendary planet you control, you may reveal the top card of the exploration deck that matches one of those planets. If it's a relic fragment, gain it, otherwise discard that card. On the other side, we could choose to plunder the environment. So when 1 or more of your units use production, reduce the production value of one of those units by 2. Once per action, after you explore a hazardous planet, you may remove 1 unit from that planet to explore that planet. And finally, we'll move on to the Economy, which we could choose to empower by getting the ability once per action after you exhaust an industrial or legendary planet you control, gain a commodity. Or we could choose to exploit the Economy by gaining the ability, place the 2 commodity token on your faction sheet. Your commodity value is 2. Once per action after you exhaust an industrial planet you control, place up to 1 fighter from your reinforcements in a system that contains 1 or more of your ships. So essentially, the fronts of the abilities are weaker powers that don't have any downside, but the backs of the abilities are slightly stronger powers that do have downsides to them. As we jump back to the People, for an example, we could either just passively be able to exhaust cultural planets to place infantry, or we can gain 2 additional votes per cultural planet we exhaust, which might be slightly more powerful. However, we cannot perform transactions during the agenda phase. And each one of them play this way. They can either be a pretty decent faction with no downsides, or a very strong faction with a bunch of downsides, or you could even do a mix of the 3. And I know that's a lot to take in, and there's a reason why this video isn't necessarily a faction guide for each of these factions, and is more of just a faction overview, because just this faction guide would be like an hour long. And man, I've got some Thunder's Edge work to do. Now let's move on to the flagship. This is called Rally Point. It's a cost of 8, has a 5x2 combat value, a movement of 1 and capacity of 3 with sustained damage. So not a ton of movement, but it does make it up with the ability here. When you move this ship, apply +1 to the move value of each of your other ships during this tactical action. So no, it can't necessarily move very fast, and of course you could get gravity drive to move it a little faster, but after you move it, essentially, you can move other ships to it more efficiently. So if you had the flagship a couple spaces out of your home system, you can move all of your ships there from your home system with no problems at all. I actually think this is a really ingenious way of designing a flagship, because it's not necessarily just on paper super powerful, but it can provide for very thematic, almost hero moments, where a flagship really should be the pinnacle of your game plan. Next, we're going to move on to the mech, which, just like the Eidolon mech from the NRA, or the other policies, this has both a plus and a minus side, and it works slightly differently than the policies. You don't really get to choose the mech. If you have at least 2 minus policies, you flip it to its plus side. And if you have at least 2 plus policies, you have to flip it to its minus side. It's a little bit interesting, but we'll see why that works. No matter what, it's a 2-cost, 6 combat value with sustained damage mech, pretty much like normal. And if it's on its plus side, it applies +1 to the influence value if this planet contains no more than one of your mechs. On its minus side, it does the exact same thing, except it applies +1 to the resource value. So you don't start with any mechs, but you do have to keep in mind kind of what you're getting yourself into. Let's say that the group is building the board beforehand. You're going to want to build your policies to reflect the actual game board. It's very nuanced, and it's almost kind of, I would imagine, hard to keep track of, but I do like the design. Speaking of stuff that I like the design of, we're going to jump into the faction technologies, starting with the red technology, False Flag Operations. At the start of your turn, you may exhaust this card and one planet you control to ready one non-home planet other than Mechatol Rex. So of course you're applying +1 due to your mechs, so you might actually want to give this to the mech planet, or some kind of other legendary planet or something like that with high resource or influence values, but this is really kind of a good technology to get early game, but once you get into the late game, it's just okay. It's not necessarily resource or influence gain, it's almost like planet selection, and could even get you to the point of being able to research the other faction tech, because remember, this is one red prerequisite, and the one we're jumping into is one blue prerequisite, and you start with both a yellow and a green, with neither red nor blue. So if you take a planet that gives you a blue technology specialty, you might want to use false flag operations in order to exhaust something else to ready that blue. Gives you a little bit of leeway, especially with technology specialties. Anyway, Geosympathic Impeller is the blue one and says after you activate a system, you may exhaust a planet you control of the same type as a planet in that system to apply +1 to the move value of each of your ships during this tactical action. I would really heavily suggest getting this technology. This seems very good and really, really flexible. Sure, you have to exhaust a planet, but you could always just ready it with false flag operations anyway. So you can use it in either order that you want to. You could ready it with false flag and then use the impeller, or do it the opposite way, whichever one you really want. This faction just seems overall extremely flexible. And that doesn't stop with the leaders, starting with the adorable agent called Bagel Wildpaw, Political Haggler. After a player exhausts a cultural, hazardous, or industrial planet they control, they may exhaust this card to allow the player to ready a planet they control of a different trait other than that planet. So remember that Mechatol Rex and your home systems don't actually have planet traits, so you won't be able to ready anything too insane. But this is kind of just like the faction text, where you get to just pick and choose which planets are readied at any given time. The commander is Nak Helfir, Grizzled Negotiator, and unlocks when you control a cultural, a hazardous, and an industrial planet. This shouldn't be too difficult, but if you don't end up with any towards the beginning of your pie slice, then you might want to explore outward in order to get this as early as possible. The reason why I say this is because the trigger is when you pass, and you're only going to pass once per round, so this can only max happen maybe 5 or 6 times in the most perfect 14-point scenario. Anyway, it says when you pass, you may exhaust a non-home planet you control other than Mechatol Rex to gain a number of trade goods equal to that planet's resource or influence value. So you can't gain 6 trade goods off of Mechatol Rex, but as long as you play your cards correctly and things are perfectly readied at the right times, you can do this once you pass, as long as you just hold over for it. Again, this just represents their flexibility because you don't have to use that planet this round. You could just gain the trade goods and just kind of essentially use that planet double the next round in the sort of feel of this power. And the final leader, of course, is the hero. It unlocks when you have 3 scored objectives, and its name is Pan Silverfur, Council Speaker. Once it unlocks, the ability Shadow Council, Change of Plans occurs. I find it funny that it's called Change of Plans because it just represents the flexibility of the faction. It's an action and allows you to place an infantry from your reinforcements on each planet you control. Then you may choose and flip a policy card. When I was first reading over this faction, I was expecting a lot of ways to flip policy cards to the right moments, but instead we got a lot of ways to flip planets and have them ready at the right moments. This is the only way in the entire faction to flip a policy card, which could really mean that you get the perfect ability at the perfect moment. Let's say that you don't care about performing transactions during this upcoming agenda phase, you could always flip the people from its connect to control side and then get a bunch of benefits out of that. It really just depends on exactly what you need. On top of that, it's just a built-in Rise of the Messiah and just an action stall, so it really can't be too bad. As long as it's getting you infantry and allowing you the choice to change something if need be, I think it's pretty good. Definitely correct when saying that it's a high complexity rating faction. I would never allow somebody to choose this. If it's even their first 5 or 10 games, pick any one of the other factions before this one, I think. And let's not forget to cover the faction promissory note. Incite Revolution. It's an action. Place this card face up in your play area and choose and exhaust one planet you control. Then ready one non-home planet you control other than Mechatol Rex. At the start of the status phase, return this card to the Olradin player. This basically allows you to use a single use of false flag operations, which is pretty cool and could come in handy. I think the art for this faction is adorable, just like the Free Systems Compact, but it does not work at all the same as that faction and is way more complex than almost anything else in this entire expansion. Very, very cool design space, though. Great job, Raptor, Tactic Blue, and ANCAT.
Coming up to the last little lot here of the originals, the Zealots of Rhodun.
Yep, so the Zealots of Rhodun are techno-cultists. So their big lore, this is by Griffey, their big lore is that they think all tech is, if it's known, if it's something we already have, then it was a gift. And if it's something you come up with yourself, it is heresy and should be purged from the galaxy. So they have a lot of abilities that play into that, in that they have added benefits for using tech specialties and learning from the galaxy as it sits, and getting tech that they not necessarily for them what they would consider heresy of like developing new technologies, but learning about technologies that already exist from the rest of the galaxy. So one of their coolest abilities is Sanctification Field, which is a triple Y that lets them basically disable the ability text on another tech that they don't like and don't want to deal with for that action. I mean, the original art was like just a bunch of nondescript hooded figures. So they got a bit of a glow up when ANCAT and others redid all the visual assets for the project.
I figured the complexity's already high, so we're ready for this. This is another high complexity faction, and I would almost label this the technology faction even more than the Jol-Nar is. Whereas the Jol-Nar just kind of get all the technologies they could possibly want, the Zealots of Rhodun use technologies and technology specialties and even unit upgrade technologies in very odd and interesting ways. They're almost maybe the mean version of the Jol-Nar, where they don't necessarily get everything, they just use it to be really aggressive and change up the game for themselves. They begin the game with a carrier, a cruiser, a destroyer, 3 fighters, 4 infantry, and a space dock. It's an okay start. Alright. And they only start on Poe and Orad, which is a 2-0 and a 3-1 starting planet home system. This gives them plenty of resources to use the primary or secondary of the technology strategy card, but almost nothing to use leadership, which really kind of sucks. They do, of course, start with biostims, which would only make sense for a technology specialty related faction. It is green though, and neither of our faction techs that we'll see later are green, so it's again kind of awkward, just like we saw with the Olradin League last. Flipping to the front, it is, interestingly, a 3 commodity faction. You would think that they would be 2 if they're really aggressive, but I guess having a lot of technology, they would have a lot of commodities to give out to other factions. Their first faction ability is out there, and then we'll get into the just heavy technology abilities later on. First one is called Conspirators. It says, once per agenda phase, after an agenda is revealed, if you are not the speaker, you may choose to vote after the speaker on that agenda. This kind of reminds me of an agenda phase version of the Nalu's Zero token, but the opposite way. The good thing is that it's not on every single agenda, it's just on one of the two that you're voting on. It's interesting, but they don't start out with a lot of influence, so you're going to have to make up your influence and use this ability. This is definitely not the ability that makes the faction, but it is an interesting thing to see out in the world of TI. It's the opposite of the Argent Flight ability. We have Ancient Knowledge. When you use a technology specialty to ignore a prerequisite on a technology card you are researching, you may ignore one additional prerequisite of that same color. After you exhaust a planet to use its tech specialty, you may gain a commodity. So this is where they're going to be able to get to that 6 resources or more influence to actually be able to fix their home system, because they're constantly just getting little bits of commodities, and hopefully that's going to help out with exploration so they can get some trade goods or even just be able to trade it away. But also, this is going to be how they're even going to be able to get their faction technologies that we'll see later in the first place. But they are going to have to find technology specialty planets, which they do have a little bit of a bonus to, but they still are up to chance, which is kind of awkward. Let's start with their flagship next, and is called the Reckoning. It's 8 cost, 7 times 2, movement of 1, and 3 capacity with sustained damage flagship. For each unit upgrade technology your opponent owns, apply +1 to the results of this unit's combat rolls. So the more ready your opponent is for combat, the more powerful this flagship will be. Kind of interesting. Then the mech is a 2 cost, 6 combat, sustained damage mech, of course, and is called the Templar. Apply +1 to this unit's combat rolls for each faction technology your opponent owns. So whereas the flagship cares about unit upgrade technology, the mech just cares about faction technology. So maximum, this is only going to be +2. Then we have the faction tech. This is the 3 yellow prerequisite technology called Sanctification Field. How the heck are you going to get 3 yellow prerequisites? Well, remember, Ancient Knowledge allows you to double up on yellows if using a tech specialty, and hopefully you have at least one other yellow technology to help you out a little bit. When you activate a system, or a system that contains 1 or more of your units is activated, you may choose one technology or non-fighter, non-structure unit upgrade technology another player controls. Until the end of this tactical action, that card is treated as though it had no ability text. So you can't turn off fighters, or else that would leave them to blow up midair, and you can't turn off structures, so unfortunately you can't delete Planetary Shield or anything like that. But you could, for example, protect yourself from the bombardment of a war sun. This can really turn the tide in combat, because it's not always won in combat by the actual combat value. A lot of the time it has to do with what abilities they have, such as anti-fighter barrage or bombardment or whatever that is. Now, jumping over to the Pilgrimage Beacons, this is a 2 blue prerequisite technology. They're a decent combat faction, so getting into blue anyways is going to be good, but you are going to hope that you get this early due to some kind of tech skip. And that's because once during your turn, when you exhaust 1 or more planets you control that have a technology specialty, you may produce a ship in one system that contains one of those planets. This allows you, especially if you have it towards the early game, to continuously keep protecting your technology specialty planets. So once you have them, Pilgrimage Beacons allow you to just not lose them. Then let's move into the leaders, starting with the Agent, Priestess 2, the Edificer. After a player researches a technology, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to produce one ship in their home system, or a system that contains a planet they control that has a technology specialty. This works kind of like Pilgrimage Beacons with a different trigger, but you do get to produce in your home system, which could allow you to protect it. Then their commander, Bishop Ulin the Librarian. It unlocks when you have any technology with 2 or more prerequisites. Kind of a nice little just mid-game, almost easy, I would say. When researching a technology, you may use the technology specialty of one planet you control to ignore any one prerequisite on the technology card you're researching. Basically, you don't actually have to exhaust that card to use the technology prerequisite, and if you do, it's double. The first couple times I read this, I was like, wait, isn't that what they just do anyway? But this is allowing them to do it without having to exhaust, which is interesting, actually. Very, very cool. And finally is the hero, Saint Bynal the Prophet. Unlocks when you have 3 scored objectives. The power Blessing of the Ancients, Forgotten Sorcery is an action. You can do it to place this card and up to 3 non-faction technologies near the game board. You gain those technologies. At the start of the next strategy phase, purge all but one of those technologies and this card. So basically it allows you to permanently unlock any technology that you want and temporarily unlock 2 others. You don't even have to choose which 2 to purge until the next strategy phase anyway. It's powerful in a way, especially with the updated X89. Then we have the faction promissory note, Favors of Rhodun. When you ignore a prerequisite on a technology card you are researching, you may ignore an additional prerequisite of the same color. Then return this card to the Rhodun player. So overall, not a single ability to find technology specialty attachments easier, but plenty of abilities to use them once you do. So good luck, you'll have to do a lot of exploration. I heavily suggest you get right into Scanlink Drone Network and send yourself towards that exploration deck that has the most amount of attachments in it. That's probably why their faction tech sanctification field has 3 yellows anyway, because they know that you're going to want Scanlink. That's the first thing I would do, and then from then on out, hopefully you just find enough.
We've got Roh'Dhna Mechatronics.
Yep, so this is one of the faction packs, just corporations. So they're like Sardak in that they're not the Roh'Dhna Mechatronics because their business name is Roh'Dhna Mechatronics. So their big ability is that they have war suns that act as space docks. They have war suns that produce units with some limitations. That's a lot of their theme. They have a lot of ways to interact with production abilities on the board, including their promissory note, which is a production 3 attachment that they can just give somebody to put on a planet of their choice.
And it looks like they're not all robotic. Some are human characters.
Yeah, so this is one of those where like the business itself is heavily on the ground or heavily managed by computers and robots and that, and then there are some enterprising, meatbags that rise up through the ranks of the business. That's all Wecker. It's brilliant. Okay.
This next faction is a faction that does not have "the" in the title, which is always something that all of you will know I'm really interested in. The only previous one was Sardak Nor, and there is also a new one in Thunder's Edge called Last Bastion, but this one is Roh'Dhna Mechatronics. They entirely have to do with production mechanics and upgrading their ships into better ships, improving their infrastructure. It's kind of interesting that they don't have such an amazing start, however. It is 2 carriers, 1 destroyer, 3 fighters, 3 infantry, and a space dock. Now, I might be putting a little bit too much weight into the fact that they don't have a 4th infantry here, but they also don't have much to actually protect themselves. You are able to upgrade into other ships using different pieces of different ships, so we'll see that in their faction abilities. So they are able to change this start as they go, but it's interesting that they don't necessarily actually start with a big fleet. I guess it's just a balancing factor, really. Of course, they start with Sarween tools, which only makes sense for a production-based faction, but also they start with psychoarchaeology. Psychoarchaeology is nice. I would almost want them to have Sling Relay instead, but psychoarchaeology does help them out a little bit. Unfortunately, it doesn't help them get to any of their faction tech or anything, so it almost seems like, again, a balancing factor that they don't have a blue or red tech to start. Their starting planet is very balanced, but it isn't too high in either factor. It's a 3 resource and 3 influence planet called Prind. You are able to get an extra command counter out of it, which is nice with the 3 influence, or use a little bit of resources on turn 1, but you do have to make the choice. Now, Tactic Blue rates this as a complexity rating of low, and I really like that because this is not actually too profound of a concept to understand, being that they're just good at making things. And speaking of good at making things, they have a lot to sell to other players. As we flip to the front of their faction sheet, we see that they have a higher than normal 4 commodity value. Right away, understanding that they have a lot of inherent value to their faction. We'll start with their faction abilities with Industrious. After you place a space dock in a system that contains no other player's ships, you may spend 6 resources and remove the space dock to place a war sun in that system's space area. So essentially, your construction card kind of says that they can place a war sun in a system as long as they spend the 6 resources in order to do so. So they're spending half of the cost of a normal war sun, but they have to give up the fact that they don't have production in the form of a space dock, particularly. You'll see in a moment that that doesn't actually matter, and you are going to really want the war suns, but just know that it is a weird way of doing things, and you actually have to have the space dock in the system for a moment before switching it out. The next one is what I was talking about, the way to upgrade different ships. It's called recycled materials. After you activate a system, you may return a cruiser, a carrier, or dreadnought you control in that system to your reinforcements to gain a number of trade goods equal to 1 less than the unit's cost value. So if you don't necessarily need any of those things, and you'd rather have, let's say, trade goods for objectives, or be able to spend on creating a war sun with that first industrious ability, then being able to dismantle the ships that you start with is a great opportunity. Finally is orbital foundries. This is just kind of a touch-up to make industrious not such a great downside. For the purpose of scoring objectives, you may treat each of your war sun units as though it is a structure on any planet you control. This is essentially making it so any objectives that count for space docks or structures in different areas can count your war suns as structures. Anyway, we're going to go to their faction-specific units, and we're actually going to skip their faction-specific unit that can be upgraded for a moment because I think it is really exciting and I'd like to save it for a little later. We'll start with their flagship first. The cost is 8, the combat is 5 times 2, movement of 1, and capacity of 3 with sustained damage. So not too fast, but it is a decent combat. It doesn't have an ability per se, but it can deploy in a specific way. After you activate a system, you may spend 4 resources to replace one of your non-fighter ships in the system with your flagship. Keep in mind that this has the exact same trigger as recycled materials. So if you activate a system, after you activate that system, you can return things to your reinforcements to get trade goods, and then you could use those trade goods immediately to create a flagship. The mech is kind of similar because it's not necessarily amazing, just being the normal 2/6 with sustained damage, but it does have another deploy ability. The Auto Fabricator can deploy after you use your recycled materials faction ability in a system. You may place a mech in that system's space area or on a planet you control in that system. So let's just play this out. You place it in, let's say, in your home system, gain some trade goods by getting rid of one of your carriers and your destroyer, and then you can place your flagship and also get a mech. So this is where I was saying you can upgrade that starting fleet, even though you don't necessarily actually start with a big fleet. Their non-unit faction technology is called Contractual Obligations, and it has 2 yellow prerequisites, one of which you already start with Sarene tools. At the start of the agenda phase, for each unit upgrade technology you control, you may choose each of those players must produce 1 ship in a system that contains 1 or more of their space docks or war suns. So obviously you can use this on yourself to use some of your what would be votes due to planets to actually create space docks and war suns instead. However, that player that you choose must produce a ship. So you can actually choose someone else's planet, kind of. You can choose someone else, and they must use up some of their what would be votes in order to create something. A lot of this time, this just means that they end up spending a resource to make a destroyer or something like that, but if all you have is very, very little, making somebody use up a planet is possible. 99% of the time, however, yes, you will want to use this on yourself. Now finally, their faction-specific unit that I was so excited about. This is called the Terra Factory. Some of you may have already deciphered that they have a faction-specific war sun, because why would you be able to create war suns if you didn't have the unit for it? Terra Factory has no cost and no movement, meaning that you have to use one of the other abilities we were talking about in order to create it. It does have a combat of 5 times 2, which is not as good as a normal war sun, and a decent capacity of 4. What you get instead of bombardment and a good combat value, though, is production 5, and this is where making up for those space docks is very cool. Their space docks are their war suns, and their war suns are their space docks. It just is this harmony that works very well, and having these huge Terra factories on the game board can be really thematic. There are, however, 2 downsides to this. First is this unit can only produce 1 fighter or infantry for the cost instead of 2. Very unfortunate. You can use the deployability on mechs and such in order to get mechs out, but not having a fighter screen or a bunch of infantry to take planets can be kind of unfortunate. Additionally, this unit cannot be moved or produced. Produced was obvious because the cost was 0, but there's no way, even in the abilities text, to move it anywhere. Some of these things are fixed with the Terra Factory too. You do have to have a yellow and 3 red in order to upgrade it, which is why I was saying it's unfortunate they don't start with a red, because you are going to want this. It basically becomes a normal war sun with all the upsides of the Terra Factory. Its cost is 12, and it can normally be produced if you want to. Its combat goes down to the normal 3x3, its movement is the normal 2, and capacity is high at 6. It does have now bombardment 3x3 as well, which is normal for a war sun. It also gets sustained damage and keeps production 5, so you just have double a war sun and a space dock combined into one unit. Additionally, as normal, other players' units in the system lose planetary shield. The only thing unfortunate about this is it does keep the downside of only producing 1 fighter or infantry for their cost. So this faction kind of all revolves around this Terra Factory and creating these in perfect spots and opportunities. You are essentially using the construction card to place big war suns that are fully functional once they're upgraded in systems that you need them, without risking the fact that you are losing out on placing space docks. Because remember, once again, they do have the Orbital Foundries ability that doesn't hurt the fact that they aren't structures for the sake of objectives. If you can't tell already, this is definitely up in my top 5 favorite factions in this expansion, and is probably one that's picked a lot by new players to Discordant Stars. Now let's jump over to their leaders. These are really neat because they show that not only do biological people and aliens work for this faction, but also robots are part of it. The first one is the Agent, Rond Beret, Master of Operation. The ability is, after 1 or more of a player's units use production, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to gain a command token. So obviously you're going to be probably using production round 1 with this faction because gaining command tokens over and over and over again throughout the rounds is kind of like just having an additional green technology. This makes up for the fact that they have to choose between the 3 resources and 3 influence of their starting home system because they are able to get an additional command token on top of being able to use the resources. Moving on to the Commander, B Unit 205643A, Predominant Constructor. After unlocking it when you have units with a combined production value of at least 7 in a single system, you gain the ability. When you spend a command token to resolve the secondary ability of the Construction Strategy card, you may instead resolve the primary ability. This is phenomenal. Try to unlock this as early as possible because being able to allow someone else to take construction, especially if there are any construction structure-based objectives out on the board, being able to benefit off the primary while still being able to do the primary of your own card is just as powerful as it seems, and kind of makes them a weird Jolnar. Finally is the hero, Roh'Dhna, Mark IV, Ruthless Executive. Once you unlock this hero, you gain the ability Prime Space Actualization, Submersive Automation. After you move 1 or more of your ships into the active system, you may purge this card to produce ships using the production abilities of any units in the active system as if they were your own, regardless of whether that system contains another player's ships. This allows you, in a really funny, crazy, weird way, to take control of another player's, essentially most of the time, space docks to make them into your own. It's very, very particular when it's going to happen, but it can be pretty combat changing when it does so. I wouldn't say this is the best hero. In fact, it's a little bit disappointing, but the rest of the faction, just the consistency of it, makes up for it. Finally, the faction promissory note is Automaton. At the end of your turn, you may attach this card to a non-home planet you control other than Mechatol Rex. This planet has production 3 as if it were a unit. So this is kind of like the terraforming promissory note from the Titans, but just gives you production 3 and allows you to kind of have sort of a half space dock. This is definitely one that you're going to want to sell during the game at some point, and you only have to worry about it once, which is nice. Congratulations, Wecker, because you made it into my top 5, maybe even top 3. This is fantastic.
So, for those who haven't caught on yet, Tnelis is just silent backwards. This one's another one by Philroy, with some help from ANCAT, pulling some abilities from the scrap pile for blue space, and making a secret objective-driven faction. So they get an extra unscored secret objective. They have a bunch of extra secret draws throughout the game, and their hero plays into that. There's a lot of secret objective-related stuff. Their faction leaders are actually a reference to Philroy himself, Tura Turver, and David Snore, who are all like admins in the Discord and on Reddit and so on.
I like the balance of being able to give them an extra unscored, but not allowing them to actually score 4.
I really like that balance when we just completely undid it by giving them one of the freest point heroes in the game. It's just an immediate point.
This is the Tnelis Syndicate. As we see, we have all 3 of the faction leaders on the faction sheet, which is kind of unique and represent this secretive society that's going on this planet. They're just as secretive as they look because they have a heavy secret objective theme and kind of a slight mech theme, which we'll see intertwine here. 1 carrier, 2 destroyers, 2 fighters, 4 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. This is really completely average all around, not too good, not too bad. Their starting technology is really interesting, though, because it's choosing 2 of the following between Plasma Scoring, Neural Motivator, and Anti-Mass Deflectors. What's interesting is one of their faction technology upgrades with a red, so you may want to take Plasma Scoring just to do that, but the other 2 are really kind of up to you, whether you actually start with asteroids in front of you or not, or whether you're going to take Anti-Mass Deflectors or Neural Motivator. Now remember, Neural Motivator is decent to start with, but you never really want to spec into it partway through the game because it's just diminishing returns, so taking it might be better than Anti-Mass Deflectors. And the reason is because the other faction technology upgrades with a yellow, so it doesn't matter either way here. Their starting planet is Discordia, and it makes it really easy of a decision on what to use this planet on because it's a 4 resource and 1 influence planet. Of course, you may end up using it for the influence, but that's not really what they're going for at the beginning here. As we flip to the front, they are going to have a rough time getting some trade goods because they only have a commodity value of 2. That makes it so that high resource value on the planet kind of comes in handy there to balance it out. It's interesting because of such a secretive society, you think they might have some more commodities to give out, but I guess they hoard them close to them, kind of like how they hoard their secret objectives. Speaking of which, their first faction ability is Plausible Deniability. When you draw 1 or more secret objectives, draw an additional secret objective, then return 1 secret objective to the secret objective deck. Shuffle that deck. So when you draw them, it's kind of like the Asarl or the Nazroka, where you're just drawing more and getting to choose, but not actually gaining more of those cards. The interesting thing is that this doesn't actually change how many secret objectives they can score. This works in tandem with their next ability called Information Brokers. It says you may have 1 additional unscored secret objective. Now, this doesn't change how many secret objectives you can have scored. It's still limited at 3, but you can have 1 more unscored secret objective in order to give you more options. This can give you some really interesting play with the other opponents at the table because you may have a couple different action ones or an action and a status phase in your hand, and what people can do is they can sniff out if they're really educated on what's in the secret objective deck, they can sniff out what somebody has in their hand because they can tell what they're going for. But if you are going for one thing, but you have a backup plan in another way, you may be able to have a really secretive win under your belt, but you have to play that obviously correctly, which is why this is a moderate complexity rating faction. You kind of have to know how to bluff. And then the third faction ability is called Stealth Insertion. If you place units onto the same planet as another player's units, your units must participate in ground combat during the ground combat step. So this doesn't actually change the rules. It just reminds you, this is a reminder ability, because some of their faction abilities are going to let them sneak onto planets and do a Asylum-style Arkham Knight takedown, which is really cool. This is just kind of a reminder that, yes, if you place stuff onto the same planet as someone else while there's someone there, then you do have to participate in ground combat to finish that off. So let's go into the faction-specific units, starting here with their destroyer, called the Blockade Runner. It costs 1, has a 9 combat value, and a movement of 2, which is nice, and has anti-fighter barrage 9 times 3. So what that means is it's exactly the same as a normal destroyer, except that anti-fighter barrage is 9 times 3 instead of 9 times 2, so you're rolling an additional die. Now, of course, this can upgrade, though, with 2 red prerequisites to Blockade Runner 2. This keeps its cost at 1, but moves its combat down to 8, just like a normal destroyer, movement of 2 still, but anti-fighter barrage goes to 6 times 4. Now, anti-fighter barrage on a normal destroyer 2 is 6 times 3, so again, this is kind of just rolling an additional dice. But it comes with a really interesting ability that this ship can move through systems that contain other players' ships. So whether you spec into light wave deflectors or not, your blockade runners are going to be able to move through other ships, which is really interesting. You can use this to perfectly position in great positions. The only downside is that no, they do not gain any capacity, so unfortunately they can't bring any infantry or mechs to take planets with this. Next up is their flagship, the Principia Anuris. I think I said that right, I have no idea. The cost is 8, the combat is 9 times 4, the movement is 2, and the capacity is 3. That's a really odd combat value because it's bad, but you're rolling a ton of dice, which is just kind of fun to rattle your dice around in your hand, even if you're not getting that many shots off. The sustained damage ability is part of it, and at the start of a round of combat, choose a ship in the system. During this combat round, that ship rolls 1 less combat die. So you can even completely turn off ships, there's no minimum to this, but being able to roll a lot of dice and just turn down the amount of dice that your opponents are doing is pretty fun. Then their mech is called the Daedalon, a normal 2/6 with sustained damage, but it has a deploy ability. After you move a destroyer into a non-home system other than Mechatol Rex, you may spend 3 resources to place 1 mech on a planet in that system. So, this is kind of negating the downside of not having capacity on the blockade runners, and it triggers that stealth insertion faction ability that reminds you that you have to participate in ground combat when they appear. This is definitely more of an actual ability than most deploy abilities, I would say. Most deploy abilities just basically allow you to get around the cost, but this is actually more expensive to place than just placing it with 2. However, you can fly them in with essentially an early game lightwave deflector and take a planet without anybody being able to realize it before the fact. Really secretive and cool. I like the stealth insertion, it really feels like that. Moving on to the leaders, we first have the Agent, Davish Sonori, Labor Relations Specialist. At the start of invasion, you may exhaust this card to choose a ship in the active system. During this invasion, that ship may use its anti-fighter barrage as if it were bombardment, which is crazy cool. Let's say that you have the upgraded Blockade Runner 2. You can choose that system, and the anti-fighter barrage 6 times 4 is so good. Having just a couple of these, I don't know the exact odds, but I want to say moving 2 blockade runners into a system is probably almost as good, as long as they're upgraded, is almost as good as a War Sun doing 3 times 3. But somebody might have to leave that in the comments because I'm not amazing at probabilities, but it feels really good rolling a lot of dice from bombardment. Now remember, this can also happen alongside the mech's deploy ability, so you can get in there secretly with the blockade runners. You can place the mechs and bombard with your anti-fighter barrage, and it just seems like a whole lot of fun. Next up is the commander, Filippo Royce, Logical Expediter. It unlocks when you have 6 of your destroyers on the game board. Now you have 8 total in your reinforcements, so this is 3/4 of the destroyers that you have. Now you start off with 2 of them already on the game board, so you only actually have to have 4, and it's only spending 4 resources, which guess what? Your starting planet is 4. So the only thing stopping you from placing a command token in your home system and just making 4 destroyers at the very beginning of the game, round 1, and unlocking your commander, is the fleet supply. You may have to wait till round 2, and then you just pile all of your stuff into your fleet supply and make as many destroyers as you can, and then unlock this with the 6. It's a pretty easy ability to unlock throughout the course of the game. You are going to want to have this earlier because it triggers every time you activate a system, so it is, of course, diminishing returns like most commanders are. Let's read the ability. After you activate a system, you may produce and assign 1 hit to a non-fighter ship you control in a system to apply +1 to the move value of one of your ships in that system until the end of this tactical action. So basically, you can take a hit to one of your ships in order to boost the movement speed of another ship. That could mean a few different things. That could mean doing sustained damage on one of your ships in order to boost a destroyer forward, or you could do it in any combination of things. It's good, but it does kind of cost resources in a way unless you're doing sustained damage. And finally is the really, really cool hero. This is one of my favorite heroes in this whole expansion. It isn't necessarily the best, but it's flashy. When you unlock it with 3 scored objectives, you gain Contract Network, Friends in Low Places. After another player scores a secret objective, you may attach or remove and attach this card to that secret objective. You treat the attached secret objective as if it were a public objective. After you score the attached objective, purge this card. So the reason why it says remove and attach is because this triggers every single time someone scores a secret objective. You can attach it and move this card around, and you basically get a personal extra public objective to score alongside everything else. But remember, you can only score 1 objective using this, because as soon as you scores the thing that it's currently attached to, whatever that is after it's moved around, you purge this card so it doesn't continue to move after that point. So if you think about it, you, with your faction ability, have an extra secret objective that you can hold in your hand, and you have an extra secret objective that works like a public objective. So this doesn't actually change, again, this doesn't change the amount of secret objectives you can score. It just gives you a lot more options, which is interesting. Finally, messing even more with secret objectives, we have their faction promissory note, Plots Within Plots. When you draw 1 or more secret objectives, draw an additional secret objective. Then return 1 secret objective to the deck. Shuffle that deck. Then return this card to the Tnelis player. So this gives you a single turn use of their plausible deniability faction ability, which honestly can be a pretty good way to sell off your abilities consistently to other players. Unfortunately, I don't believe you can make trades within the secondary of using Imperial, so I don't think you can trade this out multiple times within that same usage, but being able to sell this round after round is really helpful. Overall, this faction has that destroyer mech feel, and that's probably honestly the more actual gameplay focused assistance that you get, but the secret objective stuff is just a fun thing layered on top that they just get a ton of options.
We've got the Vaden banking clans. It's a snake.
Yeah, so they're like this aquatic faction because they're loan sharks. And that comes from Berserker and I working. We're like, okay, what if we made debt meta? I remember specifically sending him the message like, what if I have a mechanic for debt meta to take this X-1 trade meta that's become a thing in the community and make it an actual enforceable mechanic? And Berserker fell in love immediately. And the rest of the faction built out from that loan shark joke and theme. So they, it's like, okay, how do they enforce it? Well, they enforce it by going and breaking your kneecaps and stealing and repossessing your ships. They, their hero will come and collect debt. So I love them from a design standpoint. If I have to suffer through debt meta, you all will with me. So there you go.
That is actually really interesting. I like the idea of having people's control tokens for different reasons, because we have the Mahawks that have people's command tokens, but
and in games and in the community, people were taking those control tokens to mark debt. I'm like, what if we just made that a mechanic? And then those rules are what came out of that, and I'm balancing it, turned it into what it is today.
Next, we have a weird alien snake-looking creature with the Vaden banking clans. This is debt meta realized into a faction. And if you don't know what debt meta is, my god, do I envy you, because holy cow, you are too new to this game and you're still enjoying yourself. Anyway, They start with a really kind of average, weird fleet with a dreadnought, a carrier, a cruiser, 2 fighters, 3 infantry, and a space dock. So they kind of have a dreadnought instead of a PDS, which is an interesting way to protect your home system. But in my opinion, I'd rather have that because at least it can move out your infantry to explore. Now, just like the Tnelis, the Vaden banking clans have a choice with their starting technologies to choose 2 of the following. Either between anti-mass deflectors, Sarween tools, or neural motivator. So you get to choose 2. The interesting part about this is that their faction technologies is 1 blue and the other one is 2 yellow. So if you choose neural motivator, you don't have any skip to your faction technologies. However, I would pick Sarween tools and neural motivator almost every single time, and the reason is because I'm going to want to go into blue anyway with Dark Energy Tap. That's just how I play as a player. Unless literally the asteroid field is directly in front of my home system, then I will choose Sarween, Neural Motivator. I'll get all the action cards off Neural Motivator, and then anti-mass deflectors can just kind of be forgotten about, or I'll pick it up later down the line. Their starting planets are also pretty average, with Arian and Norvus, a 3-0 and a 1-2. This is a decent amount of resources to begin, but isn't too great, and almost no influence. So this is almost kind of towards the disappointing side of a starting home system, but isn't awful. Now, when we flip to the front of the sheet, they do have 3 commodities, which helps them keep up with those trade goods, as they do have a pretty heavy trade good themed strategy to them. Now, the faction abilities, the first one is what I'm going to explain as basically debt meta incarnate. It's called Fine Print. After a player resolves the secondary ability of one of your strategy cards, place up to 1 of their control tokens on your faction sheet. So the control tokens are the little rectangle ones. This is not a command counter, so you aren't really taking any resources from them. Control tokens are meant to be infinite, so taking their control tokens is just a reminder that they owe you something. This is a nice way of doing it too, because they can choose not to do the secondary of the card you take, so the card you take does have some strategy to it, but this isn't too much of a downside for the player to usually say no, so this works out very much like debt meta, where it's like, why not give them a token, because I get what I normally get and don't really lose anything at the moment. It's kind of how some people feel about credit cards, which is kind of the whole point of the faction. Speaking of credit cards, we have Collateralized Loans, the second ability. After one of your opponent's ships is destroyed during a round of space combat, you may remove one of that player's control tokens from your faction sheet to place a ship of that type from your reinforcements in the active system. So as long as they lose something, you can gain something. Sound like a credit card company at all? Well, that's the Vaden banking clans. Let's move on to also binding debts. Other players may place their control tokens on your faction sheet at any time. That's literally at any time. They can just break up a conversation to do it. At the start of the status phase, each of your neighbors may give you a trade good to remove up to 2 of their control tokens from your faction sheet. So, why would they want to place a control token on your faction sheet? That's up to you. You can give them stuff, you can promise them things, and just say, yeah, you just owe me something. You can just give me one of your control tokens. Sure, I'll take it for now. It's completely up to you. They're a low complexity rating faction, but it is 100% up to you to run the faction. This is a lot like the Hakan, where it's a lot of wheeling and dealing and up to the person to control it. Let's jump ahead to their flagship. This is Aram Vadra. With a cost of 8, 7x2 combat, movement of 1, and 3 capacity flagship with sustained damage, it's pretty average until we get to bombardment 5x2. Also, after this unit produces 1 or more hits during a bombardment roll, gain a trade good. So basically, this is a pretty normal flagship, except for the fact that it can bombard and maybe pay back itself. It's actually kind of good in my opinion, and you'll want to bring this along to almost every invasion that you go on. I would try to build this earlier rather than later. The mech is called the Collector. It's a normal 2/6 sustain mech with, at the end of a round of ground combat, you may remove one of your opponent's control tokens from your faction sheet to place an infantry unit from your reinforcements on this planet. So if you get into fights with the people that owe you money, you can give them back their control tokens in order to gain a huge advantage over them. So they're basically coming to collect their debt with the Collector mech. It makes a lot of sense. Now let's chat about faction tech, starting with the Midas Turbine. It's really nice, and it just kind of gives you a good movement value benefit the whole game. It's a 1 blue prerequisite technology. After you activate a system, you may exhaust this card and spend any number of trade goods. For each trade good you spend, apply +1 to the move value of 1 non-fighter ship you control. This is a cheap-ish way to move your ships all around the board. Let's say you have Light Wave Deflector, you can just spend 10 trade goods and move to the entirely opposite home system from another player. The downside is this is only a single ship, so it's not like you're moving a fleet every single time. But if you absolutely need to, you can almost teleport places as long as you pay it. This is great for positioning, so let's say that the only empty corner system is over on the complete other edge of the game board, and you absolutely need it for an objective that round, then I would say that paying for it is absolutely worth it. Next is the Krovas Strike Team. The prerequisite is 2 yellow, and after another player's unit uses sustained damage to cancel a hit produced by your units or abilities, you may exhaust this card to destroy that unit. After you produce 1 or more hits during a round of combat, you may spend a trade good to produce an additional hit. This almost feels like a red tech to me, which is really odd, but it is a nice way to incentivize players to go deep down the yellow line, which is almost never the case. I would sometimes get this and sometimes not. The first ability sounds a lot stronger than it is because sustained damage comes up, I think, slightly less than people imagine, but it's basically like a every single round direct hit that you can continue to unexhaust using biostems. Now, biostems is a great thing to grab if you've already gotten into Neural Motivator at the start of the game, which is another reason to choose that one. Now we're jumping into their really cool looking leaders. The agent is Yudry Sukov, the developer. At the start of a player's turn, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to choose 1 planet they control. That player gains a number of commodities equal to that planet's influence value. So you're going to choose yourself every time, and this just allows you to continuously refill your commodities. They have 3 commodities, and Norvis is a 2 influence planet, so if you just use Norvis, you can gain 2 commodities right away, which might actually help more for exploration than it does for actually getting trade goods. I would do that almost every single game because there's no real reason to keep Norvis only to use the single resource on it. Now the commander, Kamdar Borodin, the banker. When you have 1 or more players' control tokens on your faction sheet for every 2 players in the game, it unlocks. So if you have 6 players, then you just need 3 tokens. If you have 8 players, you need 4, but it rounds down for odd numbers. At the start of the status phase, gain 1 trade good for each secret objective you have scored and 1 commodity for each public objective you have scored. This sounds amazing, but I probably imagine it comes out to about 6 trade goods, maybe 8 if you're lucky, and then a lot of commodities. It's almost a refresh of commodities. It is a really good faction ability, but it's not like it does anything crazy. You just get a lot of resources to use things on. This is their ticket to being rich, which makes sense for a banking faction. You'd expect it, but you do have to unlock it by doing some wheeling and dealing. What's interesting is just at the very moment the game starts, you could just look at everybody and make them some kind of deal that they could place their control tokens on your faction sheet. So you could even unlock this before the first player even takes their first turn, which is kind of crazy. And you're probably going to want to get this unlocked by round 1, latest round 2 if you can. Finally is the hero, which gives you something to do with all those control tokens you have on your sheet. Triv Servanx, Clanmaster Prime, holy cow, that's hard to say, I had to take that 10 times, unlocks and gives you Aquila Network Debts Come Due. As an action, for each control token that belongs to another player on your faction sheet, you may return that token. If you do, that player must give you 1 of their trade goods, 2 of their commodities, or a promissory note from their hand if able, then purge this card. This is just an immediate way to go, yeah, I don't have enough money, I'd like everybody's money. They can give you a promissory note instead of money, but that does disincentivize them to actually come and attack you, which is super weird and is kind of Sorrow-like. This is just when you get to the point where you don't have enough money and you'd like to be rich again. Now, they do have that option to give you a promissory note, but if I was in their situation, almost every time I would give you 2 commodities, which is actually probably the Vaden's best scenario. So this works out very well for them, I would imagine, most of the time. Now let's look at the faction promissory note, which has to be good because it's a Vaden handshake. After you activate a system, you may spend any number of trade goods. For each trade good spent, apply +1 to the move value of one non-fighter ship you control during this activation. Return this card to the Vaden player at the end of the activation. So, there you go. Use of Midas Turbine. Now, Midas Turbine doesn't come in handy, like I said, every single time you go to move, but being able to just have that faction promissory note in your hand to use it whenever you need it would be great, and probably worth a decent amount of money. Overall, I would definitely hand this faction to a new player, and I agree with the faction complexity rating being low, because there's not really so much going on here. It's just basically you get rich by messing with people and them owing you debt, which can get complex in a meta sense, but not too complex in an actual component sense.
So the Vaylerian Scourge are one of those that was, I think, more informed by their starting tech. This is a giant haymaker faction. So they start with Neuromotivator and Dark Energy Tap, so they play a lot into that mobility as well as action card shenanigans. So they're aggressive. The Raiders, their cruisers have added movement and uncancelable hits, as well as capacity. They're kind of the skirmishy faction that does fun things with action cards in terms of when they take over planets, they can discard action cards to ready the planets. So that combos really well with integrated economy, but I haven't seen someone pull it off and actually win yet with that. So best of luck to whoever manages to do that.
Yeah, they're like actually balanced to Yssaril.
Yeah, well, I hate Yssaril, and I will say that Valyrian, Tnelis, and Axis were the ones that were like difficult to hammer into shape as a faction, I think.
Alright, Magic the Gathering Black players, this is the Vaylerian Scourge. This is for you. This faction is all about preventing the other opponents from having any fun and stopping them from doing what they want to do. They start with a long list, a hefty amount of things for their starting units, but they only have one carrier, unfortunately. It's a carrier, a cruiser, a destroyer, 3 fighters, 3 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. So just a big variety of things, but not too many things to go out and explore. Their starting technology works very well for their faction colors. It's Dark Energy Tap and Neural Motivator. The starting planet is Vaylor. It's a 3 resource and 2 influence planet, so pretty low, and they're kind of poor, honestly. And also, speaking of poor, as we flip to the front of the sheet, we notice that the commodity value is 2, which is also low. You're definitely not going to want to trade with them. Them being poor and their commodities being low does play into their faction identity lore-wise, because you don't really ever want to mess with these guys. They're kind of like a biological necrovirus, as I imagine it. They're these weird, evil, fish-looking creatures that just you don't want to mess with them. Let's jump into their faction abilities. Cargo Raiders is the first one. During the first round of a space combat, you may prevent your opponent from declaring a retreat unless they spend a trade good. So you basically tax them and make sure that all their stuff gets blown up unless they lose money. This is what I was talking about with Magic the Gathering players that like to play the color black. Next is Scour. Once per tactical action, after you gain control of a planet, you may discard an action card to ready that planet. This is a great way to use some of your bad action cards at the beginning of the game, because why would you ever need like a combat one towards the very first round? I'd much rather have the readying of planets, and this helps out with them being very poor. Good thing that you have Neural Motivator on your side to get an extra action card at the end of every round, additionally. Finally is Raise. After one or more of another player's structures are destroyed on a planet that contains your units, you may replenish your commodities. So they're just mean. They get stuff off of being really mean and destroying people's stuff. Speaking of raising and raiding, we have the Raider. This is the faction-specific cruiser, and remember, they do start with 1 at the beginning of the game. The cost is 2, combat 7, move 2, capacity 1, which is nice to have capacity on that, and then during a round of space combat, if your opponent cannot declare a retreat, hits produced by this ship must be assigned to non-fighter ships if able. This unit may only transport ground forces. So you can't have any fighters that are blocking this Raider, but if you turn off the ability to use it using Cargo Raiders, then the Raider cruiser can just do damage directly to non-fighter ships. This is even more of an incentive for them to have to pay that trade good in order to turn off the Cargo Raiders ability. It does upgrade with a red, yellow, and green. You do start with a green, remember, to Raider 2. Combat goes down to 6, movement goes up to 3, and it takes away the downside of only being able to transport ground forces. So if you really wanted to, you can move a fighter along with it. I would say this is already pretty good at its initial, and you aren't necessarily going to need to upgrade it every single game. The most important thing about this is that the movement went up to 3. Next up is the Lost Cause, which is the flagship. Cost of 8, 7 times 2, movement of 2, capacity of 3, and sustained damage. So overall pretty decent, the movement value is nice. Also, at the start of a space combat in this system, you may choose one adjacent system. Your opponents cannot retreat to that system. So even if they turn off the Cargo Raiders ability, if you bring this alongside one of their raiders, then they still cannot, under any circumstances, retreat to a system of your choice. If they get themselves into a horrible situation where that system was their only chance of retreating, you could just block their retreat entirely. If you get them into that perfect situation, then the Raider ability is amazing. The mech is 2/6 with sustain and is called Eclipse. Also, during your tactical actions, hits produced by Space Cannon cannot be assigned to one of your ships in the system. So as long as you're bringing along a mech, which, remember, you could bring along a mech with the Raider, even with the Raider 1, you turn off Space Cannon. So as you move through systems, you're very secretive and you can just show up where you want. Their other faction technology was a red prerequisite with only a single red, and is called Scavenger Exos. Once per action, after you win a ground combat, you may draw an action card. So even if Neural Motivator wasn't good enough, you have another action card to use with the Scour faction ability. And if you get this early, then the prerequisite for red for the Raider 2 is already fulfilled. The leaders start with the agent. The agent is Yevin Kordul, Political Gambler. After a player gains control of a planet, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to draw an action card. There you go, another way to draw an action card. Remember, it's after you gain control of a planet, you may discard an action card to ready that planet. So if you use Scour, you can use this immediately beforehand to do that. At this point, the faction is becoming more of I want to do what I want to do with my action cards, and I don't care about the actual text on them. The commander is Pendil Gonsol, Strike Team Coordinator. When you have control of 3 planets that each have the same trait, then you unlock it. After you activate a system, choose one ship you control with a capacity value, apply +2 to the value during this tactical action. So as long as you have something with capacity, remember that does include the Raider, you can apply +2 and move more things with that single ship. So this is interesting because after that tactical action, it's going to revert down to the capacity. So if you haven't used those things to invade, and you've only brought them along to maybe protect the Raider, for example, then those things, those extras, are going to be destroyed. So make sure you actually have a plan specifically for those and where they're going to. The hero is Delin Hull, Vice Admiral of Fleet Group 15. That's an interesting name, especially for this kind of faction. Anyway, Spear of Vaylor, Hidden Vanguard is the ability that you get. You may, after you activate a system, remove one of your command tokens from the board and gain a command token. So there you go, there's a warfare right there. Also, until the end of this tactical action, apply +1 to the move value of each of your ships and the result of each of your ship's combat rolls. At the end of this turn, purge this card. So for one turn, usually a surprise, something comes off the board, everything gets a movement boost and a combat boost, so you can just take one specific system that you really need. This doesn't have any restrictions. You could absolutely take it off a home system, Mechatol Rex, whatever you need to take. It can just swoop in and take what you want. Finally, the faction promissory note is Clan's Favor. At the start of a round of space combat, the Vaylerian player discards an action card, then move all of your ships from the active system to an adjacent system that does not contain another player's ships. The combat ends in a draw. Then place a command token from your reinforcements in that system and return this card to the Vaylerian player. So this is weird because it's one of the only promissory notes in this entire expansion that is a negative for the faction that's giving it away, which unfortunately was a big thing in the base game of Twilight Imperium 4. This probably won't get traded away very often because the Vaylerian player does want to use their action cards for specific things. They do get to choose what action card they place. Also, the player has to lock down the system afterwards, so it's weird. It's like giving somebody this weird kind of super retreat, but with a downside to both players. We'll see if it actually gets traded away. I would kind of doubt it. I want to know what you guys think specifically of the Vaylerian Scourge, because they are mean. They don't allow players to retreat. They get things off of destroying people's stuff in a way that isn't so helpful, like the L1C1X. That's just kind of awkward, in my opinion. I don't know if I'd play them, especially with new players. It's a low complexity rating, but I don't know if I'd want to give it to someone new, for the same reason that I don't want to give them the Cabal in Prophecy of Kings, because you just have to be mean to get the most out of them.
So I think I already mentioned that this is actually where I started with Twilight Imperium homebrew. They're very different from where they were in the past, in part because POK gave us the wonderful rule set for attachments, which let me do branch offices that I always wanted to do with them. So now their mechanic is heavily, they have Space Cannon Dreadnoughts, which is just awesome thematically for me personally. But they also can give other players branch offices to improve the value of their planets. But that gives this wonderful corporate republic kickbacks throughout the game, including through their leaders, access to technology. They might be a little bit of a spoiled first child, but they're toned down now from prior iterations when I didn't know better. One of the big things for DS was making sure that we didn't all make like, if balance is a scale from 1 to 10, we didn't all make like 6 factions, right? Or like 7-point factions. We wanted a good range within the limits of what exists. And there have been some times where we stepped out of bounds there, maybe a little bit in development. I think we've mostly hammered things back into that sort of vision. I mean, Yssarl is like way outperforming anything remotely considered fair, so I'm confident we're not as broken as some content. But this is definitely one of the ones that kind of leaned in favor of being an easy, straightforward, introductory faction. You can just sort of hand someone new to the set and say, it's gonna be fine. You'll be rich. You have awesome fleets. Just go enjoy.
The Veldyr Sovereignty is a weird faction where they give away bonuses to other players in order to make them part of the branch of their business. After we talk about starting units in tech, I'll jump right into what that means. Their starting units are 1 Dreadnought, 1 Carrier, 1 Destroyer, 3 Fighters, 4 Infantry, a Space Dock, and a PDS. The Dreadnought is specific to them and is called the Lancer Dreadnought, which is very cool, and I'll talk about that again in a moment. Only 1 carrier, but hopefully because of the math that works out here, you have a 3-planet system next to your home system, and that would instead work out perfectly. Their starting technology is first Dark Energy Tap, and second AI Development Algorithm. AI Dev is going to help you get to your Lancer Dreadnought and its upgrade, and also Dark Energy Tap is going to help you get there because the Lancer Dreadnought has blue in its prerequisites. Additionally, the faction Tech has a red in its prerequisites, so overall, really just decent start. I like both of these techs. I like starting with them. Interesting, and I don't think it plays too much into their specific game plan. They're just nice to have. Their starting planet is Rune, which is a 3/4. Having 3/4 is nice. Tied to 1 planet kind of sucks because you have to choose resources or influence. This is definitely one that I maybe would want to use diplomacy on, so think about that towards the beginning of the game. Flipping to the front, an over-average 4 commodities represents their willingness to work with everybody, and we'll talk about that here right now with the first faction ability, Corporate Entity. Have you ever wanted to open a Twilight Imperium franchise of your own? Well, become a branch officer with the Veldyr Sovereignty. During setup, you take the additional Veldyr faction promissory notes. You have 4 faction promissory notes. Branch office attachments do not count toward scoring objectives. After we get through the 3 faction abilities, we'll talk right away about the faction promissory notes, but just remember when they're attached to planets, no matter who controls them, they don't count towards scoring those attachment objectives. So they don't really have like a objective purpose. Next is Holding Company. At the start of the status phase, for each planet that has a branch office attachment, you may gain 1 commodity or convert one of your commodities to a trade good. So you're incentivized to trade these away early in order to benefit the most off of the Holding Company ability. Finally is Targeted Acquisition. At the start of the status phase, you may give one of your faction promissory notes in your hand to one of your neighbors. This means that they're forced to take that promissory note. Giving it to that player, they cannot refuse it. You have to target them, and they must take it, and we'll look at right away that when they receive that card, they have to do something with it. So let's check out those cards, starting with Branch Office Tax Haven. Remember, there's 4 of these, and this is the first one, and they're all different. When you receive this card, which is going to be the trigger for all of them, you must attach it to a non-home planet you control other than Mechatol Rex that does not have a branch office attachment. The influence value is increased by 1. We'll notice a theme immediately, because Broadcast Hub reads exactly the same way, down to even just its influence increasing by 1. Then, looking at both Reserve Bank and Orbital Shipyard, they read in the exact same way, but instead of influence, its resources increased by 1. Even though they have these 4 promissory notes, it's a low complexity rating faction because these don't actually do much. Unlike the Shipwrights of Axis that we looked at first, however many hours ago that was, these are only increase things by 1, and they stay on those planets essentially permanently. You don't have to constantly be trading those out. Once you get rid of all of your branch office promissory notes, you're in the clear. I also mentioned their Lancer Dreadnoughts. Cost 4, 5 combat, 1 movement, 1 capacity, like a normal dreadnought with sustained damage and bombardment 5. But the one bonus that you get is Space Cannon 8. So similarly to the Excha, they get these interesting faction-specific units that have space cannon that are actually still in space. This means that by the rules, unfortunately, they can't participate in any space cannon defense, but space cannon offense as things go by in space is totally good. When it upgrades with 2 blue and a yellow, which remember that you start with a blue, and you also start with AI development, so interesting. It keeps the 4, 5, and 1 capacity, but the movement goes up to 2, and the space cannon goes down to 5. It also gets the normal dreadnought ability of not being able to be destroyed by direct hits, but that's neither here nor there. What you're really looking at is the 2 movement and Space Cannon 5. Space Cannon 5 is nice, but not totally amazing on its own. Basically, these Lancer Dreadnoughts are just ever so slightly better than the normal ones. This isn't really your faction-like ability. Having these nicer dreadnoughts is just kind of a bonus on top of your branch office. I'm going to try to pronounce this flagship. I think it's called the Ricterian. It's a cost of 8, 7 times 2 combat, 1 movement, 3 capacity flagship. Pretty just average with sustained damage. But when it makes a combat roll, it rolls an additional die for each round of combat that has been resolved. So as the fight goes on, as long as this keeps surviving, it keeps rolling more and more dice. The combat value is 7, it's like right average, but those extra dice can really add up. Then the mech is called Aurora Stormcaller, normal 2/6 with sustain, and after a player activates the system, you may remove the unit from the game board to place a PDS on this planet. So if you're falling behind on structure objectives and you'd like to protect your stuff, then the mech basically is kind of like a 2-cost PDS, but somebody has to come in and try to activate it. What's interesting is I might actually, in very specific situations, pay somebody else to place a token in that system but not bring anything else in, maybe more than what their command token was worth. But for the most part, this is meant to be a defensive ability. Now, their faction Other Technology with 2 red prerequisites is called Cider Project. At the end of each round of space combat, you may use Space Cannon of one of your units in the active system against your opponent's ships without rolling additional dice. So, remember how I said that Space Cannon 8 and then 5 when it's upgraded on the Lancer Dreadnoughts isn't inherently amazing by itself? This is what kind of turns it on. It still doesn't make it absolutely game-winning, but being able to roll that extra die every single time is nice, especially when you can have a bunch of Dreadnoughts on the game board. I like that it's tied to the Dreadnoughts and isn't tied to the flagship, because only having one would kind of suck. Having a bunch of Dreadnoughts to help protect your stuff is much better. Now the leaders start with the agent, which is Solus Morden, Research and Development. When a player spends resources to research, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to spend the influence of one planet they control as resources. The best situation I could see you in is having the primary of technology and controlling Mechatol Rex. That would be the perfect situation. But just being able to do this and interchange them is not too much of an insane ability to start, but it can be pretty nice. Having this ability towards the beginning of the game, though, is still nice because you start with that 3/4 on Rune starting planet, so you can just use the secondary of technology by using the influence instead of resources using this agent. I think that's the point of why you have it towards the beginning. The commander is Veracog. Chief Legal Officer, and unlocks when 2 other players control 1 or more planets that have branch office attachments. So worst case scenario, if you can't get them traded away, you could always just wait until the end of round 2 at the second status phase and just force the second player to take it. Then, at the latest, starting in round 3, you get the ability, when you research a technology that is owned by a player who controls a planet with a branch office attachment, you may ignore 1 prerequisite on that technology. So this works alongside the agent to help you get technologies easier. However, you do have to only use it against people with branch offices. So it benefits having more and more people with them, so up to 4 on the game board. That means technically 1 player would have to be left out in a 6-player game, but you get most of the other players' technologies as options to look at for this. And last, their hero, Oberyn Elryn Chairman, is a really interesting hero. So when you unlock it, you get the Twilight Protocol, a New Dawn ability. As an action for each planet that has a branch office attachment, so up to 4, you may gain a unit upgrade technology of the same unit type as one owned by the player that controls that planet, then purge this card. So this is of the same unit type. This isn't necessarily specifically that unit upgrade technology, which matters if, let's say, that you have an Embers of Muat player that starts with a War Sun, and you give them away and then use this earlier in the game, you can get something like War Sun pretty easily. And you could even be open about this. You can tell the other player that's the entire point for why you're doing this. But players will probably react differently depending on whether you're open about this or not. So definitely choose what kind of player you're going to be playing the Veldyr Sovereignty towards the beginning of the game. Will you be more secretive, or will you be more trade focused? And this is what I'm going to get out of it, and this is what you're going to get out of it now. Remember that they get an extra influence or resource every round, so maybe just giving it to them round 1 and then not using this hero for a while will kind of just let them benefit off of it before they see what you're getting out of it. And I've already talked about the faction promissory note, so we'll skip that section because there's 4 of them. The last thing I will say, which is interesting, and I actually just thought about this right now, is that the faction promissory notes, the branch offices, when they're attachments, they never leave that planet. That includes if you take them back or if other people take them from it. So you could just go around and after giving away your branch offices, you could just recollect them. Now, they're probably going to put them in situations and planets that are hard for other players to take because they want the bonuses. Of course, nobody wants their planets taken by anyone else, especially ones with attachments. But technically, you could go around and collect them back, which is kind of like a big corporate entity coming around to repurchase a lot of their previous franchises, which is just, it's really funny in the roleplay kind of sense. That will almost never happen, but just, they're really fun overall. They seem really interesting. It's a low complexity faction, which I totally agree with. I love the idea of this.
It is an individual.
Huh.
It has a what I think Jahit was a brilliant move in that it has a visual gag on its planet, on its faction sheet of normally a 2-planet home system. You'd have the 2 planets off to the side, but because one of them is the faction, that is the that gets to take up the character art space for the faction sheet. So the lore here is, what if you took a planet and gave it trauma and made it really angry at the universe? And so it's a sentient planet that hates everything. That's the theme, that's the lore. They you'll see their the hero is Muat's hero, but turns a planet into an asteroid field. Their home system has an asteroid field. They're big on bombardment with their infantry because, like the Latok Khrask, they fling their invasion forces at planets, but they're maybe a little less friendly about it in terms of how their infantry work, and they see their infantry maybe a little bit more as expendable on that front. They have one of the joke ability names in the set, in that their 3rd faction ability is called Paranoia, because we ran into a lot of problems in development about what happens when you give a faction a asteroid field home system, and they lose access to anti-mass deflectors, or somebody is playing SAR and goes and camps out in their home system. It's like, okay, well, there's probably a bunch of things we haven't thought of in addition to those and others that are weird niche cases. So out of paranoia, they were given an ability to just sort of catch all those weird circumstances, and should they come up with the ability, we're like, all right, we'll just name it Paranoia.
I like the theme a lot.
Finally, for the original 24, we have the Zelian Purifier. It's a living planet that doesn't do voting very well and blows up when he's angry. It's a moderate complexity, but it plays pretty straightforward with a lot of bombardment and a lot of smashing stuff, so let's check it out. Starting with 1 Dreadnought, a Carrier, a Destroyer, a Fighter, 5 Infantry, a Space Dock, and a PDS. So that 5 Infantry is the only multiple, everything else is just a one of, so you just get a bunch of random stuff. The crazy part is the infantry is actually faction specific and is really crazy and really interesting, so let's check it out in just a minute. The starting technology is AI development algorithm, which works to help them out with getting new unit upgrades, but also, of course, it's anti-mass deflectors. When you're a giant living planet asteroid thing, of course you're going to be able to live inside asteroids. Then the starting planets is Zelian, which is a 3/3, Gen, which is a 2/0, and it's even an asteroid field. So in order to take your home system, people are going to need anti-mass deflectors. Really thematic, and of course it's going to come from an asteroid belt. This is also the main reason why you have asteroid deflectors as a starting tech, gameplay-wise. Having a home system as an asteroid field would make a lot of sense for the clan of Sar, and I'm glad that at least one faction got it. Moving up to the front, only 2 commodities, and that makes sense for a faction that doesn't have a lot to give. It's just a bunch of rocks. Who would want rocks? The faction abilities are pretty crazy. The first one is the least crazy, and then we'll get into a downside and an upside one. Obsessive Designs allows, during the action phase, after you research a unit upgrade technology, you may use the production ability of one of your space docks in your home system to produce units of that type, reducing the combined cost of the produced units by 2. So this could happen every single round if you continue to follow the technology secondary, but if you get a hold of the primary, you could even do both. You do start with AI development algorithm, which helps you get more unit upgrade tech, which is even nicer. So after they choose to spec into something, they could keep producing that, and that includes their upgraded infantry, which again, I'll get into a moment. Next is Biophobic, which is a faction ability that's unfortunately actually a downside. During the agenda phase, the number of votes you cast is instead equal to the number of planets you exhaust to catch votes. So instead of the amount of influence, it's only the amount of planets, which says that you're not doing much in the agenda phase. I would at least try to only focus on one agenda at a time to have any sort of sway in that phase at all. The most you're going to end up with is technically 12, I think, which is not very high whatsoever. And finally, Paranoia, which sounds like a downside but is actually an upside. Game effects other than your command tokens cannot prevent you from activating or moving ships into your home system. So no matter what, you can always retreat or move back into that system if you need to. I would imagine this doesn't come up super often, but if a faction did have something to prevent you from moving back there, then not so bad. So, their faction-specific unit is the Impactor, which is the infantry, and kind of works as like another faction ability because it's so important to their strategy. The cost is 1 × 2, and the combat is 8, which is nice. But it has this weird ability for infantry. It's Bombardment 9. So during invasion, this unit must commit to a planet it bombards. So while it's up in space before it commits to invasion, it's going to use its bombardment, and then as it comes down, it has to come down to the planet that it bombarded. What the thematic idea is that as they fall to the planet, that they actually bombard the planet themselves by the impact. That's how it's supposed to kind of feel like. When it upgrades it, which I highly suggest that you do, it's 2 green, which unfortunately they don't start with any, but it is Impactor 2, which keeps its 1 × 2, but the combat goes down to 7, and bombardment goes down to 8. It says, after this unit is destroyed, roll a die. If the result is 6 or greater, place it on the card. At the start of your next turn, place each unit that is on this card on a planet you control in your home system. It gets its normal Infantry 2 ability, but loses the weird During Invasion ability. Basically, the idea is these impactors are so large that they could technically split off and bombard a planet but actually land on a different one, so it loses that downside, technically a downside, and gains this upside that all infantry get. You are going to want to use a lot of infantry though, so having that 7 combat value and bombardment of 8 instead of 9 actually does a lot. Keep in mind, moving from 9 to 8 doesn't seem like too much, but it's actually increasing your odds by 50%. Next is their really fun flagship, the World Cracker. It costs 8, has a 5 combat value, which is kind of low, it doesn't roll multiple dice, but whatever. A movement of 1, a capacity of 3 with sustained damage and bombardment 5. It also has anti-fighter barrage 5. So just a whole slew of abilities. Also, when this unit makes a combat or unit roll ability, that includes bombardment or AFB, it rolls an additional die for each asteroid field adjacent to this unit. So that makes up for the only 1 combat value, and it helps because if you're fighting in a thing adjacent to your home system, it benefits, or if you go out and, let's say, create an asteroid field, hint hint, then you'll get bonuses off of it all the same. Then we have the mech, a normal 2/6 with sustain. Also at the start of invasion, if this unit is in the space area of the active system, you may remove it from the game board to destroy a unit on the planet in that system. So you can send big massive rocks down to planets to destroy a specific unit. That could even be a mech, because it doesn't say assign a hit, it just says destroy. So sending something down towards a mech could actually blow it up even though it has sustain. Now we have a fun faction technology with 1 red prerequisite, which you start with a red, so go ahead and use it whenever you upgrade. It is called Shard Volley. Now there is an opportunity cost to upgrading to this because you don't actually get to use your Obsessive Designs faction ability, but it's good nonetheless, so I would still try to get to it. When 1 or more of your units produce 1 or more hits during a bombardment roll against a planet, produce 1 additional hit for that roll. This is great. It works very similarly to the NRA mech. It's very, very nice. This usually works out great because you have a 30% chance, and if you hit it, it doubles it. So it doesn't technically give you more of a chance to hit, it just makes it more devastating when it does. Finally, we have the leaders, which are 3 different versions of Zelian. First is Zelian A, the Mutilator, which is the agent. At the start of invasion, you may exhaust this card to allow the active player to replace 1 of their infantry in the space area with 1 mech from their reinforcements, which remember is that cool Collider mech from what we talked about earlier. Also, you start with a whole ton of infantry, so why not replace 1 of them with a mech? This basically shows that the asteroids are getting larger and turning into more devastating abilities. The commander is Zelian B, the Hunter. It unlocks when you have 1 or more ships in 2 systems that contain an asteroid field. And don't freak out, because if there's no asteroid field on the map, there will be, I promise. Each of your Dreadnoughts and War Suns without Anti-Fighter Barrage gains Anti-Fighter Barrage 5. This is just a nice ability and helps you out with War Suns, which is funny. I would play this faction, I think, with 14 points over just 10 points because I'd want to see this used a ton. And finally is the exciting hero, kind of like the Muat hero. Zelian R, the Destroyer, gives you Cataclysm, Celestial Impact. After you move a unit with bombardment into a non-home system other than Mechatol Rex, you may gain trade goods equal to the total combined resource values of planets in that system. If you do, destroy all units on planets in that system and replace that system tile with the Zelian asteroid tile, which I'll show you here. Then purge this card and each planet that corresponds to the replaced system tile. So if you were worried about not getting the benefit off of actually invading and taking that system, you do get trade goods equal to the resource values. You could even blow up one of your own systems that you already control. You can't blow up your home system, which I don't see why you would want to, but you can blow up something right next to it, or just in your pie slice, or even blow up somebody else's stuff. Why not? This works in a similar way to the Muat, where they can either use it defensively or aggressively, but either way they get a benefit off of it. And finally is their faction promissory note, called Hyperkinetic Ordnance. When 1 or more of your units makes a bombardment roll, if you produce 1, produce an additional 1 for that unit. Then return it to the Zelian player. So that's a single use of the Shard Volley faction tech, essentially, which is just nice, and you should help out your fellow people that you have aligned with, but isn't too amazing. Really, they're kind of a straightforward, I would say this is correct in saying it's a moderate complexity, because the asteroids themselves don't win you games, but you can benefit off of them. I would say they have a pretty weak economy, kind of like the Muat, but they do get a bunch of trade goods if they blow up the correct system with the hero. So it's really up to you to pilot them properly. And I keep saying them, but I think the idea is it's one living asteroid with a bunch of tiny little rocks that are following it around, and they're all this hive mind thing. Now that we covered the original 24, starting with the Shipwrights and ending with the Zelian Purifier, we have 10 more to go. These 10 were included in this expansion after the fact and are actually add-ons to the original 24. Let's hear from Tactic Blue shortly here about why these are separated, and then we'll jump in, starting with the Bentor Conglomerate.
So we're moving into what's called the newer set. Can you give us a little bit of background on why they're separate?
Yep. So DS originally was just 24 factions to match the what we had available, but over time it was like, oh, there's actually a bunch of really good ideas in the homebrew community. As again, this has been 6 years plus in the making. There were points where I was like, oh, this is a really cool idea, but you missed the boat for DS as it was. Let's just incorporate. Let's just adopt and add you to the set because this is awesome. So I tried, and a big thing for DS, and it was the same thing when we expanded it, was to try and get as many people on board to share their homebrew ideas as we could fit in that sense. So yeah, that's where these 10 more factions come from.
Well, the first one is the Bentor Conglomerate.
So the Bentor Conglomerate are treasure hunters. They're big on exploration. Their big thematic mechanic is that they will, as they collect relic fragments, they get a little token matching that color. So if they've, throughout the game, once they collected a cultural, industrial, hazardous, and unknown relic fragment, they'll have 4 little tokens matching each of those, or 1 token for each of the 4 colors, and then that boosts their mech deploy, keys off of getting those little tokens. Their agent gives value depending on those tokens. Commander unlocks with those tokens, increases their commodity value. And then their flagship actually has the kitchen sink of unit abilities, in that it has 9x2 combat, anti-fighter barrage 9x2, space cannon 9, bombardment 9, and then that they can add to that effectiveness, that ship's effectiveness, by 1 for each of those relic tokens. So by the end, they're rolling 5x2 combat, 5x2 anti-fighter barrage, space cannon 5, bombardment 5. So really fun in that sense. Their lore is one of the better jokes, I think, in the set, in that you get 3 paragraphs before your subscription gets cut off, and you can fill out the rest of the lore with that. So Rune Sage, it's a great faction. Great work.
Okay. Well, I'm a big fan of the fragments, meaning something.
Yeah. Yep. Well, and it's fun. There's a couple of these like this because at the end of the game, you kind of sometimes are sitting on some useless fragments, and they actually want them. Even if it's just to say hey, I'll give you a trade good if you let me lick your fragment and hand it back to you. It says, I just need it for sec, man. I just need it to unlock my abilities.
The first of the 10 additional factions is the Bentor Conglomerate. This is a faction that cares a lot about exploring and specifically doing interesting things with relic fragments. They start with a carrier, 2 cruisers, 3 fighters, 4 infantry, a space knock, and a PDS. I would heavily suggest getting a second carrier as quickly as possible. It's unfortunate that they don't start with one, because getting a second carrier using the secondary, hopefully, or unfortunately maybe primary of warfare is going to help you get a lot more exploration in turn 1. Their starting technologies works very similarly to a couple other factions, with choosing 2 of the following 3. It's Dark Energy Tap, Scanlink Drone Network, and Psychoarchaeology. Choose Scanlink Drone Network every single time, and then decide when you're looking at the board whether you're going to do Dark Energy Tap or Psychoarchaeology. Dark Energy Tap if there's a lot of frontier tokens, and Psychoarchaeology if there's a lot of technology specialties. If you're kind of in the middle, I would choose Psychoarchaeology because one of their faction techs is green and none of them are blue. I would heavily suggest getting into Dark Energy Tap either way with them, but I kind of would suggest this with any factions. I would at least choose Scanlink, and then it's kind of up to you for the others. They are extremely poor with their starting planets, with Bank being 2-0 and Hao being 1-2. the max they're going to get is 3 resources or 2 influence and 2 resources off of these planets, which is kind of just bland and okay. Hopefully you're hoping for a lot of planets that you'll be able to take early with this extra exploration that they'll do. Flipping to the front, their commodities are also only 2, which makes them even poorer, unfortunately. But we'll jump right into their faction abilities, which does help them out a lot. The first one is secret maps. At the end of your tactical actions, you may explore a planet in the active system that is or contains one of your units with production that you did not explore during the tactical action. You are going to be able to bring a carrier into a system, and even if you don't invade and actually explore that planet, at the end of the action you can explore a planet that does not have a infantry on it because you didn't explore it. You can even do this with only a single carrier. Let's say that you bring a single infantry into a 2-planet system. You can take one of the planets and then still explore the other one, even if you don't actually control it. I'm still suggesting to get a second carrier at the beginning of the game, but you can do this later on in the game by just continuously exploring things, even if you don't actually bring any infantry along with it. You can just leave things with production, including your space docks, there in order to continuously explore them without having to commit anything to them. Additionally, we have Fortune Seekers. Once per action, after you explore a planet or frontier token, you may gain a commodity. Every single time, being able to just get them over and over again lets you use those commodities for fancy stuff when actually exploring the cards. Finally, Ancient Blueprints. The first time you gain a cultural, hazardous, industrial, or unknown relic fragment, place the corresponding fragment token on your faction sheet. This faction has 4 additional tokens that you'll continuously gain what's essentially more faction abilities during the game as you explore and collect these different fragments. Once they have 1 of each, they'll get more abilities. They don't inherently do anything, and I'll show a couple of them on the screen now, but they don't inherently do anything, but different abilities will check for how many you have. Speaking of which, let's move to their flagship, which is the Wayfinder. With a cost of 8, 9x2 combat, movement of 1, and capacity of 3, it has sustained damage, anti-fighter barrage 9x2, space cannon 9, and bombardment of 9. A lot of really poor combat values that can do a lot in different situations. However, the ability makes up for it. You apply +1 to the results of this ship's combat value and ability rolls for each fragment token on your faction sheet. So, maximum you can get 4, which means that you're applying +4 to all these different abilities and the combat value, which can get a lot better later game. There's really no inherent reason to build this early unless you get a perfect opportunity. I would just wait until you have at least a few tokens to get this out on the board. It is a great flagship to use with Sling Relay and get it out in the perfect opportunity because it can be a lot stronger than people realize once you have those tokens. Your 2/6 sustain mech called Auctioneer deploys in a specific way. When you place a fragment token on your faction sheet, you may place a mech on a planet you control. So up to 4 times throughout the game, you can get a free mech onto the board. Now this is just a normal mech once it gets on the board, but having it for free in ideal situations and ideal planets is perfect. Now let's talk about their faction tech with Broker Network. Each planet you control that has a technology specialty or an attachment gains the Production 1 ability as if it were a unit. So with the Secret Maps faction ability, this will turn on even more ways to continuously explore planets. Because remember, at the end of your tactical action, not only can you explore a planet that has units with production, you can also explore a planet that has production, like the things with Broker Network. This is only a single green prerequisite, which does make sense to get if you have psychoarchaeology from the beginning of the game, but remember, I would probably tech into it anyway, especially because you'll probably be grabbing a lot of technology specialty planets, so you may be able to just freely get to it. This is one of those where it's kind of working alongside your faction abilities, so I would try to get it as early as possible to have a lot of opportunities to use the production. The second one is Merged Replicators and has 2 yellow prerequisites. When 1 or more units use production, you may exhaust this card to swap one of those units' production with another on the game board, or apply +2 to the total production value of those units. So remember, this is when the units themselves use production. This is talking about your units, not your planets. So unfortunately, this doesn't work with Broker Network to increase your planet's production ability, but you can just perfectly tune the production abilities to have the most amount of fleet production in the perfect moment. This one I would say is optional, but you are halfway there with Scanlink anyway, so why not? Now, the leaders are interesting, especially the agent. I like the agent a lot. It's COO Mgar, Deft Tradeperson. As an action, which is always nice to have an agent that's an action, you can exhaust this card and choose a player. For each fragment token on your faction sheet, that player gains a commodity. For each commodity they would gain in excess of their commodity value, they gain a trade good instead. So let's say you have all 4 tokens on your faction sheet, choosing yourself would get you a full set of commodities and 2 tokens, or even more if you are already at full commodity value. Honestly, this is just a great way to just get rich and have your own little economy. Even though they have low commodities, they can continuously build their economy through the game anyway. It's really nice because it makes up for being really poor with your starting planets. Then the commander is CMO Ronk, Marketing Guru. When you have 3 fragment tokens on your faction sheet of any combination, you'll unlock him. And he just says your commodity value is increased by 1. Okay, so this one is weird. This is the only commander in the game where I look at this and I go, in very specific situations, you may actually not want to unlock this. At least the same round that you think you're going to unlock him, you get COO Mgar, the agent, to proc before using this. Because you may want to fill up your commodities, sure, but once you have a higher commodity value, it's actually more difficult to get the agent off and get that extra trade good traded over. Now, overall, this is better because you can hold more at once, but in that very specific situation, you may actually kind of, one trade good, this is $1 we're talking about, get a little screwed over by it, but overall, it's still a better benefit. You actually don't fully get to pick when this goes off though, because it's just you get the tokens when you get the cards, and you can't choose when you get the cards because you don't have the NRA black market forgery ability, so you don't actually get to choose what cards you're picking, you just get what you get. Now, the hero is CEO Kentuk, Visionary Explorer. It's the ability Primordial Data Core, Grand Reveal. So this might just straight up be my favorite hero ever, because it's the least amount of words on a hero card. The ability is, as an action, purge this card to explore each planet you control in any order. This is super clean, super streamlined, gets you a lot of those tokens if you haven't gotten them already, gets you a lot of relics if you haven't gotten them already. It's just awesome. Technology specialties will come out. This is when you'll use this when you have the most planets and need a ton of different long-term benefits. It's a lot of fun. I don't necessarily think it's technically better than the NRA hero, because that just straight up gets you a relic and a couple other things, but it is a lot of fun to just say, hey guys, I'm going to take 10 minutes here really quick, let me just explore everything. And finally is the Faction Promissory Note, which is another cool attachment one, kind of like the Titans. The encryption key is an action. Attach this card to a non-home planet you control. This planet has 1 technology specialty of any color. So this does not make you pick when you place it. It essentially makes it so it's a wild tech spec. You can use it for anything when you use it. You still have to exhaust it, but you can use it as any color, which is a lot of fun. Again, technically, the Bentor could retake this from the other person, but you're probably not going to end up in that situation. You're just going to want to give this to one of your alliance members. Overall, super cool, low complexity faction. It's not like the NRA where you even have to make any choices. You're just doing a lot of exploring and hoping you get a bunch of little relic fragments and you can do weird stuff with them. Really cool, streamlined, fun.
Cheiran Hordes are in Cat's faction. They are doing one of the, again, keying off tech starts. They have the unique start of starting with one of their choice of Magen or self-assembly routines. They are crabs that are like Russian nesting dolls in terms of how they work as a faction, and crabs. So they start the game with additional dreadnoughts. Their dreadnoughts, when they're destroyed, turn into more ships. So when you finally kill the dreadnought, it's like the reward is more crabs in the system. Same thing with their mech. When you finally kill their mech, the reward is more crabs pop out. So they have a lot of abilities that key off structures because of Magen. Their mechs act as structures for that reason. They have a hilariously simple hero in that you just pick up your starting units and dump them on the board again. So lots of very just straightforward defensive crab stuff.
I am actually a huge fan. I'm going to put this in my top 3 interest. I just like the simplicity of some of them.
Yeah, and Cat would be very pleased to hear that. So I'll make sure he tunes in.
All right, now let's move into the big, strong crab boys. They're slow-moving, buff, and like to punch things. They start with a dreadnought, a carrier, a destroyer, 2 fighters, 2 infantry, a mech, and a space dock. Now their dreadnoughts are specific to the faction, and of course we'll go over them in a moment, but they also have a weird starting technology choice. You choose one of the following 2 red technologies, either Magen Defense Grid or Self-Assembly Routines. Now remember, due to the Thunder's Edge expansion, Magen Defense Grid has gotten better and has a lot more to do with your structures, whereas Self-Assembly Routines has to do with mechs. So whether you want to get a benefit to defense due to your structures, or allow your mechs to be placed easier, is up to you, but either way, it's a red technology, so just make your choice, whichever you like more. Then we have G'huun Theta, which is a 2/1 planet, and Arch, which is a 2/2 planet. They're kind of poor, but not that bad. I like that it's split up between 2 planets, but they don't have too high of an economy, especially when you flip to the front of their sheet and see that they only have a commodity value of 2. Their faction abilities start with Setup, with the Teaming ability. During setup, place 2 additional dreadnoughts and 1 additional mech in your reinforcements. So in an 8-player game, it does come with tokens to use, and I'll show them on the screen now, but in a 6-player game you could just use a different color if you wanted that isn't being used for neutral units. They just are allowed to have a little bit bigger of fleets, and their dreadnoughts, remember, are specific to them, so we'll check up on that in a moment. Then they have the Molt ability. After you win a space combat as the defender, you may place 1 ship in the active system, reducing the cost by 1 for each of your non-fighter ships destroyed during that combat. So as long as you win, if anything you have was destroyed, you're allowed to reproduce things, basically giving you a little bit less of a detriment to defending a space combat. Then finally we have Bysis. You may treat your mechs on planets you control as structures for any purpose other than scoring objectives. Now remember, with the updated Magen Defense Grid, that allows the defense of structures to be even more defensive because you get to place free infantry. So if you're choosing between your starting tech, keep this in mind as well. You don't get to use them for scoring objectives, so you don't get structure objectives easier, but it is nice to have one way or another. Then we've got the faction-specific unit I was talking about called the Cheetan Hulk. It's the Dreadnought. With a cost of 4, a 5 combat value, move of 1, capacity of 1, sustained damage, bombardment 5, this looks pretty normal. But when this unit is destroyed, you may place a fighter from your reinforcements in this system's space area. That's really kind of weak. Overall, I'm not too impressed by it, but we do have extra dreadnoughts and this can upgrade. With 2 blue and 1 yellow prerequisite, it's pretty expensive for only starting off with reds, but it moves the movement up to 2 and doesn't allow it to be destroyed by direct hit as normal, but also when this unit is destroyed, not only could you place a fighter, you may choose to instead place a destroyer in the system's space area, which is a lot better for the cost. I like that you at least start with one of these so you get to see it in action, because I think it's a little underwhelming, but if you actually look at the value that it's providing, the probabilities on paper are a lot better, especially if you choose the destroyer. Also keep in mind that destroyers are upgraded using red technology, so starting with a red helps you get to the destroyer, which actually gives more value to this Cheetan Hulk anyway. Now the flagship is called the Lithodox. It's an 8, 7x2, 1, and 3 flagship with sustained damage, so pretty average, but it has AFB 7x2, which is always nice. Also, when this unit makes a combat or an ability roll, including AFB, it rolls an additional die if this system is adjacent to or contains one of your structures, which remember includes your mechs. So the more mechs you've placed, the more this flagship benefits. Let's look right into the mech. This is a 2 cost, 6 combat sustained mech, and The Naupolis allows when this unit is destroyed, you may place an infantry from your reinforcements on this planet. So the mechs are helpful anyway. Unfortunately, the mechs don't have a deploy ability, but getting the self-assembly routines would really help you get them out there. You see how they're constantly being pulled between starting with these two technologies? You kind of have to take the whole faction into assessment and then pick. So these better mechs will help you make your flagship better, and the whole faction will just improve. Especially when you look at the faction tech, which is Brood Pod. It has 2 red prerequisites, so this is really heavily incentivizing you to go down red anyway. After another player activates a system that contains one of your structures, or mechs of course, you may exhaust this card to produce a ship in the active system. For each of your structures in the active system, you may remove that unit from the game board to reduce the cost of the produced ship by 3. So you only have to pay 1 if you remove a mech in order to build a dreadnought. It's a really weird way, but it just allows these things to molt into larger ships, essentially. Kind of in a weird biological crab-like way that the Arborec do. Now let's move into their leaders. Agent, Operator Kavares Subspace Grapple. The ability is, at the end of a player's turn, that's anyone's turn, exhaust this card to allow that player to remove one of their command tokens from the game board and place that token in an adjacent system that contains 1 or more of their structures and none of their command tokens. So this is kind of like a warfare, but you have to place it in something else. So as long as you don't care about where it's being placed, you can use it on yourself. But you could use it on someone else in order to make sure that what they need locked down is locked down, so you don't get attacked. It's a very, very flexible, and I could see this being used on yourself or someone else about 50-50% of the time. The commander is Specialist Furquaze Alloyed Carapace. When you have 4 structures on non-home planets, it's unlocked, which, again, I just have to remind you, counts your mechs, which, of course, you start with 1 of. While you are the defender during ground combat, after your opponent produces 1 or more hits against your units, you may spend a commodity or trade good to cancel one of those hits. This is just a nice little bonus for ground combat that you can spend a little bit of your money you weren't going to use anyway to cancel some hits. I like it. The hero is Thacht Silqua Polemarch? I don't know. I think I pronounced that right. Anyway, it gives you the ability Contingency Plan Biomass Event. As an action, which is great, gather units from your reinforcements up to equal of your starting units. Place these units in any combination in the space area of any systems that contain 1 of your structures and no other player's ships, or on planets you control. Then purge this card. This is cool! I like this. It just gives you another reset of all of your starting units wherever you need them. Now, what's interesting is this also includes a space dock. So it's nice having a space dock out where you need it. I don't think it's too flashy or anything. I just think it's a nice little boost to your horde, which is very, very cool. And finally, their faction promissory note is Carcinization. When 1 or more of your non-fighter ships is destroyed during combat, you may place 2 fighters from your reinforcements in the space area of that same system. At the end of combat, return this card to the Cheiran Hordes player. I don't know if I'd ever really give this out. I think that it could be helpful if somebody else is being paid to go somewhere, but it's okay. I wouldn't really lump it into their real abilities. Overall, I like that they're just kind of these slow-moving big crabs that can molt into other things, get a bunch of bonuses, have extra dreadnoughts and an additional mech. Just really fun overall. It's a lot of just big beefy things. Dreadnoughts and mechs. Why not?
The Edyn Mandate?
Yeah, Edyn Mandate are...
Wow, I was wrong twice. Sorry.
No, it doesn't matter. This one's mine, and I'll take all blame for that. They're mahocked but diplomatic about it, in that they're set on domination of the universe, but they're going to do it by getting you to vote for them. So their big mechanic keys off of their mechs, which turn systems. So like Cabal docks Rule Wraith docks turn their systems into rifts. Edyn mechs turn their systems into a new anomaly type called a sigil. And then they have abilities that key off of sigils, including they have an ability that makes all of their sigils function as functions like nebulae for movement for ships. So they can build a wall of sigils around their home system if they want, or something else like that. They have an ability that allows them, when they predict the outcome correctly of an agenda, they can place command tokens from other players' reinforcements in sigils. And then their hero is just the old extra hero, but you get to draw and resolve one agenda for each sigil on the game board. So we made them giant glowing targets. Please go kill the mechs. They're important to the faction. If you kill the faction, they'll be sad. One thing I see that catches a lot of people out is Unity algorithm.
I was just about to say the 3 green is interesting.
The 3 green is so in the same way that Vaden are kind of, if I have to suffer through debt meta, I'm going to inflict it on everybody else through a faction. Unity algorithm is kind of rejecting the idea of boat float meta. It's like, fine, if you guys want to float boats, let's float some boats.
Okay.
And I'll make a tech that by the end of the game, I can turn to you and sarcastically say that you voted for me to win. Not once, but twice, maybe even 3 times, because I scored from a prediction I got correct that you let me score. It's like letting me, and so that happens a lot I see sort of the early test games, and then newer is, or like newer players to the set, they don't really catch on that that's basically Imperial Rider with consent.
Yeah.
So please, again, similarly to the mechs, like if you just kill the mechs, you don't vote for Ian's predictions, like they'll suffer. But yeah.
Yeah.
I still haven't recovered in my friend group from playing this faction. They don't trust me with any deals because they refuse. They're like, no. This is some Edyn shit. You're trying to sneak in a win. We're not going to let it happen.
Yeah, and now when you play and it's not even Edyn, they're like, he's an Edyn player.
Nah, he loves that faction, man. He's got some trick up his sleeve. It's going to give him points and win him the game. And yeah, so they're very sneaky in what they do, but don't let them get free points, please.
The Edyn Mandate is a really weird, almost police force type faction that represents this ancient knowledge called the Mandate that all of the people of Edyn live by. I love the lore specifically of this faction, and it's absolutely worth reading the back of this faction sheet if you get a moment. They all follow this creature called the Living Will, and you'll see it come up later as the hero for the actual faction. Let's talk about gameplay. Their starting units are a carrier, 2 destroyers, 4 fighters, 3 infantry, a space knock, and a PDS. This is not a bad start, considering how many powerful abilities the Edyn Mandate gets. It's not like the most amazing, but it's really not that bad, and I would think that the start would be a way to balance this faction, but instead they just gave it an average one. Additionally, the starting technology is very similar. I would think that, again, it would be a way to balance it, but you can choose any 3 technologies that have different colors and no prerequisites. That means that you get a choice of 8 different technologies. Now, you have to choose 3 different colors, but I would assume that you're going to choose at least green as one of them because one of their faction techs is 3 green prerequisites, but otherwise it's completely up to you. I think that this is something I can't really comment on without having actually played the Edyn Mandate. Their starting planets is Edyn, of course, and then there's Echo and OK. Edyn is a 3/3 planet, 3 resources, 3 influence, and then Echo and OK are each 0/1 planets. This is where their balance comes in. They have to control all the planets in their home system in order to score objectives, and 2 of them just are barely worth even defending. They do, however, have 3 commodities when we flip up to the front of the faction sheet, which is not bad. And let's jump right into the faction abilities because immediately you're going to see something weird, and that's strategy card manipulation. We have not seen this really in any other faction except maybe doing the primary instead of secondary, but this is going to be a really weird way of going about the strategy phase. The ability is called Grace. Once per action phase, after you resolve the primary ability of a strategy card, you may resolve the secondary ability of one readied or unchosen strategy card with a lower printed initiative number than that strategy card. So in most situations, you're going to have a decent number of options. What's weird is you might actually want to use your strategy card earlier than most other factions because you'll want the one that's you want to be doing the secondary of to be readied. This can also make it so they can do the secondary of a specific card that someone else chose but is still readied twice in one round. This ability is honestly crazy because let's say that the Edyn Mandate is going to get the most out of the secondary of a card that they did not choose. You as the player with that card have an obligation to play it as your very first action, probably messing with your entire game plan, so that it's not one of the readied ones by the time it gets to them. It's a crazy way to go about the strategy phase and the action phase because you not only have to plan around when you play your card, you're actually planning around what card you're going to do an extra secondary of as well. I would just absolutely bump this faction up from low to moderate complexity just due to this ability. This ability is the Analysis Paralysis ability. It is so many things to keep track of in just so little words. Next up, we have a couple other powerful abilities, starting with Decree. You may prevent ships from moving through anomalies that contain your ground forces. This would already be a situationally powerful ability, but until we read the next ability and then their faction mech, it doesn't exactly make sense how this is going to work. Speaking of which, we have Radiance. After an agenda is revealed, you may predict aloud the outcome of that agenda. If your prediction is correct, place a command token from another player's reinforcements in a sigil. Now remember, this does not stop you from voting. It is not a rider. You just get to predict the outcome. You can still play riders with them, however, and you can actually predict for a different outcome that you use the rider to predict on. This is kind of what one part of this faction revolves around. It's a 2/6 with sustained damage mech, but this system is a sigil anomaly. Place a sigil token beneath the unit as a reminder. Game effects cannot prevent you from using this ability. So let's check out the sigil token. There's 4 of them, which correspond to the 4 mechs in the game, and they say it's a reminder token for a sigil anomaly. Systems with the sigil anomaly token are considered an anomaly for all game purposes. These sigils will come in handy for the Decree, the mech, and the Edyn hero. So sigils are a type of anomaly, which means that the Decree ability that allows you to prevent ships from moving through anomalies that contain your ground forces are going to instantly be this sort of blockade when they contain the mech, because although the sigil doesn't necessarily do anything as an anomaly, it's considered an anomaly for all purposes. That being said, let's jump to the flagship called the Caliburn. The cost is 8, the combat is 7x2, the movement is 1, and capacity is 3, so pretty average all around. But the ability has sustained damage and apply +1 to the results of this unit's combat rolls for each law in play. You can kind of assist with getting laws in play due to a couple of abilities, but mostly predicting using the Radiance ability. If you predict and that prediction is correct, you place anyone's command token in a sigil, which means that you can lock down that system from them and take a command token from them. Nobody wants that to happen to them, so you could always predict against in order to force someone to have to vote for in order to not get the downside, and you know all about TI, you can do these weird things to people. Try to incentivize them to vote a certain way. Now let's jump over to their faction tech, starting with Unity Algorithm. It's the 3 green prerequisite I was talking about earlier. Once per agenda phase. After an agenda is revealed, you may predict aloud an outcome of that agenda. If your prediction is correct, you may score a public objective if you fulfill its requirements, which, oh my gosh, insane. And each other player who voted for that outcome draws a secret objective. This is just absolutely insane. Being able to score a public objective outside of the normal time is inherent to the Imperial strategy card and does not show up anywhere else in this entire game except for this. So you can predict for a certain way and then fulfill a public objective if you get that prediction correct, which remember, you don't have to predict the same way as your Radiance ability. This is just crazy. You can use this in such interesting ways. This isn't like the Imperial Rider, where you get to score the point immediately. You do have to actually fulfill a public objective, but it isn't really too difficult if you plan perfectly for it. This can be a game-winning tech. Next is Encrypted Trade Hub, a 2-yellow prerequisite technology. You may exhaust this card to allow a player to exchange one of their relics or agendas as part of a transaction. You always vote last during the agenda phase. When an outcome you voted for or predicted is resolved, each player who voted for that outcome gains a commodity. Just a smorgasbord of a bunch of abilities. Essentially, you can trade relics, you can trade agendas, you always vote last, and the things you vote or predict for, everybody gets a commodity. This is like completely taking over the agenda phase on top of all the other agenda phase things, and you can even trade relics and agendas. That's crazy. That's so cool. And their leaders get even cooler from there, starting with the agent, Allant Elder Voice. After a player passes, you may exhaust this card to choose a player. That player may perform up to 1 action. Then look at the top card of the agenda deck. You may discard that agenda card. So this could just negate the person's use of politics because you're like, actually, no, I don't want to vote for what you want to vote for, so let's do a different one. This is that mandate from the lore coming into effect because they only are able to be controlled and only follow this specific mandate. They do not follow anybody else's laws. It's actually really cool. This is definitely a top-down faction, not a bottom-up, where the lore comes first and then you sort of build around that. Next is the Commander, Kharadron Highest Grace. It's a pretty easy unlock of having 1 or more laws in play, but other people will know that this is the unlock condition, so they could always try to vote against this unlock condition, which, by the way, makes predicting things even easier. So, when a game effect would allow you to score a public objective, you may instead draw a secret objective, or even using Unity algorithm, that tech we talked about, to score a public objective. Instead, you can just draw a secret if you don't fulfill its requirements or would just rather have a secret. Crazy. Just so many options. And finally, the hero Midir Living Will. This is the Living Will himself. The ability is Golden Order Peace Eternal. It's an action. For each sigil on the game board, draw an agenda. Reveal and resolve each agenda in any order as if you had cast a vote for the outcome of your choice. Other players cannot resolve abilities during this action. Then purge this card. So this is like the old extra hero coming back, and this can provide for some huge swings or complete duds, but one thing it probably will do is at least get your commander online if everybody's forced you to not be able to unlock your commander. You can actually use this ability to turn it on. It's funny because some of the original factions, your hero does help unlock your commander, which is a funny game style, but this is definitely important to go this way if you're not able to get that commander unlocked any other way. And on top of that, you can use the agent to discard things off the top of the deck that aren't laws so that you can have a better chance of getting a law with the hero in order to unlock the commander. And then the Edyn Rider is the faction promissory note, which is tons of fun that they can give out a rider just like the Kharadron Rider. After an agenda is revealed, you cannot vote, predict the agenda. If your prediction is correct, place a command token from another player's reinforcements in a system that contains your units, then return this card. So you can lock down somebody and make them not able to attack you in any sort of way. Very, very interesting rider. I don't think it's quite as powerful as the Kharadron Rider, but it could be the perfect thing that you need in a specific moment. Really powerful, almost up there with the Mahact, but they don't quite have that level of command token manipulation that the Mahact do. Instead, they manipulate the strategy cards in weird ways. With strategy card manipulation, agenda manipulation, and this weird thing with the sigil, they're kind of like this all-around crazy, very flexible faction.
All right, we've got the Ghoti Wayfarers.
Yeah, so the Ghoti, their name is a pun on, or not a pun, but like a reference to the phonetically correct spelling of fish. So they're basically built on the mechanic of having a mobile home system with their faction abilities, so keying off their flagship being their home system. And there are a number of issues you run into when that's the case. So there's, we're like, oh, we have to make the flagship also count as a space dock. We have to give it production, because otherwise they won't have space dock in their home systems to start the game unless we give them a planet, but that's boring. So, and then in terms of adapting them to that +10, it was like, okay, well, we've got factions that are doing that tier 1 tech start. Let's give them choose one of Sling Relay or Gravity Drive, which again reinforces and builds on everything they had going into that.
I think this might round out my top 3 interests. Just the starkness. My flagship is my home. That's just, It's very interesting.
I've seen some nasty things be done with Winnu Alliance, with that flagship moving around. And I mean, well, and it's got they've got the empty system mechanics going on too. So they like to fly around in sort of those spaces between factions where they can.
Yeah, and space whales are a big like sci-fi thing. It's in
for sure.
D&D and even Star Wars now.
Yep. In some ways it's low-hanging fruit, but it's low-hanging fruit because it's
everywhere. Cool. Yeah, it's cool. I know what you're talking. I'm not trying to interrupt you while you do your explanation, but I do know what you're talking about with the fish pronunciation.
Yep. Okay.
It did not go unheard.
Yeah.
Like I was like, I hope he doesn't feel bad because I know what he's talking about.
It was one of those. I was just like, I don't, in case. There.
Yeah. I'll put in like a little clip of like a video of somebody explaining it.
Now this might remind you of that old chestnut, Ghoti, but this doesn't spell Ghoti. Oh no, this is a way to spell fish. The GH makes the F sound we see in enough. The O is pronounced like the O in women, and the TI is like the TI in nation, fish.
If you thought the Nomad was the flagship faction, no, this is the flagship faction, and you'll see why in just a moment. The starting units are 1 flagship, 1 cruiser, 2 fighters, 3 infantry, and nothing? Nothing else? No PDS, no space dock, no nothing? Alright, well, they must at least have some good starting technology, and they do, with the choice of either gravity drive or sling relay. Basically, when you make this choice, you say, do I want to have a really mobile home system or a home system that can produce more? Because the starting planets are none. Your flag is your home system. Let's check out the faction abilities to see how that is. Flipping up to the front of the sheet, the commodities are 4, which is nice that it's above average, especially because you don't really have a lot of money towards the start of the game, and the faction abilities that explain the whole home system weirdness. First, Abyssal Embrace says when you create the game board, place the Ghoti system tile where your home system tile would normally be placed. The Ghoti space system is not a home system, so no matter what, this is not treated as a home system, even though it does have the Ghoti symbol on it. Instead, they get the ability Mobile Command. The system that contains your flagship is your home system. Your flagship cannot be captured, and you cannot score public objectives if your flagship is not on the game board. And then, Spawning Grounds adds to this. During setup, gain and ready the Ghoti planet card and its planet ability card. You cannot lose these cards. So let's check out the Ghoti planet. So this is essentially one giant moving sphere of water that is the spawning ground for all of the Ghoti to come out of. It is a 3 resource and 3 influence planet, so you have a good choice, but you have to obviously pick one if you're not using diplomacy. You can't lose this planet card or the legendary planet ability that I'm about to show you under any circumstances, which is interesting and allows for some fun play. Like it said, you can stop scoring objectives by losing your flagship. So let's check out the Ghoti legendary planet ability. When you move 1 or more ships into a system that contains no planets, gain a commodity. Also, you may score objectives if your home system contains no planet. So you're incentivized to travel around to these empty systems to just sit there and not be able to lose the planets in your home system and still be able to continue scoring objectives. It's a really weird way to play, and you even get incentivized to do it by continuously gaining commodities as you move into those systems. I think it's only right that we skip forward to the flagship called the All-Mother. It's a cost of 6 if you ever lose it, which hopefully you don't, and it has a 7x2 combat value, a movement of 1, and capacity of 5. Its abilities is nicely Sustain Damage and Production X. It says, when in play, this unit is also treated as a space dock with a production value equal to the number of tokens in your fleet pool. So under all circumstances, this unit is a space dock and also has a production value equal to the amount of ships that you could possibly even make. Unfortunately, this doesn't leave room for any infantry, mechs, or fighters that you might make because it just cares about your fleet pool, but you could mix those in a little bit if you wanted to. Next we have the mech. It's a 2-cost, 6-combat, sustained damage mech with a really difficult name to pronounce. I think it's Telamp or Teliomp. Either way, it has the downside that says this unit can be blockaded, which means that if it was on a planet, you could place a ship in the space area of that system in order to turn off its next ability. It says when producing ships in your home system, which remember is any system that your flagship is in currently, place up to one of those units in this system's space area if it's not blockaded. So as you produce somewhere else, you can place anything that's produced into this system instead, as long as this mech is not blockaded. Allows you to split up your production a little bit across the board. You could even produce all in one system, and then your mechs could be spread out and place one of each of the things that you produced on different parts of the game board. Next is their faction tech, which is a green single prerequisite called Networked Command. Up to 3 ships in your home system don't count against your fleet pool. This is really nice because it allows you to continuously create things as you move across the board and hold a little bit larger than the amount of things that you have as production counters. Also, when you cast 1 or more votes, you can exhaust this card to cast an additional number of votes equal to the number of command tokens in your fleet pool. I imagine the second part of the ability won't come up as too powerful, but it does give you that little bit of boost because you're just threatening as this big sphere of creatures. We also have another single prerequisite technology in this yellow one called Parallel Production. When you produce 1 or more units, you may produce an additional unit in each of 2 systems that contain 1 or more of your ships and 1 of your command tokens. So all of these split production abilities are making up for the fact that they don't really have any solid places to place their space dock, and they don't even start with a space dock in the first place. Now, of course, going back to their flagship, the production of the flagship is also always makes it count as a space dock, but it's weird that you don't have any inherent places to place things. This parallel production ability was allowing you to split up even more than your mech was allowing you to. Now, the leaders are a bunch of fish. Their agent is Bakeke, Caretaker of Worlds. When a player produces 1 or more units, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to either produce 2 additional units or gain a trade good. This is a way to fix up their economy a little bit because they have to either choose the 3 resources or getting a command token with that Ghoti planet. The commander is C. The commander is Cymiae, the Abyssal Queen. I know these are probably all science or language puns, but this is just getting ridiculous. You unlock it by having units in 3 different systems that do not contain planets. After you activate a system, you may treat systems that contain no planets as adjacent to each other during this tactical action. So that doesn't even need to have your stuff. You could just basically teleport between deep space, even if somebody else's stuff is already there. Finally, their hero, Big Fish, Ghoti All-Mother, gives you the ability Transcendence, the Ghoti Arise. As an action, for each system that contains 1 or more of your ships, you may replace 1 of your non-fighter ships in that system with a ship from your reinforcements that has a cost value of up to 2 greater than the cost value of that ship. Then purge this card. So in every single system that has a ship, you can grow that ship into something larger. What helps is that the flagship only costs 6, not 8. So if you ever get into the situation where you need your flagship back, you could use your hero and replace a dreadnought with your flagship. And finally is a really decent promissory note, the Ghoti Relay. At the start of your turn, place this card in your play area to produce up to 2 ships in a system that contains 1 or more of your ships. At the start of the status phase, return this card. This doesn't really directly reflect any one ability that the Ghoti have, but just being able to produce 2 ships alongside your other ships in the front lines is a pretty decent way to sell this card away. I like this. I think that Runesage, Chastity, Tactic Blue, and Cacoctopus did a really good job in creating a mobile home system faction. It isn't easy to do, and turning it into a flagship is a really interesting way to make your home system move around the game board.
We've got a really weird name. I don't know how this is pronounced, but it looks like the GLEdge Union.
Yeah, you got it. It's the GLEdge Union. It's really important that people remember that those first 3 letters are capitalized, and that's because it's actually from their lore comes from them being the Galactic Limit Edge mining conglomerate. So their big thing is that a couple times per game, 3 times, they can go and just crack a planet for its resources. So turn it into a husk of a planet that's got a resource value of 2 and an influence value of 0, and they get a bunch of money for doing that. So some people will use this as a way to stall in the early game. People who are I appreciate maybe a little more will fly unless I'm playing against them, will fly over into somebody else's slice and blow up their planets. So I've seen Mir get nuked for 4 trade cannons just to stifle someone's game, which is just such an act of lovely malice that it's perfect for the game. They have an additional mechanic in that their EDS units explore when they successfully land hits or produce hits, I should say. So, and then as a faction, when they explore, instead of doing anything creative or learning from, civilizations gone past, they actually just get cash. So, if we open up a, Tomb of Infidia, rather than actually for the faction, sort of putting that on display and all that, they're just going to turn it into a trade good.
It's kind of like a popular mechanic in a lot of games, is like, I want it all right now, but then it's worth less later. Which could expedite your win. But if it doesn't, then you're kind of screwed.
Yep, and they play into a lot of the similar notes as free systems, with maybe a lot more flexibility around when this happens. But like free systems are very much that like early game start, and you kind of just have to snowball, or you're a dead faction, which thematically fits for them perfectly. For GLEdge, they can kind of throughout the game. They have those 3 moments where they get that really big boost to their economy. Sometimes at the cost of other players' economy.
This is the epitome of I want everything right now, and I don't care about the long-term effects of what I'm doing. The starting units are also fairly decent, with a dreadnought, a carrier, a destroyer, 3 fighters, 2 infantry, a mech, and a space dock. That mech is a weird way of changing around resources and influence, but just having a carrier and a dreadnought to move around your 3 ground forces is a nice way to explore planets early on. The starting tech is yet another choose 2 of the following type faction. You can choose AI development algorithm, Scanlink drone network, or psychoarchaeology. Now, their faction-specific unit upgrades with a red and a yellow. So if you choose AI Dev and Scanlink, you're going straight to it. But psychoarchaeology can be really helpful for them. Being able to get trade goods or not even have to exhaust planets at all might come in very handy, because they kind of, how do I put this? They destroy planets. We'll see what I mean by that after checking out their starting planet. This is Last Stop, a 3-0 planet. Just overall, extremely resource heavy. You don't have many choices here. Additionally, as we flip to the front, you don't have a whole lot of choices with trading either, because their commodities are only 2. They're not exactly liked by the other factions of the galaxy. And that's because of the faction abilities. Mantle Cracking is the first one. As an action, you can place a core token in a non-home planet you control other than Mechatol Rex that does not contain a core token to gain up to 4 trade goods. So you start the game off with 3 GLEdge core tokens, as I'll show here. They're almost destroyed planet tokens. You dig all the way to the core of the planet in order to dig up 4 trade goods immediately. Now, here's where this gets crazy. You have 3 core tokens. You can use them at any time. If you bring out a carrier and a dreadnought, explore 3 planets, immediately as your 3rd, 4th, and 5th action, you could gain 12 trade goods and be extremely ahead of everybody else. However, here's the downside. Celestial Reclamation is the second ability. Planets that contain core tokens have a base resource value of 2 and influence of 0. Core tokens cannot be removed from the planet that contains them. So under no circumstances can they be moved around, and it basically deletes any influence you might have and only gives you 2 resources from the planet, whatever's left of the planet after you cored it. So yes, you can use those 4 trade goods as influence if you really wanted to, but after they're gone, they're gone. When you would explore a planet that contains one of your mechs or structures, you may instead gain a trade good. So yes, you start off with a mech, so you can immediately start doing this and gaining more trade goods right off the bat. You can have as much as 13 trade goods with just your faction abilities. And that's round 1. So yeah, they can have an extremely rich start, but then they're left with a bunch of nothing planets. Or you could instead later in the game crash into somebody else's pie slice, take one of their planets, as long as it's not Mechatol Rex, and just core it in order to basically delete its value from them for the most part and just suck everything out of it, gaining 4 trade goods. It's up to you how you use this ability. Now, moving on to their faction-specific unit, this is called Orion Platform 1, the PDS. Notably, you do not start with any PDS, so you're going to have to use construction in order to even get one of these units. The abilities are Planetary Shield and Space Cannon 6, but also, when this unit makes a Space Cannon roll against another player's units, if it rolls at least one result of 9 or 10, explore this planet. So that instantly triggers that deep mining ability and allows you to gain a trade good. So this platform is just exploring and mining this planet as it's using Space Cannon against other players' units. This is a really fun, easy way to do some exploration. You can upgrade this unit to a Orion Platform 2, like I was saying, with a red and a yellow. The Space Cannon moves down to 5, and this ability actually changes instead of just improving. Now, instead, you may use this Space Cannon against ships that are adjacent to this unit's system, but when this unit produces 1 or more hits against another player's units, that's when you get to explore it. So now you're exploring the planet as long as you roll a 5 through 10 instead of just a 9 or 10. This makes it insanely easy to use this ability, and I think that's a reason to get a red and a yellow straight off the bat instead of Psychoarchaeology to take this as soon as possible. But remember, you don't start with any Orion platforms, so you'll have to start placing them on places outside of your home system. You won't want to place these PDS inside your home system because remember, home system planets don't have any exploration because they don't have planet traits. Next, the flagship, which is Beg Bersha. It's a cost of 8, 7 combat, movement of 1, and capacity of 3 with sustained damage and bombardment 7. When this unit makes a combat or ability roll, it rolls an additional die for each mech in or adjacent to this system. You'll want to have your mechs all spread apart because, we'll check that out, this is the Exo Driller, a 2/6 sustained mech, but when you exhaust this mech to spend resources, you may also spend one of its influence as a resource. So these guys basically don't care about influence, looking good in the agenda phase at all. All they care about is money. Money, 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 and they do not care about the politics. The faction tech is called Lightning Drives. It's a prerequisite of 3 blue, so really, really high up in the blue. Good luck maybe even getting this, but it's very good if you do. During movement, you may increase the move value of each of your non-fighter ships not transporting any fighters or infantry by 1. So this is like a mega gravity drive for all of your ships as long as you're not taking any fighters or infantry. Though, This does not specify that you can't take mechs, so you'll want to take mechs into weird places and core out the planets if you still have those core tokens left over. Now, their leaders mostly all care about production. Let's check it out. The first one is Durin, Ember of the Union. When one or more of a player's units use production, you may exhaust this card to apply +3 to the total production value of that player's units. So this doesn't get you any money or decrease the cost, it just lets you build more, but Durin gets some help with the coring ability because you'll have a ton of money right now in order to use all of that production value. Now the commander is Volden, Forge Lord. When you control non-fighter ships with a combined total cost of at least 10 in a single system, then you unlock Volden. When it's unlocked, when you use the production of one or more units, you may increase the total production value of those units by 1 for each space dock you control. So this is kind of an overlap of the agent, which makes the agent even more sellable to other players. You can kind of put up a bid on your agent in order to still be able to use your commander, which is interesting. Not a lot of commanders and agents overlap like this, but it's cool because they can either be combined or used separately on 2 different people. One thing that I haven't talked about a lot in this video is that all of these factions do have alliances as well, and this seems like a good faction to trade away their alliance card with. The hero is Gorthrim, Chief of Expeditions. It gives you the ability Magnum Opus World Shapers. As an action, reveal cards from any non-frontier exploration decks until you have revealed up to 3 attachments. Attach those cards to any planets you control of the corresponding planet type and discard the rest. So even if the planets are cored, they still have a planet trait, so you can attach those even to your cored planets in order to just get some free attachments that other people may not want to take. And finally, also as an attachment, is the GLEdge base, the faction promissory note. As an action, attach this card to a non-home planet you control. That planet's resource value is increased by 2. This is a nice promissory note to just be able to sell away at the beginning of the game, maybe even for $2, $3, maybe $4, because they can use it so much. Another great way to get money up front and not care about the consequences. This faction overall seems incredibly rich, not caring about influence very much, and just seems like a lot of fun, especially for new players. I know the complexity rating is higher because you have to know what you're doing in order to delete a planet, but this is not so bad that a new player couldn't handle it, especially because there's only 3 tokens.
We've got the Berserkers of Kjalengard.
Yeah, so I say Kjalengard. I don't remember actually how Leary pronounces it. So Leary wanted basically Skald Viking lizards, and this is what came out from that faction. So they have their big mechanic is when they win combats, they put glory tokens on the board, and then glory tokens basically give anybody fighting there a crit effect, where if you roll a result of 10, just a natural 10, you get a bonus hit. And so as a faction, they play heavily into those, like, we're just going to throw a bunch of fighters and a bunch of infantry at you and hope we land crits, because crits are glorious. So they have a lot of mechanics playing around that, playing around rerolls to fish for those.
Yeah, so this is just the champion fighter faction. Like, everything else sucks, but like if you get a 10, it's like, I win.
Yep. So it's, and that works for anybody fighting there, right? So if you go and fight Kjalengard in a system that's been marked for glory, you might land some crits against them, and they will love you for it in terms of their lore. The player might not, but the faction will.
Now we have a really exciting faction called the Berserkers of Kjalengard. This faction is all about unit upgrades and fighting. If you like battling for glory, a champion fighter in Dungeons & Dragons, then you'll love the Berserkers. Like how cool and crazy and champion looking their faction character is on the back of this sheet here. Their starting units are 2 carriers, a destroyer, 4 fighters, 4 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. It's funny because this is honestly an extremely solid start, and it helps them out a lot just generically. 2 carriers, 4 infantry, and a bunch of fighters to protect the system, really good. They have an extremely unique starting technology, and that's choose one non-faction unit upgrade technology. So yes, your mind can just explode with possibilities. They don't actually start with a regular tech, they start with a unit upgrade tech instead, this is the only faction in the game to do so. So of course your mind could jump to something like, yes, you can do a War Sun. The thing is, it completely depends on what you think of all of their faction abilities and leaders and everything as we go through this, as to what you start with. I heavily suggest just reading every single ability, because a lot of different abilities have to do with different combat values of different ships and different ground forces and stuff, so whatever you want to do during the game is what you choose here. I honestly would go with numbers for them over individual powerful units, so as fun as it would be to get a War Sun, you're just not going to have the funds at the beginning of the game for it to matter at all. The funny thing about this is, this doesn't actually matter in the traditional sense, because no unit upgrades have prerequisites that they give you for other technologies. So whatever one you pick is pretty much the end of the line for them. It's not exactly helping you out get any specific ability otherwise. You just do whatever you like the most, and whatever is going to make the most sense math-wise. The starting planets are Kjalengard and Hjulgade, a 3-2 and a 1-0 planet. This is honestly not too horrible of a start. They're really poor on command tokens, but because they don't have to spend too much resources on starting units that they start with, because they're pretty set, I think you can focus a lot into putting both of these into technology in order to help out get sort of a honorary starting tech for them. Now, Tactic Blue puts the complexity rating of this faction at high, and as we go through this, it's going to make sense, because they use extra tokens, they focus a lot on combat, and combat itself doesn't actually win you the game. You're going to have to be really smart and understand the game to know where to put the combat in order to get what you need. They don't have any faction abilities like the Edyn Mandate, for example, that give them sort of that oomph when it comes to the mechanics of the game outside of combat. So with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump to their faction abilities. Sorry I'm taking so long with them, but I think they deserve that preamble. The first one is called Glory, and has to do with these 3 glory tokens that they start with. After you win a combat, you may place or move a glory token into the active system, or spend a token from your strategy pool to research a unit upgrade technology of the same type as one of your units that participated in that combat. So obviously the second option has a very specific value to it, and just spending a token from your strategy pool to research unit upgrade tech is honestly pretty good. That's technically only 3 value. The bad thing is, like we said, they only have 2 influence on their starting planet, so these guys actually might be pretty good utilizing diplomacy in maybe second or third round. It's funny because they're going to get a lot of unit upgrade techs or glory tokens or whatever off this ability just by taking something like Mechatol Rex, even though they don't actually care too much about the influence other than turning them into command tokens. Now, the glory token that you could choose instead doesn't exactly have a value yet, but it's going to do a lot to do with a lot of these abilities coming up. You have 3 of them, and 3 can be on the board at a time, so you can move them around after they touch the board. It's only 3 at a time in different systems. The second ability is Heroism. Capture your fighters and infantry that are destroyed during combat. When you pass, for each glory token on the game board, you may return 4 of your captured units and gain a command token. So this is where those command tokens are going to be gained from it. The more and more you lose in combat, the more you're actually getting back. If you think about it this way, each of your fighters/infantry that are captured and put on your command sheet and then given back to you are only costing 1/2 of a resource each, but the command token technically costs 3 full influence in order to create. So really, in this weird way, you're generating influence for free by just losing your units and sending them into battle. Now granted, you have to have glory tokens on the game board in order for this to work, but at a certain point in the game, you should consistently have 3 out there. And this is a lot of units to get back. 4 for each token, 12 at a time, is a lot to lose in a full round. So just make as many as you can and send them into glory as heroes. Their final ability is literally the champion fighter that I was talking about earlier. It's called Valor. When units make a combat roll in a system that contains a glory token, each result of 10 produces 1 additional hit. So basically you crit on a 10, which is... You know, it's a 10% chance, but it is pretty fun, and I imagine that it's pretty exciting when it happens. If you think about how many of the infantry and stuff that you're sending into a system, one of them has to be a 10, right? Right? Maybe it's just my D&D fighter brain working. Now, let's look at the faction-specific unit. It's the carrier, and remember we start with 2 carriers. It's called the Star Dragon. It costs 3, has a combat value better than normal of 8, a movement of 1, and capacity of 4. Its abilities is interesting. This unit may ignore the movement effects of non-supernova anomalies. So obviously you don't start off with any technology, but if you start by having a couple of these Star Dragons, you can just ignore things like anti-mass deflectors and stuff like that, because you can move right into anomalies as long as they're not a supernova. The Star Dragon 2 is upgraded with 2 blue prerequisites. It stays its cost at 3, but its combat value goes down to 7, movement goes up to 2, and capacity goes to 6. It still has that same ability. This is honestly really good to start with, and I would probably upgrade to Star Dragon 2 just because pretty much every faction, especially infantry-focused ones, like to upgrade to Carrier 2 anyway, so having a better carrier for the same prerequisites is great. The flagship is called Holgade's Hammer. It's a cost of 8, combat of 7 times 2, movement of 1, capacity of 6, and has sustained damage. After the first round of a combat in this system, place up to 2 of your captured units in this system or on that planet. So this is really cool, because you can place the things that are captured on your faction sheet back out if you absolutely need them, and choose not to use your heroism ability to keep them until the end of the round. The mech is called the Scald. It's a normal 2/6 sustained mech, but when you pass, it's another time that something happens when you pass with them, you place 1 infantry from your reinforcements on this planet if there's a glory token in or adjacent to this system. So hopefully there's glory tokens on every other system so you can increase the amount that this actually affects, but being able to just place infantry for free is a great way to get a lot of fodder for that heroism ability. Now the faction tech. Zergar Stimulants, another thing that cares about those glory tokens. Once per action, after a player produces 1 or more hits during a round of combat in a system that contains a glory token, you gain a trade good. After a player rolls combat dice, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to re-roll any number of those dice. So that re-roll is great specifically for them because of the Valor ability, so that helps you get that sort of critical hit even easier, but that first ability is a great way to just pay them back because, again, they're going to be really low on influence and they're not too great on resources anyway, so getting a couple trade goods here and there is a great way to create an economy out of fight. Jumping to their leaders. The first one is the Agent, Mesikamather Asvand, Marshal of Trade. At the start of a combat, exhaust this card to move a glory token to the active system if able. Then the active player may gain a number of commodities equal to the number of neighbors they have. So you can't actually place a glory token due to it being in your reinforcements, so you couldn't use this unless you've already done a single glory token, but as long as you're able to move it around, this can trigger. You can still use it anyway, even if there's no glory tokens on the game board, and you just get the secondary effect, but this is a good way to put them in precise places. Now, the commander is Celdauri Svungavat, Martial Engineer, and unlocks when you have 2 glory tokens on the game board. This is another fun one because it cares about unit upgrades. When researching a unit upgrade tech, each of your unit upgrade techs may satisfy a prerequisite it shares with the technology that you're researching. So this is something to keep an eye out for when you're caring about that starting technology, because that is actually kind of satisfying a prerequisite in a really weird way, as long as you're continuously using them to create more and more unit upgrades. It's kind of like turning your unit upgrade techs into like a tech tree of its own. The hero, Yegengnad, the Thunder Honorary Scald, unlocks in the normal way and gives you the ability A Tale of Legends for Eternal Glory. As an action, for each system that contains a glory token, remember that can be up to 3, remove up to 1 command token in or adjacent to that system from the game board and gain a command token if able. Then purge this card. This is actually probably a really, really powerful hero, and it's almost like the Federation of Soul, but you actually get the tokens back, which is fantastic and just a massive warfare, as long as you've used your agent and that initial glory ability to place them in the positions that you want them in. This is in or adjacent to the system though, so remember this is kind of more flexible than it seems right away. The faction promissory note kind of seems lame, but I would honestly just give this away as much as possible for free to anybody. So let's read over this. This is Vassalage. At the start of a combat, apply +1 to the results of each of your fighters' combat rolls during this combat. The Kjalengard player captures each of your fighters destroyed this combat. So remember, fighters are infinite. When it's captured by a player, all you do is you place tokens that are representative of fighters on that person's board, and you can keep your little plastic pieces. That means that you're not actually losing anything to the Kjalengard, you're just making them a little bit stronger in order to get a big boost during a combat that really matters. Again, this is almost just as good for the Kjalengard player because you can continuously get command tokens off of this using that Valor. Each fighter that dies represents a quarter of a command token that you're going to get back. Overall, these Berserkers of Kjalengard seems like a lot of fun, but I wouldn't put them in the hands of a new player. The glory tokens and where to place them is honestly a little bit much, but I just love that they turn the non-faction unit upgrades into like this weird tech tree.
It seems like the very opposite. We have the Monks of Kaloum.
Yeah, so the Monks Lord, this is Moscow's faction, or one of them. So the monks, their big thing is that they are robots fascinated with the living in terms of just how the weirdness and the patterns and decoding the universe. So they would love to, like, rather than shoot at you now, they would rather take the time to line up some crazy trick shot because style points are cool. And so I think there's a blurb in their lore that you can't wear diplomatic clothing or like bring things that are visually interesting or have fractals on it because they will actually be unable to focus on you and any time skill that makes conversation productive because they'll be too enamored with whatever patterns you bring them, because they love math. And so their big thing is taking their time. So they have a mechanic that lets them spend a token as an action to ready a technology. And they have a faction technology that exhausts to do nothing except stall as an action. So, and then they've got some space cannon effects related to space cannon on offense, and they have some redistribution effects because that fit with the theme and was a fun mechanic to throw in. And they play on to that sort of trick shot. We're going to take our time, calculate all the cool ways in which you might do something, and we're going to hit you anyways.
You ever played Cosmic Encounter?
I have not. I think others have, though, in the pack. So.
Okay, yeah, because there's a alien in there called TikTok. They just wait everyone else out. Like they just have a bunch of ways to just do nothing on their turn and just wait everyone out.
Yep. Well, and I love the just the theme of the faction, and then playing on that, they have their hero, so they'll save up a bunch of tokens and research a bunch of tech that they can exhaust, and then the last round or some round of the game when they have their hero, they'll hit their hero, and then every single one of those component actions between their faction sheet, their tech, all of that triggers space cannon for one of their units, which is just hilarious when someone's not only stalling you out but also taking pot shots at you.
These are the Monks of Kaloum. which are a very weird faction with a mix of kind of this space cannon and command counter synergy. We're going to get into it, and I definitely think this is one of the most complex factions in this entire expansion, so get ready. Their starting units are 2 carriers, a cruiser, 2 fighters, 4 infantry, and a space dock. Overall, a really well-balanced starting fleet. The starting technologies is a choice of one of the 2 following: either Predictive Intelligence or Graviton Laser System. This leads into one of their faction abilities that we'll talk about in a moment, but as you'll notice, both of them will exhaust. Graviton Laser System allows you to apply your space cannon shots to non-fighter ships, and Predictive Intelligence lets you move around and redistribute your command tokens. Both of these things are going to be very, very useful, so just pick the one that you'd like the most. In my opinion, most of the time I think I'm going to do Predictive Intelligence. The reason is because of their middle faction ability that we'll talk about when we get to the front of their sheet. It's very limiting, and Predictive Intelligence helps out a lot. But if you want to go for more firepower, Graviton is definitely there for you. Basically, if you trust yourself to plan ahead perfectly, grab Graviton. But unless you think that you have absolutely perfect future sight, do Predictive Intelligence to help yourself out. The starting planets are Alesna, which is a 2-0, and Azul, which is also a 2-0. So we have 4 resources and 0 influence, which really kind of sucks and doesn't help them out getting command tokens. Flipping to the front of their sheet, their commodities are 3, of course the average number. Their faction abilities start with Starfall Gunnery, which is my favorite of their faction abilities. During movement, while you're not the active player, you may only use one of your units' space cannon. So this is actually a downside. When somebody's coming in, you can only fire 1 space cannon shot. But during each of your actions, up to 3 of your non-fighter ships gain space cannon 8. So remember, when you activate a system that a space cannon could shoot to, you get to shoot that space cannon, kind of like an offensive type shot. So unfortunately on defense you have a worse space cannon, but on offense you're gaining a bunch of space cannon that nobody else has. This is really weird, and you have to position your ships perfectly to take advantage of this. The second one is Deliberate Action, and that name definitely represents what it says. You cannot redistribute command tokens during the status phase. So that normal just moving them around, you can't do that. You still do gain the 2 and can place them wherever you want, but you can't move them around. When you pass, however, you may place a command token from your reinforcements in a pool on your command sheet that contains no command tokens. So as long as you use up the last of a single pool, you can place one from your reinforcements on your sheet. I honestly wish this said each of your pools that contain none, not just one of your pools, but it is what it is. And then this final ability will help you empty out your strategy pool sheet. It's called Meditation. As an action, which is nice of course, you can spend a token from your strategy pool to ready one of your technologies. So that could be either Graviton Laser System or Predictive Intelligence that you chose prior, or any one of your other technologies that you can use throughout the action phase. Keep in mind that Deliberate Action does not restrict you redistributing with Predictive Intelligence during the action phase, just during the status phase. So that's what I was talking about with grabbing it as your starting technology. If you'd rather use the first ability more often, Graviton Laser System is there to make it more effective. And then Meditation just applies this weird synergy to any technology that you go down. This is a faction that you just have to know exactly how you want to play them in order to do well. If you don't know exactly your plan after reading every word of this faction sheet, then you won't do well with them, I don't think. We're going to jump to their flagship, the Halberd. The cost is 8, 7 times 2 combat, movement of 1, capacity of 3, with sustained damage, and space cannon 7. You'll notice that most of their things have space cannon. Also, hits produced by the space cannon abilities of your units in the system cannot be cancelled. So that includes the things that were given space cannon with Starfall Gunnery, and the things that were upgraded with Graviton Laser System if you have that. So there is no cancelling to a lot of your space cannon shots. I would definitely put Halberd on the front lines as early as possible. The mech is called Rook, and has 2/6 with sustain like normal, but also a really good space cannon 8x2. Hits produced by this unit cannot be assigned to non-fighter ships though, so you have to shoot fighters. After you spend a command token from your strategy pool, repair this unit. So whenever you use your meditation ability, or if you use the secondary of another strategy card, or any other ability that makes you use a command token from your strategy pool, you repair this unit continuously, which could be really nice. Now, their faction technologies are really funky, and neither one of them are yellow, which is kind of unfortunate. The first one is super funky, and we'll read it now. It's a 2-green prerequisite technology called Applied Bio. It says, when you pass, you may gain a commodity for each other player who has already passed. So you're incentivized to wait out everybody else because you'll get bonuses. That's of course to a maximum of 3 unless you have a specific relic, because you only have a commodity value of 3. But the action seems useless if you haven't played this game a lot, but its action exhaust this card, which is really interesting. Remember, this is a technology. It can be readied by using the meditation ability, which is also an action. So if you spend a token from your strategy pool after using an action to exhaust this, you can then ready it as another action, and then as a third action, you can exhaust it again. So that's 3 stalls just built into your faction sheet if you spend a single command counter from your strategy pool, which remember, if you have some mechs that need to be repaired, this might actually come in handy, but it definitely is a cost, remember. Then the other one is a 3-red prerequisite technology called Omniscience Field. After a system is activated, you may exhaust this card to choose a player. Apply +1 or -1 to all rolls that player makes during this tactical action. This is really cool because you can either use it when somebody else activates a system or when you activate a system, so you can just kind of manipulate the fight however you want. I would usually probably use this on defense unless I was specifically trying to take a planet. The problem here is that yes, this is really powerful, but 3 red is so expensive. I imagine the Monks of Kaloum would be the #1 faction that would benefit from a breakthrough from the Thunder's Edge expansion in the future in order to combine red with maybe yellow or even red with blue, just to give them a little bit more flexibility to get to this omniscience field. Fortunately, their leaders do fix a few of their issues that they've got and almost put them into a decently powerful tier. The agent is Disciple Fran, Meditative Prodigy. As an action, this character allows you to exhaust this card to allow a player to redistribute one of their command tokens on their command sheet. So that's not all of their tokens, it's just a single one. This definitely is funky and only marginally useful on somebody else's faction, but on the Monks of Kaloum, being able to negate some of the downside from deliberate action is helpful nonetheless. It is nice that it's an action as well, which I think is the major power that comes from this, is that it takes an entire turn to do this. I like their theme that they kind of just wait around while other people are doing stuff, watching them and trying to be one of the last players to pass. It's very reminiscent of the Asarl, but I always like something like this. The commander is Isaac of Cincy, Kinematic Specialist. You unlock it during the action phase by having readied one of your technologies. So if you spend your meditation at all with either of your starting technologies or anything else, you get your commander. So I imagine this is going to happen pretty early. When you get it, apply +1 to each of your unit's ability rolls. So that's Space Cannon, Bombardment, and Anti-Fighter Barrage, which they care the most about Space Cannon. Overall, just streamlined, and you probably should just get this really early, and it's not difficult to get, so why not? Their hero is fun, but after reading it, I'm not sure about the power level. This is Wonel the Silent, Grand Master of the Order, and gives you the ability Coil Overcharge, Streaks in the Night. Definitely a really cool name, so whoever came up with that was really neat. But it's an action. You place this card near the game board. During this game round, after you perform a component action, which you remember could be your meditation, you may use one of your unit's space cannon against ships in or adjacent to that unit's system without rolling additional dice. At the end of the game round, purge this card. So yeah, meditation, your agent, and even your applied biothermics could all be a trigger for something like this. So the more you wait to use this hero, the more technologies and components that you can build up in order to make the most out of the hero. Definitely plays into their sort of patient and waiting around playstyle. At the end of the day, this is still all up to the roll of the dice, so I'm not sure exactly how many things you're going to do with it. Additionally, their faction promissory note is kind of hard to give away because it's scary if someone uses it against you. It reads, Combinatorial Bypass. At the start of an invasion, place this card in your play area. During the invasion, all other players' units lose Space Cannon and Planetary Shield. At the start of your next turn, return this card to the Monk's player. So overall, if you're absolutely certain then that person is never going to use this against you, sure, but I wouldn't really trust either of my neighbors to never take anything of mine in case I'm going for the win. This is just not a faction promissory note I would probably give out. If you look at this faction for the first time and have no idea what to do with them from face value, I completely understand. This is the TI Experts faction because there's only that little bit of Space Cannon theming, but there's no real hook or gimmick to them. It's just the better you can plan in advance, the better you're going to do, which is interesting, but it's not one that I would jump to when looking at this faction expansion for the first time.
If you couldn't tell, we kind of at some point ran out of names for factions and started digging through different different organizational structures for groups. And so this is a brotherhood of plague-ridden jerks because Spage is the one behind part of the faction Rune, and we stole from Rune Sage for this also. Spage really wanted just a faction of assholes, so that's what they ended up being. It got toned back from like pure toxic mechanics into sort of this more insidiously mean faction, except for the hero, which out of protest for making me come up with something so awful for just tables to experience, I named after Spage. So the hero will brick a strategy card and turn it into something that's not really, I mean, it becomes initiative 9. The secondaries cost an extra token. This was maybe not the most popular idea in testing, but the first game where it got used and was used on leadership after everybody didn't have tokens to follow leadership, except for maybe one other player, was it sealed its fate. It's always going to be a thing. It was just too malicious, hilariously so, to not be part of the game.
I've got a buddy that you met, Adam, who would love a faction like this. He loves asshole factions.
Well, they're so mean in some ways. So that hero remains one of the nastiest things I've seen, because people might not catch on to your position in speaker order when you unlock your hero. If you're not, don't make a big fuss about it. And so, they can reach a point in the game where it's like, wait, who gave him tech? Who gave him politics? We can't. Yeah. Why did we let this happen?
If you're ready for World War Z, the Chirosidality is the faction for you. This is straight up zombies that can infect different parts of the game and take planets by force for themselves. Just a heads up, if you're interested in the Chiro, do not click off until you at least hear the hero ability. I was personally not impressed with anything the faction had to offer until I got to the hero, and this is just a faction that's straight up built around the cool ability of the hero, because it's a permanent hero and it's so neat, but you're gonna have to watch the next 15 minutes in order to get there. I promise it's worth it. Their starting units are kind of awkward. It's a dreadnought, a carrier, a destroyer, 3 infantry, and a space dock. So I would much rather have a second carrier instead of a dreadnought, but it's not too bad. The only thing that we're missing is a PDS for some protection and those structure objectives, but hey, at least we have a few infantry to spread out. Just like the last faction, you're going to choose one starting technology from the 2 following, either Daxiv Animators or Biostims. Either way, both of these are good for this faction, and they're decent choices. Dax of Animators is going to help you get a little bit of a bonus off of ground combat, and they already do kind of well during ground combat. And then Biostims is going to allow you to re-ready planets with technology specialties or your other technologies, which is decent, especially if you do some exploration on other planets after you take them by force. Again, just like the last faction, you'll just have to read over this and decide for yourself, because both of these are decent, it's just two different strategies. Their starting planet is Avicenna, or Avicenna, either way. It's a 4 resource and 0 influence planet, which definitely plays into their zombie nature. They don't have a ton of influence over the Galactic Council. I honestly don't mind when something has high of one value and really low of another, because having an easy choice isn't so bad sometimes. On top of this, we can see that the commodity value is 2. So of course you're not going to be doing as much trading, but it's not so terrible. The complexity rating is considered low, and I would definitely agree, but it does seem fun. Let's read the faction abilities. Contagion is the first one. After you resolve the primary or secondary ability of the Politics Strategy card, commit 1 infantry from your reinforcements to a planet that's in or adjacent to a system that contains a planet you control. Resolve invasion on that planet. This is a great fix to that starting units. Like I said, it's not so bad that they have a dreadnought and a carrier, because this definitely makes up for it. It's kind of like the extra ability of being able to take things, doing things diplomatically after using diplomacy, but this is basically just spreading your zombie virus out into space. The second one is Plague Reservoir. Once per action, during invasion on a planet that contains your units, which remember could be from the Contagion ability, you may resolve ground combat on that planet, even if it does not contain another player's ground force. I didn't fully understand this ability, and I don't know if I truly fully understand every single application of this ability, but for one example, if you start off with Dax of Animators, it reads, after you win a ground combat, you may place an infantry from your reinforcements on that planet. So if you start a ground combat with nothing else, you would then use Plague Reservoir in order to win the combat immediately in order to place something with Dax of Animators. Really kind of weird. Additionally, the Subversive ability reads, when participating in a combat that would end in a draw, you are treated as the winner instead. Basically, this ability applies whenever you're doing space combat, or more importantly, ground combat, in which you perfectly destroy everything of the other players as they destroy everything of yours. So if there's nothing that ends up on that planet, then perfect. You actually are the winner instead of it being a draw. This is also important for something like Dax of Animators, because as long as you win, you can place an infantry on that planet. So the idea is if you picked Dax of Animators, then you could use the Subversive ability to win as long as everyone is dead in order to bring one up as a zombie for yourself. I wouldn't count on this ability happening too often. The Plague Reservoir is definitely going to assist you more than the Subversive ability. Now, jumping to their flagship, the Auriga. 8 cost, 7x2 combat, 1 movement, 3 capacity, so decent. Sustained damage, which is nice, and when you commit units to a planet in the system, commit 1 infantry from your reinforcements to that planet. So they can just rise out of the ground as zombies on the planet, which is great. Whenever you're doing anything in any kind of importance, I would bring the Auriga along. It is only technically half of a resource worth of value, but getting them in the perfect positions with this flagship is more important than getting that money back. Okay, now the mech, one of the best mechs in this entire expansion. This is the Pustule. It's a 2 cost, 6 combat sustain mech, but when this unit would be destroyed, if it's damaged, you may discard an action card to repair it instead. I love this ability because not only does it prevent it from being destroyed, it also heals it, basically flipping what would be an explosion into something good for yourself. It's basically like you would take an action card that you wouldn't use anyway and give essentially what is 2 health back to a ground force. And winning ground combats with them is more important than even some other factions, so good on you for doing this. The first faction technology is a 2 green prerequisite, so you're already halfway there with either one that you pick at the start, called Indoctrination Team. During the agenda phase, after an outcome you voted for is resolved, Place 2 infantry from your reinforcements on a planet you control. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily game-breaking or anything like that. It's not even that flashy or cool, but this is kind of just like a better version of the Arborex Mitosis ability as long as things go correctly for you. And next is a single yellow prerequisite technology called Vector Program. At the start of the strategy phase, you may place any number of your trade goods on any combination of strategy cards. It's like using that action card that incentivizes people to pick ones, but you can do it yourself. However, you also place 2 trade goods from the supply on a single strategy card. So you can pick 0 from yourself and still place 2 on that strategy card. This doesn't seem too amazing and almost seems like giving out money to other players, but I promise, just wait for the hero. Vector Program will make a lot more sense. I definitely suggest going for this because it builds into what they're really doing as a faction. Next is their leaders with the agent, Tox, Plague Queen. After a player loses or draws a ground combat, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to replenish their commodities. Place a number of infantry equal to 1 less than their commodity value on one planet they control. So if you pick yourself, then this is nice and also just placing a single infantry. But you can give this away, and this is definitely one that I would give away more often than most agents. The commander is next and is Silas Duriga, Necrosage. I like that it's kind of like an X-Cha that's been turned into a zombie. Have 6 infantry and 6 fighters on the game board. Not impossible, but the fighters are kind of a pain in the butt because they don't lead into the strategy of the faction at all. Anyway, it's a good ability. When you cast votes, remove up to 4 of your infantry from the game board to cast an additional vote for each infantry removed. This is kind of like getting 2 votes per resource because if you remove 2 infantry that costed you 1, but really it's not because all of their other abilities placing free infantry, you're kind of getting extra votes for free if you don't care about protecting those planets as much. And finally, dun dun dun, their hero. I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's Speg or Speg Blightmaster. That's the Blightmaster. Gives you the ability Brick Strain, Galactic Blight. Super cool. At the start of the status phase, you may attach this card to one of your strategy cards. Its initiative value becomes 9. Non-Cairo players may only resolve a single clause of this strategy card's primary ability. So, for example, that would be something like technology, where you gain a technology and then can pay 6. Non-Cairo players can only pick one of those 2. Then, the Cairo player gains any trade goods placed on this card. Okay, nowhere on this does this say that this purges. That's where the power comes from. You permanently turn a strategy card into the number 9 initiative, and you get all trade goods on the card, and other players may only resolve 1 clause of the primary ability. So, the way that you really mess with people changes depending on what strategy card you pick. Because if you pick something like Leadership, then they're only getting 3 command tokens and not doing the second clause, but this turns it into the initiative value of 9, which super messes with things. Let's say you do Imperial, the initiative value change doesn't matter because changing it from 8 to 9 is already the last initiative. But not being able to do one of those clauses could have been the way that somebody was going to win the game. The thing is, when you use this, you have to commit. The more strategy phases that you get out of this card, the more value you're going to get, but the earlier you do it, the less information that you have about the end of the game, obviously, because you can't perfectly predict the future. So you just basically infect a single strategy card, turn it into the worst initiative, and on top of that, you make it worse for other players to pick it, and you get the trade goods placed on it, with which the trade goods could all be placed by Vector Program onto that card. So you could super incentivize somebody to take the crappy card, or you could just place a couple trade goods on the crappy card in order to get those trade goods, or any combination of it. You gotta use your brain for this ability, and it's so much fun. Probably my favorite hero in the entire expansion. Super cool. Hats off to Spage or Runesage or Tactic Blue or Cacoctopus, whoever was the first one to pitch this hero. Super cool design. I want to play the Cairo. They're in my top 5 currently of wanting to play. Very, very cool.
Moving on to the last 2, we've got Lannifer Remnants.
Yep, so the Lannifer are another one of Moscow's. Moscow hates the point in a Twilight Imperium game where there's a bunch of useless relic fragments just sitting about doing nothing unless Nazraka's in the game and can burn them for command tokens. So he wanted a faction that basically rejects the whole relic mechanic, the relic fragment mechanic, and goes around basically just ridding the galaxy of such annoying, useless things as the relic fragments. So they have a lot of mechanics that play into that, including that they can actually get relics. And they can purge relics for different effects rather than getting relic fragments for different effects rather than getting relics. They also, because it fit the theme, have different uses for technology specialties than normal. Because it worked out that way, I think.
They kind of work like Nazroka in the way that they're kind of like constantly doing stuff, like a little engine.
They will keep, and they do love to explore, but they will happily.
So the opposite of Nazroka, they're just like cycling everything else.
Yes, so they reach it's a really fun game when you have both, and they're both trying to get what the other is. Nazraka's trying to race against Lanifer to get relics before Lanifer burns them all. But even after Nazraka gets those relics, the Lanifer come back in with their hero to shuffle everything up.
Lanifer Remnants is a faction that likes to blow up everybody else's toys. They like to steal stuff, and they like to use relics for things that the relics aren't actually meant for. They're a low complexity all around, so they're decent for new players as long as those new players are okay with being a little mean. Their starting units are 2 carriers, a destroyer, 2 fighters, 3 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. This is balanced, and I'd be happy with this starting units. The starting technologies, you also get to choose 2 of the following, between Dark Energy Tap, Scanlink Drone Network, and AI Development Algorithm. Dark Energy Tap is going to be decent if you have a lot of Frontier tokens with you, but for the first time ever, I might suggest you don't go with a blue technology. One of their faction techs is blue, and it's pretty decent, but Scanlink Drone Network is going to help you get more relic fragments more often, and AI Dev is going to fix one of their faction abilities. We'll see it in a second, and I'll mention it when we get there. Their starting planets is a really good one with Acis's Rest at a 4-3, 4 resources, 3 influence, and just a liability called Solitude with a 0-1. The only reason to have this is to have to protect it in order to score your objectives, because everything, including your space dock, is going on the other planet. Flipping up, their commodities are 2, and that makes sense for a faction that would rather, instead of playing ball, pop the ball and go home. Speaking of which, let's check out a new edifice, their first faction ability. You may not use technology specialties. When you would gain a relic, instead purge it and explore up to 3 planets you control. So, that second clause, they're essentially stuck in a loop of exploring planets over and over and over again in order to get as many relic fragments and as many attachments and everything out as possible to take everything for themselves, but they don't actually get any benefit from it, at least in the form of relics. If this faction was allowed to use those relics, they would be crazy powerful, but the fact that those relics just blow up into 3 more explorations gives them this funny little twist. Now, that first clause, that you may not use technology specialties, is kind of hidden in this ability. That sucks. I really don't like that you can't use tech specs, especially when you go through the entire deck, but this is just another one of those, they get to take everything for themselves, but they don't care about actually using it. And this is where AI Development Algorithm helps out, because AI Dev lets you ignore prerequisites, which you would like to normally use technology specialties to do. Definitely weird, definitely just faction-defining ability. The second one is Iconoclasm. When researching a non-unit upgrade technology, you may purge one of your relic fragments to ignore a prerequisite on the technology you're researching. So this fixes that first ability just a little bit, but I don't think it fixes it quite enough to not need AI Dev. Essentially, you would like the relic fragments because you can just get a bunch of technologies with them, or you can use them to just explore a bunch more planets, but you're not actually doing anything the way that the game wants you to do it in the first place. You're doing it your way. Finally is War Stories, which is just a nice little ability tacked on here. Once per action, after you win a combat, you may explore 1 planet you control, or if the active system doesn't contain planets, the Frontier Exploration deck in that system. This is where I was talking about them wanting to win combats, because as long as you continue to win combats, this can trigger every single time you activate a system. I like that you don't necessarily need Scanlink Drone Network in order to keep re-exploring, but I would still get it in order to do so. Keep in mind that this doesn't remove any frontier tokens that might be in the system. It just lets you explore the Frontier Exploration deck, so you'd still need Dark Energy Tap in order to do the tokens in the first place, and if you have Dark Energy Tap, you can do both. Speaking of exploring, let's explore even more with the Memory of Dusk, their flagship. Cost of 8, 7x2 combat, movement of 1, capacity 3 with sustained damage. At the end of a tactical action in this system, you may explore a planet you control in this system. This is good payback for them, but remember, you're not actually building towards any relics, you're building towards more exploration. So keep that in mind when spending 8 on this thing. Their mech, however, is the Troubadour, a 2-cost, 6 combat with sustained damage mech and a deploy ability that helps you get a little bit more value out of purging your relic fragments. At the start of your turn, purge one of your relic fragments to place a mech on a planet you control. If you do, you may end your turn. So you can do an action after this, but this could just be your action if you wanted it to be, essentially. This is a stall, of course, but getting a mech onto a planet is kind of nice when you're bringing it to a planet that you need to take. You use this ability when you're stuck in the point of knowing that there's not enough fragments in the deck to gain a relic, and also not wanting to use it on technology because you have all the tech that you can need, or you just are never going to use the tech card again. It's a nice fallback. I do like it. Their faction tech starts with Spark Thrusters. It's an action, and it requires 2 blue prerequisites. As an action, spend a token from your strategy pool, or purge a relic fragment to move one of your ships to an adjacent system that contains no other ships. If you spent a command token, exhaust this card. I love this ability. So cool. So if you spend a relic fragment and purge that permanently, you can just keep moving your ships without spending and placing tokens. Now, if you spend a command token, you have to exhaust the card, which means that it's only a 1 per round use if you do that. But you could always spec into Biostims, which is weird because it's down green, in order to continuously use this by spending tokens. There's a lot of different ways you could do this. Being that they like blue, yellow, and red tech, it might be really hard to go into Biostims, but I'm just saying that it's possible. Speaking of red tech, here we have ATS Armaments, a 2 red prerequisite tech. After you explore, or you purge 1 or more fragments, place a commodity token on this card. At the start of a round of combat, remove any number of tokens from this card to re-roll that many dice during this round of combat. So this stays in between rounds. You just place the tokens and they just stay there permanently until you use them to reroll dice. This is a thing that happens. You don't have to spend anything on it. You're just spending things on other things, exploring, purging fragments. You're just placing the commodity tokens, and it's just a thing that you have to reroll. I don't know. I think this game probably deserves more abilities like this, where they build up and you can use them later. I don't know exactly how powerful it is, but doing it every time you explore is pretty nice, especially when you have Scanlink and their flagship. A bonus when you explore is the Agent, Vasahagi, Plunderer of Lost Arks. When a player explores, you may exhaust this card to allow that player to discard an exploration card they drew and draw another. This isn't quite as good as Black Market Forgery because you don't get to look at both and choose, but if you hate the first one you pick, why not draw another one? This also lets you go through the deck faster and see what's not in the deck anymore. The commander is Master Halbert, Quartermaster. When the game in total has 7 relic fragments purged, this unlocks. This includes if anybody else did it because it's all just one purge pile. Again with the bonus to exploring planets. After you explore a planet, you may place an infantry from your reinforcements on that planet. So I wouldn't necessarily count on this to win any game, but just having this as an ability that just probably will unlock passively as you use the faction is good. And finally, the hero, the Venerable, Keeper of Myths. I like this hero a lot and gives you the ability Resonance Cascade, Broken Legacy. As an action, draw and reveal up to 3 relics. For each relic that started this action in a player's play area, gain a command token. You may swap that relic from one of the revealed relics or a relic in that player's play area. Then shuffle the remaining relics into the relic deck and purge this card. This is so freaking weird. I would put Shard of the Throne in somebody's play area, as long as they're not at 9 points, in order to make them a target, or just take away somebody's toys. This is literally just changing around things just to be an asshole, because remember, they don't like relics, they're never gonna get relics, they just like messing with other people. The real benefit that you get here is gaining command tokens for other people having relics. The thing is, the only way this is really going to happen, outside of just 1 or 2 normal relics in a game that always pop up, is if you start giving away your relic fragments to other players to incentivize them to get relics, but then is that really worth just a command token for each one? I don't know. The hero power here is not really defined because it's difficult to imagine with what kind of position you could be in to either ruin somebody's game or just end up with a dud of a hero. Hey, at least it's in action. I do like their promissory note though, and it's probably worth $1 or $2. Spoils of War. After you win a combat, place this card face up in your play area to explore a planet you control. At the start of the Yennefer player's turn, return this card to them. Hey, why not? Giving an exploration isn't bad. This is almost one that's maybe not even worth $1. You just throw it in to be nice. Because who really cares if somebody explores something? Unless they take one of those relic fragments, you're not really going to be bothered too much. Yeah, so the Yennefer Remnants is definitely one that I would eventually want to play because it's in like my A tier of excitement, but it's not in my top 5 just because I'm not too mean of a player. That hero is just diabolical. I love the design of it, but it's a little weird. And the rest of the faction definitely has this kind of weird loop to it without actually getting anywhere. I could imagine myself having fun because there's a lot to do, but I don't know how much any of that stuff actually helps you win.
Finally, we have the Nokar Cell Ships.
So the Nokar Cell Ships are a different take on similar spirit thematically as the Shipwrights, in that they are able to sell ships to other players, if that wasn't obvious from the name. So they're big on basically letting other people use their ships as if they were their own. So if you build a War Sun and somebody else wants a War Sun, you can let them just borrow your War Sun for the turn. If they don't have that tech, it'll go poof at the end of the turn, but still. They also have some really interesting, they have their destroyers have built-in courageous to the end. So when their destroyers die, they can go out fighting. They've got a couple weird production mechanics built in, just because when you have 4 additional destroyers in your reinforcements, you need a little bit of a way to cheat them out throughout the game. And then that just sort of built into the mechanics they have elsewhere.
That's interesting. So do they have destroyer tokens that come with them?
Yep, so they have destroyer tokens. So the Ghemina have the extra flagship, the Nokar have the extra destroyers, the Cheiran have 2 extra dreadnoughts and 1 extra mech. There's a couple factions that played with those added reinforcement boosts throughout the game.
Okay, if you're ready for the last faction in this expansion, this is the Nokar Cell Ships. Their starting units are a carrier, a cruiser, a destroyer, 2 fighters, 4 infantry, a space dock, and a PDS. All of the ships can be sold to other players, and we'll see exactly how that works, but also remember that the destroyer is specific to them, so it's a little more powerful than a normal destroyer. Not too amazing of a start, but hey, they do have a few abilities that make up for it. Their starting tech is choosing 2 of the following: AI Development Algorithm, Dark Energy Tap, or Psychoarchaeology. I don't really know exactly what I would do here because it depends heavily on the layout of the game board. AI Development Algorithm is good no matter what because you do get to upgrade your ships and then your ships are worth more. DET is better for the retreat ability than it is for the frontier tokens, but again, it's always nice to have. And Psychoarchaeology is just always going to be decent for them. So it's actually 3 really good techs for them, and you're just going to have to pick once you see the board. Their starting planets are Zar, which is a 2/1, and Nock, which is a 1/1. These are really crappy, and unfortunately they have ways to make money outside of this because holy cow, only starting with 3 resources and 2 influence, split up on 2 planets is not so great. Flipping to the front of the sheet, their commodity value is 4 though, so they get a little bit more of an oomph factor when it comes to trading. The first faction ability is really where this faction shines. It's Hired Guns. After a system is activated, you may choose up to 3 of your ships. Those ships are also treated as the active players and participate in combat as their units. At the end of this tactical action, that player may replace each of those ships in the active system with their own ships of the same unit type, then remove the rest from the game board. So this is always happening, and you can choose 3 of your ships no matter where they are on the game board to help out as hired guns. But the only ones that actually flip over to their side are the ones that were in the system, and the rest just get removed. You essentially treat your entire fleet as being able to sell to any other player at any time, literally, after a system is activated, which means any system, anytime, before combat would ever happen, you can just say, hey, you're wheeling and dealing constantly, saying, all of my stuff is up for grabs, you can pay me for it. This is absolutely a player-driven faction, and this ability just is so cool in the way that it incentivizes weird transactions. On top of this, you have more to do with your destroyers, because the private fleet ability says during setup you place 4 additional destroyers in your reinforcements. So this is a super destroyer-heavy faction, and like I said, the destroyers are specific to them, so you start with a lot more. That's 50% more because everybody else has 8 and you have 12. Super cool. Finally, more to do with your destroyers is Desperados. When 1 or more of your units use production, 1 destroyer does not count against your production limit. Apply +1 to the destroyer's move values while you're not the active player. So as long as you're selling your destroyers to other players, they're going to be more efficiently able to bring those destroyers into combat because they'll only be an extra movement away. So your destroyers, as we'll see, are movement 2. This brings them up to 3 as long as they're being sold to the active player when it's not you. They can bring more of your destroyers into their combats with them. And of course, they just get destroyers out on the board easier because you can just make more destroyers. Woo! So without beating around the bush, let's check out the destroyer. It's called the Saber. The cost is 1, 8 combat, movement 2, and anti-fighter barrage 9 times 2. So not so bad. Additionally, after this unit is destroyed during combat, roll a die. On a result of 9 or 10, produce up to 1 hit against your opponent's ships. This is controlled by you on your turn, but the active player, if they take advantage of the Saber, uses this ability because remember, it's still the Saber while it's under their control until the end of the combat, in which case, the end of the combat, they flip the Saber to be their destroyer, whether that's faction specific or not. So your destroyers are inherently more powerful and people are incentivized to get them. The Saber 2 upgrades with 2 red prerequisites. Cost of 1, of course, but the combat moves down to 7. The ability also gets better because it's not 9 or 10 anymore, it's 7 or greater, so it literally doubles the effectiveness. Selling these destroyers at this point is going to be a cakewalk. The flagship is called the Anna Regia. Cost of 8, 9 times 2, combat, movement of 2, capacity of 3, with sustained damage. You also apply +1 to the results of this unit's combat rolls for every 2 destroyers you control. This is a funny little ability because as long as somebody else is taking advantage of the Anna Regia and other destroyers, they apply your +1 to your own flagship because of your destroyers, and they control all of it. It's a fun little mini game you can play. The mech is called Freelance Outfit, 2/6 sustain, and you may treat the system as adjacent to the active system for the purposes of declaring and resolving retreats. So this is really interesting because if you overextend, especially with all those destroyers and other things you're going to send to other players, then you can always just back them out with the mech. Remember that you're also a faction that needs to do its own thing, so if you overcommit and are able to back it out, then you can save a little bit of loss potential. Now, their faction technology is going to seem weird at first, but I'll explain. 2 yellow prereqs called Loyal Contracts. During the action phase, you may exhaust this card to use the production ability of one of your units. Then place 1 command token from your reinforcements in that unit's system. So this might just seem like, why wouldn't I just activate it as my tactical action? But the idea is that you can basically use production at any time. This includes when somebody else activates a system of yours. So as soon as they place the command token, you can say, actually, I'm just going to go ahead and produce there and protect the entire system. Or for some reason, you can just do it at somebody else's turn if you need to do something once it gets to your turn. This is more flexible than it seems, because if you just wait until the player right before you, you can know all of the information before you choose to use the production ability and then go straight into your turn, or however you want to do it. This doesn't really run alongside the rest of their abilities, but it's cool that they have it as a tertiary thing to their faction abilities. The first leader we'll look at is Sal Sparrow, the Privateer. It's the agent. After movement, you may exhaust this card to allow a player with one or more ships in the active system to place a destroyer from their reinforcements in that system. Then you may resolve a transaction with that player. The last sentence definitely makes you want to use this on somebody else, but remember, you could always use this on yourself anyway to get more destroyers. This is your out for being able to do a transaction with another player that you are not neighbors with in order to get your ships sold to them through a binding deal. So if you find yourself in a situation where you don't really trust a player to pay you back with a non-binding deal that isn't actually a transaction, then you can literally create a transaction moment with this agent. The commander is also just as weird. Jack Hallard, the Commodore. It unlocks when another player moves one of your ships, so you have to at least use the hired gun ability once. Before you assign hits to your ships during a space combat, if you announced a retreat, cancel up to 2 hits. During combat, you may treat the active system as adjacent to each system adjacent to your home system. This is one of those that I want to point out. Remember, you have the Alliance card. I would suggest giving this to the player that you're selling your ships to. Why sell your ships if they're just going to be blown up anyway? You might as well give them Jack Hallard in order to protect them and give them a little more incentive to take your ships in the first place. Because if they can announce retreat and cancel 2 hits, then they're more likely to spend money on your ships. Lastly, the hero. Starsail's Mercenary King. The ability Irrefutable Offer Galactus Press Gang is an action, and you place this card near the game board. Until the end of the game round, each of your planets gains the Production 3 ability as if it were a unit. At the end of this game round, purge this card. This works with your Loyal Contracts ability and is also just as weird as that ability. Essentially, it just makes it so each of the planets is a way to do a forward dock production in order to sell ships to other players. This can also help out because if you use the Loyal Contracts ability while this hero is active, then you can place a bunch of ships out on the corners of the map, boost them up in movement with your Desperados ability, and get them to where they need to be while selling them to other players. It's all a big cycle, and it's interesting that you can turn all these planets into feeding grounds for the other players to get more ships. Finally, the faction promissory note is Nokar Navigator. At the start of a space combat, during this combat, the active system is adjacent to each system that contains a planet you control for the purposes of announcing and resolving retreats. At the end of this combat, return this card to the Nokar player. Just like with your Alliance card, I suggest giving this card to the same or a different player that you're going to be selling your ships to. This is a weird faction. And it's a moderate complexity because it's not that hard to understand selling your ships, but actually getting it done, I imagine, is hard. You gotta be wheeling and dealing from the moment the game starts, especially because you can create transactions with the agents at any point. You don't literally need to be neighbors. They're cool, but very funky.
It's now time for Uncharted Space, all of the generic content that was added onto the Discordant Stars expansion by the members of the community. First, let's hear from Tactic Blue about why Uncharted Space was added in the first place, and then we'll get into each individual component. Don't worry, I won't miss one.
Uncharted Space basically came about because as we were working on Discordant Stars, we had a bunch of ideas that didn't really fit with a faction. And we're like, oh, that might be a cool action card, or that might be a cool relic, or, some like an explorer effect. So that as we went, we kind of had all these extra ideas. And then at a certain point, it was like, well, this is all getting well beyond the scope of just the faction pack with that focus that I wanted to keep. So I was like, I tapped ANCAT. I was like, ANCAT, take all of this content that I have right now and go and just do it. Like, do what you want with it, make it its own thing. And so there are the fun tie-in is that each of the action cards, the same way the existing official action cards reference existing factions if that are official, the Uncharted Space action cards all reference Discord Stars factions. And, as part of that context, there were a lot of people that were like, oh, we really want to see new tiles. We want to see new legendary abilities. And we had a bunch of those basically on the cutting room floor of DS that were like, oh, we can turn those into tiles. We can turn those into, new legendary abilities, new mechanics, new exploration cards. So we transitioned all of that to a sort of side expansion to DS that ties in with it, but it's less, maybe less of a massive amount to add for new players because it's so focused relative to 34 factions.
Yeah, absolutely. I find it very interesting that a lot of these combinations of different resources influence and all the legendary planets. We only have 4, really kind of 2, but 4 in total in the Prophecy of Kings expansion. I find it very interesting we don't have more, and maybe a limit in the rules that says only have 2 at a time, or something like that. But some kind of variety is definitely much needed and wanted. So using these, would you feel like if somebody didn't want to go full homebrew, would you understand where they're coming from if they wanted to just use Uncharted Space tiles and cards without expanding into the actual factions themselves?
Absolutely, and that's part of why I originally wanted it to be a separate project, is because it makes it a lot more accessible. Because 34 factions with all of Prophecy of Kings, everything that has going on for it, is a lot. Whereas, new tiles, those aren't a lot of rules overhead. Those aren't a lot to adjust to, and they can be pretty, and do cool things with the game board without changing anything that anyone is really familiar with. So there's the fun supernova tile because we didn't want to disrupt the distribution of how many supernovas, the percent of red tiles that are supernovas. But just doing another one was boring, so let's add, an alpha and beta wormhole to it, just in case, there are effects that get you in there. Things like that, just adding some more ways to interact with the game that aren't necessarily, I love factions, but I absolutely understand not wanting to dive into that part of the pool and instead staying to, I understand if people don't even want to get in. There are some people I know that don't really even like the explorers, but are happy with the tiles because they're, just enough spice for them to keep the game fresh, which is what the goal is, I guess.
On top of all the home system tiles for the factions in Discordant Stars, Uncharted Space includes 24 additional tiles, 16 that are blue-backed and 8 that are red-backed. Of those 24, 5 are new legendary planets with their own legendary planet abilities. Let's quickly run through all of the other tiles first, and then we'll check out the legendary planets. These all have the numbers of 4,000. It goes from 4,257 up to 4,276. We're looking first at Troak, which is a cultural planet and has 0 resources and 4 influence. I'm just going to shorten these from now on by just saying the number, but know that I'm talking about resources first and influence after. The second system, 4258, includes E-Tier 5, a hazardous 4-0 planet. The next system has Vios, a cultural 3-3 planet, pretty well balanced. This next system has an alpha wormhole and is accompanied by Fakrin, a hazardous 2-2 planet. I personally love when things have a wormhole and something else. Then we have Sanvit and Lodran. Sanvit is a cultural 3-1 planet, and Lodran is a hazardous 0-2 planet with a yellow tech specialty. Next up is another 2 planet,
Dorvok, which is an industrial 1-2 with a red tech specialty, and Durbray, a cultural 2-3, which is an industrial 1-2 with a blue tech specialty, and Risa, a hazardous 2-0 with a green. This is a really decent system. Next is Salen and Gwion, a hazardous 1-2 and a hazardous 2-2. Then we have Inan and Swag, an industrial 1-2 and an industrial 1-0. I do like that this expansion introduces multiple systems with the same planet trait on multiple planets. It really mixes up the game board a lot. Speaking of which, we have Detik and Liat, a cultural 3-2 and a cultural 0-1. Our first 3-planet system is Quoc Larid Nerb. Quoc is a cultural 1-1, Larid is an industrial 1-1, and Nerb is a hazardous 1-1. A really balanced system overall. Additionally, another balanced 3-planet system, Sirpin is a cultural 2-0, Mandal is an industrial 1-1, and Regnem is a hazardous 0-2. The next couple of systems are Empty Space, 4270 and 4271, a couple more empty space systems to just balance out how much empty space is in here if you use all the tiles shuffled. After those empty space tiles, we're going to get into weird combinations of anomalies. We have 4272, which is a nebula beta wormhole, and looks pretty cool in my opinion. Then we have an asteroid field and a nebula together, a 4273. Then 4274 is a gravity rift asteroid field. That's an interesting combination because as long as you have antimass deflectors, you can get a decent speed boost. Also, a 4275 gravity rift gamma wormhole. That's cool. This is cool that a gamma wormhole can be on the board inherently from the start of the game. I like that it's just an optional mix-up that you can include. And finally, the weirdest system of them all is 4276. It's a supernova with both an alpha and a beta wormhole in it. It's kind of like a mini wormhole nexus that only the Muat can enter. That's so strange. Additionally, of course, you could get different relics and things that allow you to ignore the effects of anomalies and move into it anyway, but for the most part, this is just Muat's new tool. Okay, let's now look at the more interesting ones, the legendary planets. We'll start off with Silence. It's an industrial planet that has 2 resources and 2 influence. The ability is Imperial Salvage Yard. You may exhaust this card at the end of your turn to place a cruiser from your reinforcements in any system that contains 1 or more of your ships. I like this a lot because getting cruisers out on the edges of the game board into weird spaces is good for positioning objectives. Next is Echo, a hazardous planet. It's a 1-2 and it has the ability Biphasic Generators. You may exhaust this card at the end of your turn to place a frontier token in a system that does not contain a planet. That's weird, and I love that if you have Dark Energy tap, or if somebody else pays you to use it, you can almost just create this sort of economic boon for yourself. Next is Terok, an industrial planet with 3 resources, 0 influence. Just taking a moment, I just want to say that I love that we have more legendary planets that aren't just cultural. Starting off with POK, it was like mostly cultural planets as the legendary planets, which was just weird to me. I do hope this gets fixed with Thunder's Edge, but this is a good band-aid for it. Once again, it's a 3-0 planet, and it has Council Blacksite. After an agenda is revealed, you may exhaust this card to predict aloud an outcome. If your prediction is correct, draw a secret objective. It's like a rider, but you can still participate. Then we have Prism, an industrial planet. It's a 0-3. Mystic Library is the ability. You may exhaust this card at the end of your turn and purge a non-faction, non-unit upgrade technology you own to gain 1 technology with the same number of prerequisites. This is a really weird one and lets you mix around your technologies, but it's weird that you have to purge it. You kind of have to fully commit to this new technology you're getting, unless you're just going to purge that one as well anyway. Finally is Damna, a hazardous planet, but this tile is also a nebula. So having a legendary planet inside of a nebula is cool because you do get some defense on it. The resources are 2, influence is 1, and you get the ability Fractal Gate. You may exhaust this card at the end of your turn to remove 1 of your ships from the game board and place that unit in an adjacent system that does not contain another player's ships.
It's cool that you get a little movement ability for your ships anywhere on the game board as long as you control this. You can kind of just teleport them around. It is one ship at a time, but hey, some positioning objectives and other things could really have some use with this. Uncharted Space also contains 30 new action cards to mix into the already huge deck from the base game in Prophecy of Kings. Of course, you're going to get a few more action cards when it comes to adding the codices through Thunder's Edge, but having 30 more is just nice because you get to see a more heavy variety of things. We're going to go through these one at a time. And just like with the factions and everything, I'm going to skip the flavor text and let you read that on your own if you want to pause the video, but we'll just go through the effects one after another. I won't be making too many comments on these or else I'll extend this video out even longer than it needs to, so I'm just going to run through them if you're listening through headphones. Keep in mind that there's only one of each of these, so each of the 30 is going to be different. First is Abyssal Star Paths. After you activate a system, choose any two systems that do not contain planets. Those systems are adjacent to one another until the end of this tactical action. Next is Aggressive Broker. When another player purges a component, that player must choose to allow you to either gain 2 trade goods or replenish your commodities. Next is AI Augury. When you pass, return one of your unscored secret objectives to the secret objective deck. Shuffle that deck and draw a secret objective. Next is Arbitrage. When you pass, gain 4 commodities. For each commodity you would gain in excess of your commodity value, gain a trade good instead. Next is Bounty Contracts. At the start of the status phase, choose one revealed public objective. During the status phase, when a player scores that objective, gain a trade good. Next is Carapace Plating. After an opponent produces 1 or more hits during ground combat, cancel up to 2 of those hits. Next is Classified Weapons. Before 1 or more of your units would make a roll for a unit ability, apply +4 to the result of each of those rolls. Any hits produced by those rolls cannot be cancelled. Next is Confused Sage. After a die is rolled, apply +3 or -3 to the result before rolling the effects of that roll. Next is Contagion. After you destroy 1 or more of another player's infantry on a planet, destroy half of that player's infantry on that planet, rounded up. Next is Echo Shielding. At the start of invasion, units you control in the active system gain planetary shield until the end of this tactical action. Next is Emergency Meeting. At the start of the agenda phase, shuffle all discarded agendas into the agenda deck and look at the top 3 cards of that deck. Place each of those cards on the top or bottom in any order. Next is Escape Clause. When another player would resolve your trade agreement promissory note, you do not give that player your commodities. That player returns your trade agreement promissory note. Next is Forbidden Knowledge. When you research a technology, you may ignore one of that technology's prerequisites. If that technology is not a unit upgrade technology, you may ignore 2 of that technology's prerequisites. Next is Free Trade Initiative. As an action, for each planet trait, if you control a planet of that trait, gain 2 commodities or convert 2 of your commodities to trade goods. Next is Freedom Fighters. At the start of ground combat, you may place a number of infantry from your reinforcements on that planet equal to half that planet's influence value rounded down. Next is Fulfillment Protocols. After a player activates a system that contains 1 or more of your ships, place up to 1 ship from your reinforcements that has a cost of 4 or less in the active system. Next is Hostile World. After a player commits ground forces to land on a planet you control, roll a number of dice equal to that planet's resource value. For each result of 6 or greater, produce 1 hit against those ground forces. Next is Illusory Duplication. At the start of space combat, each of your non-fighter ships in the active system that does not have sustained damage gains sustained damage this combat round. Next is Micrometeoroid Storm. As an action, choose a system that contains another player's ships. Roll a die for each fighter in that system. For each result of 6 or greater, destroy 1 of those units. Next is Neural Hammer. As an action, choose 1 player with the most victory points. Look at up to 1 of their unscored secret objectives at random. Next is Personal Writ. As an action, ready your agent or spend a command token from your strategy pool to unlock your commander. I personally like this one, I just want to say that. That's a very, very cool ability. Next is Planetary Rigs. As an action, choose 1 non-home planet you control other than Mechatol Rex. Reveal cards from that planet's corresponding exploration deck until you reveal an attachment. Attach that attachment to that planet and discard the rest. Next is a really funny one, Preparation. As an action, draw an action card. Next is Professional Archaeologists. As an action, for each exploration deck, look at the top card of that deck. If that card is a relic fragment, reveal the card and gain it. Otherwise, discard the card and gain a commodity. Next is Remnant Collection. As an action, purge any number of your relic fragments to draw an equal number of action cards. Next is Renegotiation. After a player resolves the effects of one of your faction's promissory notes, that player must give you one promissory note from their hand if able. Next is Safety Overrides. After a mech you control is destroyed during ground combat, your opponent must choose and destroy 2 of their own units on that planet. Next is Secured Trove. As an action, purge any 2 of your relic fragments to gain a relic. Next is Singularity Charge. At the start of a combat round, each unit participating in that combat becomes damaged if able. And finally is Special Session. After an agenda is revealed, each player must vote on this agenda if able. Uncharted Space also includes 4 of each type of exploration card for cultural, hazardous, industrial, and the frontier deck. Let's look at each of those the same way we looked at the action cards now. Starting with the cultural exploration cards. The first one is called Star Chart, and you're actually going to see one of each of these in each of the 4 decks. So I'll throw it up on screen anyway, but let me just read it the one time. Its effect says this card may be exchanged as part of a transaction, so you can trade it around. As an action, you can purge 2 of your star charts to draw a system tile with a blue colored back at random. Place that tile on the edge of the game board, adjacent to at least 2 other systems. This is very similar to how the Age of Exploration galactic event works in the Thunder's Edge expansion. But if you're not playing with that galactic event, it's cool to just draw into 2 of these. And the max that is going to be had is 2 total uses of Star Chart, because there's 4 of them. The next one in the cultural exploration cards is Deserted Trade Station. For each planet in the system, gain a trade good. Then is Distinguished Admiral. Redistribute up to 1 command token or spend 2 influence to gain a command token. And finally is Council Preserve. It's an attachment. When you exhaust this planet to cast votes, cast 5 additional votes. This token that I'm show on screen is the token that you'll use to attach to that planet. Next is the Industrial Exploration cards. First we see that we have a star chart. Then, Hidden Laboratory says explore the frontier deck in this system. That's a cool one. It allows you to explore the frontier inside a system that usually contains planets. Then is Ancient Shipyard. Place up to 1 cruiser from your reinforcements in this system if it contains no other player's ships. Finally is Orbital Foundries for this one. It's another attachment, and I'll put the token on screen. This planet has a production value of 2 as if it were a unit. Then is the Hazardous Exploration cards with a star chart. Next is Speedy Spaceport. If you have at least 1 mech on this planet, or if you remove an infantry from the planet, ready your agent or draw an action card. Next is Scorched Depot. If you have at least 1 mech, or if you remove an infantry from this planet, remove 1 command token from this system, or redistribute 1 of your command tokens. And finally, always, we have an attachment, and here's the token. When you exhaust this planet, place 1 infantry from your reinforcements on this planet. Apply +1 to each of your unit's combat rolls on this planet. Now finally, we have 4 for the Frontier deck. The Frontier does have a star chart. Additionally, it has the card Folded Space. Place 1 command token from your reinforcements in your fleet pool, and move any number of your units in the system to the space area of another system that contains no other player's ships. Next is Suspicious Wreckage. Choose 2 other players. Each of those players must give you a promissory note from their hand. Next is Dark Visions. Look at the top card of each exploration deck. Discard any number of those cards and explore up to 1 planet you control. Then shuffle each exploration deck. Tactic Blue told me that they didn't want to dilute them too much, which is why there's only 4 of each for the different ones. I do like the star charts a lot. Finally, with an Uncharted Space, we have 7 new relics, and the relics are really cool and powerful. Let's go over them together. The first relic is Accretion Engine. Apply +1 to the production value of each of your units with production. When you produce 1 or more units, reduce the combined cost of the produced units by 1. Next is Asdel's Key. As an action, purge this card to draw 3 system tiles with a blue back at random. Place 1 of those tiles at the edge of the game board, adjacent to at least 2 other systems. purge the rest. Essentially, Asdel's Key is a star chart that you get to pick from 3. It's pretty cool in my opinion. Next is E6 G0 Network. You may have 2 additional action cards in your hand. Game effects cannot prevent you from using this ability. At any time, you may exhaust this card to draw an action card. Next is Eye of Vogel. After you activate a system, purge this card to treat 2 of your ships as adjacent to the active system until the end of this tactical action. Next is Starfall Array. When one or more of your units roll dice for a unit ability, you may apply +1 to the results of each of those dice, and one of those units may roll an additional die. Next is Forgotten Throne. As an action, purge this card to either gain a relic or immediately score a scored secret objective, or one of your unscored secret objectives if you fulfill its requirement. That one's especially cool. And finally is Twilight Mirror. At the start of the agenda phase, you may purge this card to resolve a non-strategic action. Now that we've looked at all of the content actually within the box, let's look at how you can get your own hands on this expansion. Now, this is entirely print and play, which means that you actually don't have to spend any money to get your hands on all of the files from Discordant Stars. I'll leave a link in the description of all of the print and play files down below, along with all of the other links I've mentioned. This is completely compliant with Asmodee's policy on using their intellectual property and building onto it, as we'll hear from Tactic Blue in a moment. But if you're interested in purchasing the nicely printed MB print, or whichever other printing facility in the future is used, let's hear from Tactic Blue now. Additionally, we'll also hear a little bit of where Tactic Blue thinks Discordant Stars is going in the future.
So if people wanted to engage with this content and play with it either for free or participating in the group buy, where could they find it?
So all the files are available for free on the Discord server dedicated to Twilight Imperium for Homebrew, the Homebrew hub. But MB Print has been awesome enough to be to handle the printing and distribution of printed physical sets for Discordant Stars and Uncharted Space, as well as, once they came in the door, a bunch of other homebrew. And that there was a prior homebrew effort to sort of coordinate on a group buy that ran into issues with PayPal thinking we were laundering money internationally. And that sparked me jumping in to focus on trying to find a printer that was willing to do everything. And MB Print, out of all the printers that we talked to, was the only one that actually produced a test copy and sent pictures saying, like, hey, you haven't, like, no one in your community's put money down yet, but we want to show you that we're serious about wanting to make this. And it wasn't hard to piece together that that's because they have someone who's a Twilight Imperium fan and a homebrew fan in their at their organization. So
they've got them all.
Yeah, so that was why they kind of, I made sure that they had everything they needed from us in terms of making that print run a reality. But again, those files, as far as what I have access to, are fully available for free. If anybody wants to just, you can hop on the Google Drive and just print out your own set if you want. In that reference document, it's an obnoxiously long wall of black text on white paper. You can take these factions and give them art. Do you want to give them? You can take those ideas and run with them. That's what the homebrew is all about. And I really hope people do that, because it's fun to get into that.
Well, thank you very much for being on the Cardboard Crash Course, and thank you for putting together this project with all the other Discord stars. I think the Twilight Imperium community really appreciates the life that everybody's breathed into this game. So I just want to say from the entire community that it's really awesome that something like this can actually come to life, because of MB Print, but more because of all of your efforts. So it's really, really appreciated, and thank you for coming on.
and I'm happy to be here. And anybody that wants to reach out can always reach out. I'm happy to chat about this at length, as you're aware. While we've been prepping for the video, doing the video, it's a wonderful community, and I appreciate everyone else that worked on DS, because it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be what it is if it was just left to me. It'd be a lot of bad ideas struggling to fill out a lot of these factions. So there's a lot of different perspectives on how to play the game, on what's fun, and I like that it's a reflection of the community in that sense too. So I hope people enjoy it. That's the big thing for me.
Now that we've heard of everything that comes in the box and all of the amazing work that all of these people have done, as well as where you can get your hands on Discordant Stars itself if you'd like to, I want to leave you with a few comments from members of the community. These were all members that were in some part responsible for the creation of Discordant Stars in the first place and had something to do, one way or another, with its development. I'll put on screen some photos from some other members of the community that wanted to share their enjoyment they've had and some of the processes of Discordant Stars throughout the years. So without further ado, enjoy these final words from the community. Who will be saying them will be up on screen, and I want to end with Philroy's because I thought it was beautiful. I won't see you again until the next video, so thank you very much for watching, subscribe, and become a YouTube member if you'd like to support the channel. I will see you next time on the Cardboard Crash Course. Pax Magnifica, Bellum Gloriosum. From AndCat on Uncharted Space. The TLDR on Uncharted Space's origins. Discordant Stars has always been explicitly factions only in terms of scope of content. During development, however, Tactic Blue had collected a lot of extra ideas that hadn't found a home elsewhere, including a list of potential new action cards and relics. Around the time the first DS print run was being organized, I was playing a lot of Franken, and getting bored with the standard set of system tiles. I approached Tactic and pitched him an idea for a DS companion expansion that could include a set of new system tiles, his action cards and relics, and some other odds and ends. We started putting something together, with Tactic providing the vast majority of the pack's mechanics and directing its overall scope, and myself helping fill in especially planet names and lore, and developing the new system's visual look. Kakoctopus rounded out the writer's room. A few ideas from Unfalvio and Sigma were also included. The final package is designed to complement DS mechanically and thematically, expanding the possibilities of both DS and the base game. From Kakoctopus on the legal implications of Discordant Stars. I love this community. I can add that I tried to tie the lore into the base game much more than Tactic allowed me to. So for example, I might have said blah blah blah, shot a Barony Dreadnought, and Tactic would take the Barony bit out. Since he was the editor and boss man, I wouldn't complain, but I thought he was being unnecessarily cautious. Someone might notice, for example, that other Discordant Stars factions get tied into the lore more often than vanilla TI factions for that reason. Just a minor thing, but I do remember it. It's certainly a safer route, but given we basically made an entire expansion that a casual observer would mistake for legit, I think I could have said Barony Dreadnought without going to jail. From Philroy on the Discordant Stars project as a whole. One of the hardest lessons when doing a large collaborative project like this is learning to give up creative control of your babies. Lots of us launched a faction and created it with a certain vision, and you just have to let go of it and let the team work it to a greater project. This means changes in abilities, lore, graphics, etc. The final project may only resemble what you originally envisioned in small ways. Some of this growth and change is absolutely essential and turns your contribution into a whole that is much greater than it was originally. And sometimes you get sad about the bits that get lost along the way, and that's okay, you still did it. If we had to do it all over again, sure, some bits would have been done differently, but overall, the collaboration, the idea exchange, the heated discussions and hard choices were worth it. It captured the hearts and minds of a Discord community, and the diversity of the expansion reflects the varied personalities and people of the community online that took on the project. It reflects our love of the game. We all play it for different reasons and in different ways, just like each of the factions plays so very differently.
If each faction is its own star, then all the discordant stars come together to make a night sky full of new constellations to inspire wonder and dreams of what could be. It's that sense of wonder and community that this project embodied, and I hope this comes through. None of us could have pulled this off alone, but together we can dream.